I understand. The calm personality replied. Then, he returned to the mindscape and coldly said, any personality that has the ability to fool and persuade people, please come out. Wow, did I heard correctly? A lazy voice appeared in the mindscape. I think we heard correctly. A happy voice was heard. This voice was the voice of a good person. Calm personality hates us the most, right? Another voice sounded uncertain. Yes. He feels that we might teach the primary personality the wrong things. Another helpless voice said, well, we needed to be able to contact the primary personality first. I didn't expect him to find us. Everyone exclaimed together. Let's see if the sun rose from the west today. It really rose from the west today. The rotation of planet Southcrest was different from other planets. Times have changed. It's finally our turn to come out. These personalities, who were suppressed by the calm personality, were finally able to see the light of day. Stop messing around. You heard the request from the primary personality. Think about how you can work together to complete this mission. The calm personality noticed that these personalities were getting too excited, so he gave them a reminder. The other personalities felt the seriousness from the calm personality, so they quieted down. They didn't want to ruin their first impression on the primary personality. If they didn't perform well, the calm personality might throw them into some small corner of the mindscape and never use them again. Who only wanted one chance to stand on stage? In order to gain more chances to appear in the future, all the personalities that had weird characters sat down together and started discussing how they could work together to complete this mission with flying colors. Luo Lang smiled. However, his beautiful smile was even more enchanting than before. All the recruits in the hall were mesmerized by him. 250 Ace Mecha Clan is the most powerful mecha clan. Do you want to join us? Luo Lang's voice was enticing. Do you know why 250 Ace Mecha Clan is so powerful? That's because our mecha operators are not just mecha operators. Our logisticians are not just logisticians too. Luo Lang raised his head. He looked like a goddess and there seemed to be holy lights glowing around him. He continued, in our mecha clan, mecha operators are logisticians. Logisticians are mecha operators too. Juniors, we are waiting for you to enter our mecha clan. You'll be the logisticians of the future mecha operators. You'll be the ones creating the future of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. A few simple words made the recruits excited. They felt that only 250 Ace Mecha Clan was able to satisfy their ambition to become stronger. They would be able to create a better future in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. I want to enter, Ling Yi shouted loudly. He had already made his decision before this, so he instantly replied to Luo Lang. The other 5 members of his team had decided to stay with him, so they raised their hands and shouted, me too. After Ling Yi and his team members shouted, other hot-blooded young men got even more excited and followed suit. Me too. Some recruits got influenced by their peers and started to act rashly too. They raised their hands quickly with the intentions to join the 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Opportunity only comes once. There's a limited number of logisticians we can accept. Hurry up and register your name there. We'll stop accepting logisticians once the limit is reached. Luo Lang pointed to the registration counter. Ling Yi was the first one to dash to the registration counter. His 5 team members followed behind him closely. The recruits from the 1st Men's Military Academy noticed their most powerful schoolmate moving towards the registration counter, so they hurriedly charged towards the registration counter too. The staff members got frightened by them. They thought that the recruits wanted to smash their workplace. After the recruits from the 1st Men's Military Academy ran over, the recruits from the other military academies followed along instinctively. They started shouting that they wanted to enter 250 Ace Mecha Clan too. Xie looked at the outstanding recruits who wanted to become the logisticians of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He was dumbfounded. He turned to look at Luo Lang. Luo Lang was very excited about the recruits, so there was a faint blush on his cheeks. Xie felt speechless. He looked up at the simple but bright lights on the ceiling. He must have heard the wrong things. How could the simple-minded Luo Lang say such enticing words? He thought that Li Lan Foam had come just now. Yet, it was really Luo Lang. He might mistake other people, but he would never mistake Luo Lang. The officers from the other mecha clans got anxious when they noticed that the recruits were enticed by Luo Lang's words. How could they give up being a mecha operator to be a logistician? They wanted to remind the recruits to not act rashly, but they suddenly realized that they couldn't move. If there was a domain realm master among them, they would be able to see the invisible chains around their bodies. Luo Lang didn't just use words to entice the recruits. He also activated his domain to use the chain array which he secretly learned from his boss to chain up all the officers whom he felt would disturb the beautiful scene in front of him. This is bad. There's a domain realm master. All the officers turned pale. Was this domain realm master warning them against interfering with the affairs of 250 Ace Mecha Clan? They suddenly remembered the identity of the past regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. They felt enlightened. This domain realm master must be sent by General Ling Xiao. General Ling Xiao didn't want 250 Ace Mecha Clan, which was built by his son, to be destroyed by the public. That was why he helped 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The officers were frightened, so they didn't dare to struggle. However, as there were too many people in the hall, Luo Lang was only able to chain them for a short period of them even if they didn't struggle. Still, he was satisfied with the result. At least, no one disturbed his plan during this period of time, so more recruits would be able to enter 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Xie noticed Luo Lang activating his domain secretly, so he came beside Luo Lang and stayed vigilant. Although the most powerful ones among these officers were only at the peak stage of Qi, Jin, there might be a domain realm master hidden among them. If they suddenly attacked Luo Lang, he would be able to help him instantly. It had to be said that the staff at the registration counter were very efficient. Within 15 minutes, most of the recruits had finished their registration. At that moment, the force that was suppressing the officer disappeared. However, they still didn't dare to stop those recruits. Everyone wondered if the domain realm master sent by General Ling Xiao was still watching over them. If anyone dared to stop the recruits, their names might be made known to General Ling Xiao. Based on General Ling Xiao's character, he might not do anything to them. However, the people below him might fall into conclusions and give them trouble. There were recruits coming in every year. If they didn't get any recruits this year, they could find more next year. But, if they were targeted by those people with a higher power, there was no way they could salvage the situation. Everyone knew how to evade harm and looked for gains. Hence, they chose to watch the drama unfold in front of them silently. Yes, to them. This was a drama. They couldn't understand why these stupid recruits wanted to be a logistician when they could be a mecha operator. The status, treatment, and rewards given to a mecha operator were very different from the one given to a logistician. Of course, not all of the recruits got lured in by Luo Lang. Some strong-minded recruits still went to the mecha clans they wanted to go to. This was a consolation to all the other mecha clans. Xie and Luo Lang completed their mission at the registration hall. They managed to get 998 logisticians. Luo Lang felt a little awkward with this number. If they had 2 more people, the number would seem a little nicer. At that moment, the other team leaders had reached their destination too. Their mission was more difficult than Luo Lang and Xie's. Their destinations were the coordination departments of the various corps. They weren't looking for recruits. They wanted mecha operators who had outstanding performances and were waiting to be assigned to new positions. In summary, the entire 23rd Division was turned upside down because of these team leaders. However, they came with Regiment Commander Ling's order, so various corps could only smile and give them some people. After all, Ling Lan was the heir of the 23rd Division. To make sure that 250 Ace Mecha Clan was filled up as quickly as possible, Ling Lan made use of her special identity. Ling Xiao couldn't do some things, but as his bold and reckless son, she could. Other people would just complain that she wasn't educated. However, since she was supposedly unable to recover from her serious injuries, they couldn't reprimand her too much. Most people who were in despair would be stubborn and do crazy things. Lin Zhongqing and his men from the logistics department charged into the logistics department of the 23rd Division and demanded many resources from them. The head of the logistics department of the 23rd Division felt his heart pounding furiously as he looked at the report of the number of logisticians taken away by Lin Zhongqing. Their logisticians were almost all taken away by the people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Time was tight. No one knew where 250 Ace Mecha Clan would be thrown to. Once their destination was confirmed, they were unable to request anything from the 23rd Division anymore. The logistics department of the 23rd Division appeared hesitant and unwilling to give 250 Ace Mecha Clan what they wanted, but because of Ling Lan, they would still ultimately satisfy all their requests. They would never bargain with them. This was a treatment they couldn't enjoy after they leave the 23rd Division. Lin Zhongqi knew that only the people in the 23rd Division would treat them so well. Once they leave the 23rd Division, they wouldn't be able to get resources so easily. After all, they were banished. It wasn't a reward. Everyone was working hard to fill up the empty slots in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. As their regiment commander, Ling Lan had to work hard too. Ling Lan came to the headquarters of the 23rd Division. However, she didn't go to the logistics department. She went to a special department. It was the overall prep department for soldiers without any position, most commonly known as the unused prep department. This department was the most inconspicuous department in the 23rd Division. Besides the people who had some relationship with them, no one would come here to recruit people. The reason was simple. Most of the soldiers here could be split into three types. The first type, which made up for more than half of the soldiers in the unused prep department, were experienced veteran soldiers who had participated in many battles. Unfortunately, they were either crippled or heavily injured when they lost their last battle. After they recovered, there were many implications in their physical health. Some people's hand speed dropped while others' health decreased. They were no longer able to handle long hours of high-intensity workout or battles. Because of various reasons, they couldn't return to their peak. Some of these people didn't want to implicate their comrades while others decided to give up on themselves. Hence, they all chose to come to the unused prep department and wait for people to come and choose them. If not, they would leave the military after their terms ended. They weren't like mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Those mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan had many merits, so the military couldn't abandon them. As for those people in the unused prep department, they were all normal mecha operators. They weren't famous, but they protected their base and selflessly worked for the Federation. They were pitiful. Soldiers like these normally stayed at the unused prep department until it was time for them to leave the military. Unless a new mecha clan was formed and they needed experienced veteran soldiers as instructors, they wouldn't be called out. Even if they really got sent to a mecha clan, they would only end up being third-grade logisticians. They would receive the lowest amount of funds and just silently work for the military until they retired. The second type of people were those unwelcome soldiers in mecha clans. These people were powerful, but they were unruly, arrogant, and just wouldn't listen to their superiors. When their regiment commander couldn't bear with them anymore, they would throw them into the unused prep department and let them fend for themselves there. Without extreme luck, they would have to spend the rest of their lives in the unused prep department. If they were lucky and got the chance to go to another mecha clan, they could only become normal mecha operators. This was because anyone that got kicked to the unused prep department would be on the blacklist. No one would want a person like this in their mecha clan. Of course, not everyone in the unused prep department was a problematic soldier. Sometimes, there were powerful people too. They either came to the unused prep department voluntarily to have a new start, or they were forced there by their enemies. For instance, these people. Damn it, I've been here for almost 5 months. I'm starting to get moldy. A muscular, tall, and fierce-looking soldier was sitting in the cafeteria eating his food. He took 2 mouthfuls of his food and recalled the frustrating times he spent here. He knocked his chopsticks on his bowl to vent his anger. Everyone says that General Ling Xiao is fair and just. I think it's all a lie. A muscular man at another table spat and complained when he heard what his comrade said. Yuan Ming. 2 tables away, a stern-looking middle-aged man shouted. Leader, did I say something wrong? The muscular man called Yuan Ming stood up angrily when he heard his leader questioning him. Although we didn't follow them all the way, we helped Regiment Commander Ling to guard Base 013 during the war on planet Haijiao 2. Why did they throw us to this damn place for 5 months? Why? These people were from the Evil Wind Mecha team on planet Haijiao. They gained many merits through the war on planet Haijiao, so most of them rose 1 rank higher. Yen 3 even jumped 2 ranks and became a colonel. This was something he never imagined in the past. Yet, now, he got it so easily. Their rank increased, so their treatment and rewards increased too. But, they weren't happy. They were forsaken. They were sent to the unused prep department by an order. As time went by, the happiness from their rise in rank turned into despair. They couldn't see their future anymore. There's no why, Yen 3 replied calmly. Compared to his frustrated team members, Yen 3 was very calm. The longer the time passed, the calmer he became. He had even guessed why they were sent here in the first place. Leader, I can't bear with this any longer. Yuan Ming finally exploded in anger when he saw his leader showing no signs of action. Even if you can't bear with it, you must. Yen 3 looked up suddenly and looked at Yuan Ming with contempt. After following Regiment Commander Ling for a few months, Yen 3's aura turned cold and domineering too. His force of presence allowed Yuan Ming to calm down. Yuan Ming took a few deep breaths. He didn't dare to disobey his leader, so he finally sat down again. What a bunch of cowards. On the other side, there were 6 people sitting around a dining table. They were all around 30 years old. This sentence was said by one of these people. His comrades laughed together with him. What did you say? The people from Evil Wind stood up furiously when they heard this. Yen 3 frowned. He had spent 5 months here, so he knew who these people were. They were the 6 most powerful mecha operators in the unused prep department. It was said that they were all an elite stage ace mecha master. Their physical skills were at the optimal peak of Qi Jin too. They were just half a step away from entering domain realm. However, their personalities were terrible. They were unruly and disobedient. Some even hit their superiors when they didn't agree with what their superiors said. Thus, they were thrown to the unused prep department so that they could be transferred to another place. They had been waiting for more than a year now, but no one wanted them. This long period of waiting hurt them. They were frustrated and furious. Hence, they would find ways to provoke people to fight them. They were confined and demoted many times, but nothing could stop them. For some reason, these people were never sent out of the military. They continued staying in the unused prep department. When Evil Wind first came, they wanted to bully them too. But, Evil Wind had more than 150 team members. The 6 people didn't dare to offend them rashly. They remained at peace for 5 months, so why did they provoke them now? I said that all 150 of you are a bunch of cowards. Even though there were more than 100 people glaring at him, the person still wore a sneer on his face as he repeated his words calmly. Go to hell. The soldier closest to the person charged over. He wanted to hit the face that had the irritating smile on it with his raised fist. Boom. Instead, the soldier got hit by the person's fist and was knocked back. Before he slammed onto the table, his comrades caught him together. The optimal peak of Qi Jin. No, I detect a faint strength that didn't belong to Qi Jin. It's very faint, so people might miss it, but I felt it. It's very dangerous. Yen 3's gaze turned cold. In the next second, he appeared in front of the 6 people and blocked the people that wanted to attack them. Leader. Everyone from Evil Wind shouted in anger and frustration. Ever since their leader came to this unused prep department in the 23rd Division, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He was no longer their arrogant and fearless leader in Base 013. Captain Chiu, I'm afraid that you've reached the highest level of the optimal peak of Qi Jin. Yen 3 disregarded the shouts from his team members. He looked at Captain Chiu and said indifferently, you should be half-step into the domain stage. I didn't expect someone who came from a small place to know about half-step into the domain stage. That's not easy. Captain Chiu sneered arrogantly. However, he admitted that what Yen 3 said was true. Captain Chiu, we never provoke you. Why are you targeting my Evil Wind team members today? Yen 3 stared intently at Captain Chiu. He wanted to know the truth. Because I find you irritating today, so I want to teach you a lesson. Captain Chiu shouted loudly. Suddenly, he raised his fist and aimed it at Yen 3. Despicable. The people from Evil Wind noticed this and screamed angrily. This was a sneak attack. It was obvious that Captain Chiu wanted to sneak an attack onto Yen 3. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. Yen 3 raised his arms and formed a cross in front of his chest. He took the entire force of the blow. He slid back for 1 meter, but he wasn't injured. The extremely confident Captain Chiu turned serious when he saw this. You're not bad. Yen 3 put down his arms and said calmly, I ask my team members to remain obedient during these 5 months not because I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to create any trouble before I go onto that person's mecha clan as there might be implications. Yen 3's team members were all stunned by what Yen 3 said. Go to that person's mecha clan. Did their leader know where they were going? Why didn't he tell them anything for the past 5 months? And, if everything was already decided, why did they have to stay in this hellhole for 5 months? No one even came to look for them during the past 5 months. Was this fake or real? F***ku. You are already in the unused prep department. Where do you want to go? Stop daydreaming. Yen 3's words irritated Captain Xiu. He got so furious that he started cursing. We'll see if this is a daydream. Just wait and see. Yen 3 sneered. He didn't say that he didn't want to fight with the other party because he felt that it wasn't interesting. So what if he was talented and exceptional? He didn't have a goal and was just waiting to die. He was just a useless person. Honestly, he looked down on the 6 people who were said to be the strongest among all the soldiers in the unused prep department. However, our regiment commander once said that we should act when we should and there are no weaklings in Evil Wind. Yen 3 suddenly shouted, attack them. Ah! The people from Evil Wind like to fight. However, under the suppression of their leader, Yen 3, they had no choice but to remain obedient for 5 months. They were all very pent up with frustrated. Thus, when their leader asked them to attack, they howled and charged towards the other party. Did someone want to stop them? Fine, they would hit this person too. Someone blocked their path. Fine, hit them as well. Someone else participated in this fight. Hit them. Ah, they hit the wrong person. Hit them too. Soon, the entire cafeteria turned into a battleground for a gang fight. The guards of the unused prep department got alerted and rushed over to stop them. Hey, stop it. The leader of the guards saw the messy cafeteria and got indignant. Unfortunately, the people were immersed in fighting so they didn't want to listen to him. They continued fighting happily. Damn it. Hit them with the club until they stop. The leader of the guards was furious. He raised his club and hit the 2 soldiers who were fighting closest to him. Ouch, who hit me? The 2 soldiers shouted in unison. They turned their heads and saw the leader of the guards. F***k. Did you hit me? Are you looking for death? The 2 people were full of fighting spirit so they didn't realize who this person in front of them was. They just charged at him. The 2 people who were enemies a moment ago had now formed a team. They attacked the leader of the guards simultaneously. Impudent. Ah! The leader of the guard started screaming in agony. The guards behind him hurried over and helped their leader. The moment they moved, the friends of those 2 people disregarded their opponent and rushed over furiously. The guards' team, who came to maintain order, got pulled into the fight, but they still had a hard time protecting themselves. Damn it, you're using weapons. You forced me to do this. The people just used their fist at the start but after they got hit by the clubs, they went to look for broken table legs and then entered the battlefield again. At that moment, the chief of the unused prep department was leading Ling Lan to the cafeteria with a smile. Regiment Commander Ling, there are 2,754 soldiers in our camp currently. There are 1683 mecha operators and the rest are other soldiers. You can look at the documents I send you for their details. The chief of the unused prep department excitedly told Ling Lan the data of his department. It was reasonable that he would be excited. He never thought that one day, someone from a mecha clan would come to such an unwelcome place to recruit for people. As the chief of the unused prep department, he was concerned about all the soldiers here. He just hoped that he could do something for them. At least, he hoped that they were able to go to where they should be and not stay here, wasting the rest of their lives. Some of them had ambitions but they had no avenue to fulfill them. Unfortunately, as someone who got kicked to take care of this inconspicuous department, he had no background too. He was unable to help these soldiers. Thus, when Ling Lan suddenly came, the chief of the unused prep department was elated. It was as though a piece of gold fell down from the sky. What was the 250 Ace Mecha Clan? It was the Mecha Clan of the heir of the 23rd Division. It was the most famous Mecha Clan in the 23rd Division, or maybe even the entire Federation. Even if Ling Lan didn't recruit anyone here, he would be able to use his name to attract more people. He just needed to release the news that 250 Ace Mecha clan came to his department to look for people. As long as people from Mecha clans came, he believed that he would be able to persuade them to take some people with them. The chief was fully prepared to recommend his soldiers to all the Mecha clans. The people here are a little problematic, but they are all law-abiding soldiers, Regiment Commander Lin, you don't have to worry about anything. If you bring them back, they won't give you any trouble. Just as the chief was complimenting his soldiers, he heard noises coming from the cafeteria as well as shouts. His expression froze. Please don't make any blunders now. The chief could feel the cold sweat forming on his forehead. He just hoped that the situation in the cafeteria wasn't as bad as what he heard from the outside. Ling Lan smiled as she stared intently at the dumbfounded chief. Then, she walked up to the entrance of the cafeteria and pushed open the cafeteria door. The chief hurriedly followed behind her after seeing her taking the initiative. The moment he saw what was behind the cafeteria doors, a huge mess was revealed in front of his eyes. Everyone was fighting furiously with seemingly no regard for their location or status in this department. The chief now really had the urge to vomit out mouthfuls of blood to ease the frustration in his heart. He just told this big fish that his soldiers were all obedient soldiers who wouldn't create any trouble, but in the next second, they were having a gang fight right in front. He felt so embarrassed that he wanted to run away and hide in a hole for a few days, but he knew he couldn't do so as he still needed to send these down on their luck soldiers to their true home. He was about to shout to ask everyone to stop fighting, but a military club suddenly flew towards him. He wasn't prepared for this sudden attack, so the club knocked on his head. Immediately as the club hit the chief's head, the chief instantly turned stiff and fell to the ground. As a civil officer, he stood no chance against a rogue club. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect the chief to get the wind knocked out of him so easily. However, this had nothing to do with her, so she just calmly watched as the chief fell on the ground. She had to admit that the unruly and arrogant soldiers that got banished here were all quite powerful in their own right. However, the people from Evil Wind came from the grassroots. They fought all the way to their current positions, so they had more experience with real battles compared to those soldiers who came from the military academies. Thus, when they moved together, they managed to maintain a huge advantage over those unruly soldiers with their unity. But, after fighting for such a long time, those unruly soldiers weren't in a dire state too. They would be able to continue resisting furiously for a long time. If not one stopped them, Ling Lan knew that the Evil Wind would still win the fight. However, it would come at a price of being heavily injured. Their physical skills are not bad. Ling Lan saw the 6 people who were the most active in the fight. She had a good evaluation of their physical skills level. However, what made her the happiest was the presence of Evil Wind. She was shocked when she saw these familiar people as she entered the cafeteria. In the next second, she quickly understood that her father was the one behind them being here. Chief, he didn't ask her to come and take the normal soldiers. In actuality, there were real treasures here. He wanted her to take these treasures. Ling Lan was touched. Her father had arranged everything for her from the start. He left the best of the best for her. Of course, Ling Lan only felt touched for a second as she regained her composure instantly. Humph. A cold humph was heard from the people on both sides of the fight. Most of the soldiers weren't affected by the sound. But, the people from Evil Wind shuddered when they heard it. They felt even their legs shivering. Oh my god, why does it sound like the noise Regiment Commander Ling makes when we don't complete our training? I will only give you 3 minutes to end this fight. A cold voice reverberated through the entire cafeteria. Damn it. It's really their devil Regiment Commander. Everyone in Evil Wind, including Yen 3, felt their hairs standing on ends. Their eyes turned bloodshot as they charged towards their opponents without hesitation. If they didn't complete the mission assigned by their regiment commander, they would be dead. The people from Evil Wind didn't want to die. Hence, their opponents had to die. Ah! You bite me. In order to complete their mission, the people from Evil Wind used all kinds of weapons. Well, teeth were weapons too. Are you crazy? Those unruly soldiers saw how unreasonable and despicable the people from Evil Wind were and felt scared. The 6 most powerful mecha operators in the prep department had already taken notice of Ling Lan. Captain Chiu was a tough person. He forced himself to take a blow from Yen 3 and used the force from the blow to fly back to attack Ling Lan viciously. He had noticed this person a long time ago. He was the one who made the people from Evil Wind turn crazy and was also the one who made them lose the fight. However, he didn't want to admit defeat so easily. He was sent to the unused prep department because he didn't like to bow down to people who did not deserve his respect. Obviously, he was a proud person. Even in this kind of situation, he didn't want to admit defeat. The only way he could change the situation was to take this person down. Captain Chio's hand was almost on Ling Lan's throat. Ling Lan seemed stunned by the sudden attack, so she didn't move at all. These actions made Captain Chio think that Ling Lan must be a newbie that had just entered the military. Ling Lan had a mask on her face, but the vitality she exuded proved that she was a young person. In his hurry to defeat Ling Lan, Captain Chio didn't notice the difference in Ling Lan's military uniform, which could be seen faintly under her cloak. The elated Captain Chio saw Yen 3 standing motionless on the ground from the corner of his eye. So what if he was a colonel? He also had to admit defeat to him. Huh? Why wasn't Yen 3 anxious at all? What did that look in his eyes mean? Before Captain Chio could find an answer, he felt a force slamming into his chest and an excruciating pain quickly spread through his entire body as he flew back. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back into the air. Captain Chio looked at the expressionless young officer in confusion. He didn't know what had just happened to him. Captain Chio's attention was all on Yen 3, so he didn't notice the white flash of light when his hands were about to touch Ling Lan's throat. Boom! Captain Chio slammed onto a table forcefully, shattering the entire table into pieces. Captain Chio rolled on the ground and slid for a few meters. He toppled many tables along his way before he was able to stop sliding back. This showed how much force was behind the attack. The moment Captain Chio stopped sliding, he vomited another mouthful of blood as struggled to get up. He failed many times. He kept falling down again and again, but he didn't give up. In the end, he stood up wobbly with his two legs straight. Was he going to admit defeat because of such a small injury like this? No way. The pride in him forced him to stand up again. The other unruly soldiers were flabbergasted when they saw their Captain Chio got injured heavily. Captain Chio was the strongest among them. Soon, the entire cafeteria turned silent. Everyone stopped fighting as they looked at the young officer by the door in shock. When everyone looked towards the door, they noticed that the chief was lying there with a silly smile on his face. Strange. Wasn't he the chief of the unused prep department? Why was he unconscious? Could it be? Everyone let out a gasp. Did that young officer knock him unconscious? Who was he? How dare to sneak into the unused prep department of the 23rd Division and injure the chief in front of so many people? Yen 3 was the only one filled with excitement when he saw the familiar figure. Their regiment commander Ling finally came to fetch them. When he first came to the unused prep department, he was clueless about why they were sent here. However, after staying here for a month, he started to feel that something was amiss with their assignments. Yen 3 thought of many possibilities, but he never felt that the 23rd Division abandoned them. The general of the 23rd Division was General Ling Xiao, and there was nothing bad to say about General Ling Xiao's character. Plus, they had helped Regiment Commander Ling with the battle on planet Haijiao and gained many merits. Just based on this point, General Ling Xiao wouldn't forsake them. Why were they sent here then? Yen 3 remembered that Regiment Commander Ling still hadn't been given his merit. Although Regiment Commander Ling was removed from his position as the Regiment Commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Yen 3 believed that this powerful man would come back to the military one day. Regiment Commander Ling didn't get his merits yet, so General Ling Xiao placed them here for the time being. Yen 3 linked the things that happened recently. He felt excited when he found out the reason behind their assignments here. As long as he was able to follow Regiment Commander Ling again, he was even willing to stay here for a few more years. However, this was just his guess. He might be wrong. That was why he didn't tell his team members about this. After 5 months of waiting, most of the members of Evil Wind thought that they had been given up on. Now, the wait was over. Who are you? Captain Chio forced himself to stand up straight. He wanted to know who could injure him. Yen 3 regained his sense after hearing what Captain Chio said. He stood at attention and shouted, "Salute!" All the members of Evil Wind stood at attention and shouted with all their might, "Regiment Commander." They were frustrated and angry after waiting for 5 months, but the moment they saw Ling Lan, all their negative emotions disappeared. Everything they didn't understand in the past came to them now. They had to wait for 5 months so that they would be able to return to their regiment commander Ling. The wait was torturous, but it was a blessing in disguise. Their voices were filled with hope and happiness when they saluted Ling Lan. Regiment commander. Captain Chiu was astounded. The person whom he thought was a newbie was actually a regiment commander. Ling Lan scanned the haggard-looking members of Evil Wind. They just had a fight, so they didn't look in the best of shape, but she could feel their happiness from their voices. Her presence gave them hope. Ling Lan was surprised. On planet Haijiao, she used the Evil Wind mecha team as a deterrent in Base 013 so that she could have a trustworthy base. The people from Evil Wind suffered much under her because of that. She never expected these fearless mecha operators to recognize her and want to continue following her. Ling Lan raised her right hand after she felt the trust and sincerity from the members of the Evil Wind mecha team, and she saluted them back. This action caused her cloak draped around her body to move aside. The epaulette shown on her military uniform made everyone dumbfounded. Major General. He's a Major General. Who is he? Those people who didn't know Ling Lan were shocked. It was obvious that Ling Lan was still very young, but she had achieved so much. Even the people from Evil Wind got surprised that Ling Lan had become a Major General. However, when they recalled what happened during the battle on planet Haijiao, they felt that it was reasonable. Even their leader, Yen 3, who was in charge of protecting the base, managed to jump 2 ranks and become a colonel. As the person who commanded the battle and protected the only surviving base of the Federation on planet Haijiao, as the person who caused the defeat of Helia, as the person who turned the tides around when all hopes were lost, Ling Lan was worthy of her rank. It's time to come back. Ling Lan disregarded everyone's astonishment and said calmly. Yes, Regiment Commander. The people from Evil Wind, including Yen 3, had tears in their eyes. They were moved. They were no longer homeless children. I will only give you 30 minutes to pack your things and gather here, Ling Lan continued. Yes, Regiment Commander. All the people from Evil Wind shouted loudly with their backs even straighter. The people from Evil Wind were going to leave the unused prep department. Those unruly soldiers who just fought with them looked at the people from Evil Wind with envy and jealousy in their eyes. There was also a hint of despair and sadness in their eyes. The people from Evil Wind quickly left the cafeteria. Because they were in a hurry, some of them stepped on the chief of the unused prep department who was lying on the ground. Finally, the chief of the unused prep department woke up from the pain. Unfortunately, the people that had stepped on him had already left. The chief of the unused prep department felt his entire body hurting all around. He picked himself up in pain. He saw that the entire cafeteria had turned quiet, so he shouted instantly, "Who asked you to fight, huh? Also, who threw that club just now?" He remembered that he was knocked unconscious by a club. Everyone then noticed the lonely club lying on the ground not far away from their chief. One of the guards in the crowd saw the familiar club and shrunk back into the crowd. He hoped that the people in front were able to block him from the chief's view, as he noticed that the military club on the ground looked a lot like his. The chief saw no one stepping out to admit his crime and got indignant. Damn it, he finally managed to bring in a big fish and was about to recommend him some soldiers. However, before he could do anything, these people destroyed this opportunity. Just as he was about to scold the soldiers to vent his anger, he thought of something. He turned around quickly and noticed Ling Lan, who was standing at the side. Oh my God, the big fish is still here. The chief was elated. His anger died down immediately. He quickly smiled and said, "Regiment Commander Ling, these fellows are a little impulsive and like to fight, but they're soldiers after all. Soldiers like to exchange blows with each other. It's their way of communicating. They were just being friendly with one another just now. They'll get closer after fighting a few rounds." The chief wiped the sweat on his forehead and tried his best to promote his soldiers. His mind worked furiously as he tried to cover up their crimes. So, it's not a bad thing that they like to fight. Plus, this proves that the soldiers here are strong. They're not weak and useless. They will be able to be used the moment you bring them over. You won't need to groom them. I mean, train them. The chief quickly changed his words when he saw Ling Lan's death glare. They looked unruly, but they are really obedient. Look, they stayed quiet after I scolded them. They have a good personality. The chief felt fortunate that those unruly fellows gave him some face and didn't refute him. If not, he wouldn't know how to continue anymore. The chief didn't know that those unruly fellows weren't giving him face. They were just afraid of this powerful and secretive Major General Ling. The chief was afraid that Ling Lan didn't want people from his department, so he quickly added on, "Fighting is wrong, so I'll educate them for you. I won't let them make such a low-level mistake anymore. Please don't worry. If you choose these soldiers, they won't disappoint you." Ling Lan was touched by the chief's care towards the soldiers. She knew that he was trying his best to help these disobedient soldiers to have a way out of this hellhole. "I understand," Ling Lan replied suddenly. "Ah. What?" The chief, who was speaking for the soldiers, was suddenly dumbfounded. "I said I understand," Ling Lan reiterated what she said sternly. "So?" The chief's eyes flickered in excitement. Did this mean that Regiment Commander Ling wanted to recruit soldiers from his department? "I'm taking everyone from Evil Wind," said Ling Lan. "Evil Wind Mecha Team? That useless mecha team that returned from planet Hygiel?" There were probably only 150 or so members. Most importantly, most of Regiment Commander Ling's merits and achievements were also made on planet Hygiel. The chief instantly understood why Regiment Commander Ling was here. It seemed that Regiment Commander Ling was here for Evil Wind Mecha Team. For the past 5 months, not only did the people of Evil Wind not understand, but also the chief didn't understand why these mecha operators who achieved great feats were tossed aside to this department. Unfortunately, he was powerless in the grand scheme of things. When he reported this anomaly to the higher-ups, he didn't get any replies. Luckily, Regiment Commander Ling hadn't forgotten about them and came to take them away. The chief was very happy for Evil Wind and he began to be pumped. Although Evil Wind had 150 members, Ling Lan was still taking around 5% of the total number of soldiers stationed in his department. However, this was based on the relationship between Ling Lan and Evil Wind. Ling Lan's goal of coming to his department was to take them away. She was not actually swayed by the chief's promotion to sell Evil Wind to her. Unfortunately, those stronger mecha operators, who were left here for even longer than Evil Wind, didn't have such a chance to restart their careers. This made the chief feel much sadness and regret. The chief decided to work even harder. He quickly widened his smile and clasped his hands to compose himself. Evil Wind is very lucky that Regiment Commander Ling has taken a liking to them. However, other than Evil Wind, we actually have many other mecha operators who are great as well. If Regiment Commander still needs soldiers, you can take them and try them out. Hearing this, Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. "Oh. There's many capable ones. Chance." Ling Lan's answer made the chief's expression lighten up. He quickly replied, "Regiment Commander Ling, I, Yan Zheng, won't speak any lies. We don't have any peak-level ace operators, but we do have some who have reached elite ace." Yan Zheng was undoubtedly a very dutiful chief. He was very knowledgeable of the soldiers stationed in his department, so he immediately gave Ling Lan 32 names. These people were all confirmed to have reached elite ace level. Of course, this is all just old data. Some mecha operators have not gone to assess their levels in many years. Perhaps there may be changes, especially those 500 standard ace operators. Perhaps some of them may have advanced into elite ace. Yan Zheng was undoubtedly an extremely strict individual. After giving all this data, he also added how dated the data was. As Yan Zheng was speaking, he was also surreptitiously watching Ling Lan to see whether she was moved by his words. Unfortunately, Ling Lan didn't show any interest and was as calm as the wind. Yan Zheng sighed in his mind. Did it mean that it wasn't good enough? He calmed himself and then pleaded with a sliver of hope, "Regiment Commander Ling, I know 250 Ace Mecha Clan has high requirements for mecha operators. They must be at elite aces or above. I also know that the soldiers here don't have a good reputation in the outside world. However, their capabilities and characters are all very good. Please give them a chance, Regiment Commander Ling. At least give them a chance to be assessed." He hoped that Regiment Commander Ling would see their potential, be moved by it and keep them. He didn't want to see these outstanding mecha operators stay here, wasting away their life and their youth. If that's the case, finally, Ling Lan said something. Yan Zheng looked towards Ling Lan with a difficult expression on his face in hopes that he would hear good news. Since Chief Yen already said this much, if I do not agree to it, then won't I be too cold-hearted? Ling Lan said calmly. Regiment Commander Ling, Yen Zheng is beyond grateful, Yen Zheng said excitedly. He had succeeded. Yen Zheng was afraid Ling Lan was going to change her mind afterwards, so he immediately continued, how about this? I will arrange for these 32 elite ace operators to go 250 ace mecha clan to participate in the assessment right now. Was he trying to pin all of them on her? Ling Lan smirked. She definitely wouldn't tell Chief Yen that she was actually here to recruit soldiers and that she would take them all no matter how many there were. The black-bellied Ling Lan clearly knew that 250 was lacking in soldiers, but she made Yen Jing think that she was doing him a favor by giving these mecha operators a chance for an assessment. It had to be said that in terms of being a black-bellied individual, Ling Lan seemed to have evolved once again. Yen Zheng and Ling Lan's conversation was heard by everyone in the cafeteria. After hearing that Ling Lan was 250 Ace Mecha Clan's regiment commander, everyone's eyes shined brightly. However, after hearing that only elite ace operators were allowed to be assessed, countless eyes were darkened again. This included Captain Chiu, who was not willing to fall down on the ground. He still hadn't reached the level of elite ace and was off by just a bit. Captain Chiu was frustrated. At this moment, he only longer held any grudge towards Ling Lan. He only hated the fact that he still wasn't an elite ace and missed this opportunity. Even if they were sent to the unused prep department, as a soldier, they would still pay attention to the battles that were going on in the Federation. The battle on planet Haijiao was the most casualty-heavy battle in the Federation for the past few millennia. The battle was originally thought to be a huge loss, but the outcome was changed because of one person. In the end, this battle became the biggest victory of the Federation in the past few millennia. The person who turned the tide and changed the outcome was their 23 RD Division's Division Commander Ling Zhao's son, Ling Lan. This battle made Ling Lan gain respect from all of the soldiers in the Federation. This included those leftover and unruly soldiers from the unused prep department. Thus, after hearing the person who injured him was the legendary regiment commander Ling Lan, Captain Chiu's grudge disappeared. After all, he asked for it. If it wasn't because of the fact that he had made a move first, Regiment Commander Ling Lan wouldn't have laid a hand on him. So King strong. Captain Chiu forcefully wiped away the blood smear near the corner of his lips. This was the strength of someone who could create miracles. He lost fair and square. Ling Lan was still thinking of ways to low-key take away more soldiers. Then, she heard a voice echoed through the cafeteria, Regiment Commander Ling. If you're willing to give those elite ace operators a chance to be assessed, then why not give mecha operators like us a chance as well? How can you be sure that none of us would be able to pass? Ling Lan turned around and saw the soldier she had beaten up. He was looking at her with his eyes filled with a glimmering light and the will to fight. Ling Lan smirked. She was actually getting what she needed. She then knew that recently, everything was going according to her wishes. Ling Lan couldn't help but think that maybe God wanted to compensation her because God had abused her too much for quite a while now. Chiu Yang. What are you blabbering about? Yen Zheng shouted anxiously. Yen Zheng was a responsible chief but he didn't earn much respect from those unruly soldiers. Chiu Yang ignored Yen Zheng and stared at Ling Lan intently. He looked up slightly and sneered. Regiment Commander Ling, are you not willing to give us this chance? Chiu Yang knew that Regiment Commander Ling was their only chance to leave this hellhole. There was a very slim chance of this succeeding, but it was still better than doing nothing and wasting their lives here. Yen Jing realized this when he heard Chiu Yang. He turned around and waited eagerly for Ling Lan's reply. If Chiu Yang was able to gain this opportunity for the soldiers in his department, he would be happy for them too. Of course, doing so, they must not destroy the chances of those 32 elite ace mecha masters. Ling Lan looked at Chiu Yang coldly. The icy glare caused Chiu Yang to feel a chill down his spine. He started to wonder if he acted too rashly. At this moment, Ling Lan said, since you want a chance, sure. I'll give it to you. A portion of the soldiers in the room got excited when they heard this. These people were mecha operators who were very close to reaching the elite ace level. Just like what Chiu Yang said, this was their only chance to get out of this hellhole. No matter how slim the chances of them succeeding were, they must try it. Not only those soldiers who are close to elite ace can participate. Any soldiers who think that they have the ability can take part in the assessment. However, the assessment will start today. Ling Lan sneered. Of course, those that are useless and not confident, don't come. There is no luck in 250 Ace Mecha Clan's assessment. If you make a mistake, you might even die. Ling Lan said everything calmly, but the soldiers in the cafeteria felt as though her voice was exploding beside their ears. They looked fearful. 250 Ace Mecha Clan lacked people, but Ling Lan didn't want to take in any useless people. Hence, she decided to use her spiritual power to eliminate a bunch of soldiers who had weak willpower first. If she had a lot of time, she wouldn't do this. However, her father told her that the military would give 250 Ace Mecha Clan their verdict around 10 days later. This was the result after her father tried his best to drag the time. Within these few days, she must blend everyone together. If not, internal problems might occur, and if that really happened, she wouldn't be able to handle so many problems coming from all different directions. Once again, Ling Lan realized how lucky she was to have her father behind her protecting her. Ling Lan hoped that her Mecha Clan would be sent to the 13th Division. With Qi Long's father as the general of the 13th Division, everything would be easier for them. If something really happened, she could just throw Qi Long to his father and let his father vent his anger on Qi Long. In a faraway place, Qi Long, who went with Han Jijian to recruit soldiers from a corps, shivered. He felt cold all of a sudden. What happened? Are you sick? Han Jijian immediately noticed his strange behavior and asked him in concern. Qi Long rubbed his arms quickly to disperse the chill. He shook his head. No, I just suddenly feel cold all of a sudden. It's better now. Han Jijian looked at the bright and sunny sky. Then, he turned and said to Qi Long seriously, we must work hard and not pull anyone down. You know how brutal our regiment commander is when he gives punishments. Han Jijian believed in Qi Long's instinct. It looked like their situation was quite bad. Qi Long instantly understood what Han Jijian meant. He rolled up his sleeves and revealed his muscular arms. What are you doing? Han Jijian asked curiously. It looks like we have to do it the forceful way, Qi Long said seriously. They waited for half a day, but the representative from the corps still hadn't appeared yet. Qi Long didn't want to wait anymore. Qi Long was a bold person. He had a general as his father too. No one would dare to have any opinions against the heir of a division. Qi Long pressed his communicator. Deputy Leader Sunday. Leader. Sun Yaofei's voice came from the communicator. Time to move. Qi Long ordered. Yes. Orderly footsteps could be heard from the communicator. Qi Long smiled. With the help of his deputy and his team members, they wouldn't be the last to complete their mission. Qi Long and his team started snatching soldiers from the corps. They would snatch anyone that they were interested in. What to do to those soldiers who didn't want to follow them? The answer was to just simply knock them unconscious and carry them away. The logistics department of 250 Ace Mecha Clan had already prepared many hover cars for them in case this situation happened. They were for carrying these unconscious people. The middle second corps was in a frenzy. However, if they didn't use their mechas, none of them was Qi Long's match, but without the orders from the headquarters, they wouldn't be able to use their mechas. Hence, by the time the commander of the middle second corps rushed over upon receiving the news, Qi Long had already left with all the mecha operators he snatched. Only a bunch of tumbleweed was left behind. Commander, this is too much. The adjutant who came with the commander was furious when he saw this. The commander wanted to curse out loud, but he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He gritted his teeth and said, yes, it's too much. Commander, shall we report this to the headquarters and ask them to remove them from their positions as team leaders? The adjutant suggested. The commander remained silent for a moment. We can't. Why not? 250 Ace Mecha Clan is not Ling, that person's Mecha Clan anymore. No one can protect them. The adjutant didn't mention Ling Lan's name. After knowing that Ling Lan was Ling Zhao's son, the adjutant never dared to call Ling Lan by her full name anymore. You don't know anything. If Qi Long didn't betray the Federation, he wouldn't be affected by anything. The commander knew more of the Federation's secrets than his adjutant. Huh? The adjutant was stunned. The commander looked at his confidant. To prevent him from offending people he shouldn't, the commander explained, Qi Long is Qi Yaoyang's son. The adjutant gasped. He always thought that Ling Lan was the only prince in 250 Mecha clan, but surprisingly there was another Prince Qi below him. Although Qi Yaoyang was the general of the 13th Division and didn't belong to the 23rd Division, he was still a general. Even their general, Ling Xiao, had to give some respect to Qi Yaoyang. What should we do now? The adjutant didn't dare to give any more ideas. He couldn't offend a prince of a division. What should we do? The commander replied helplessly, let him go. Since their soldiers were already snatched by Qi Long, there was nothing else they could do. Were they supposed to snatch them back? They already received the order from the headquarters for their corps to cooperate with them. Although Qi Long's actions seemed rude and unreasonable, all of his papers were all prepared. Therefore, the Department of Division Affairs had to withstand this blatant disrespect, unless they were prepared to fight Qi Long for it and report him for breaking the rules of the military. However, any person with a brain wouldn't do something like that. Qi Long taking soldiers was formally allowed by the Department of Division Affairs. With the support of the higher-ups being behind him, if things were to get hairy, it might not be beneficial for them to argue with Qi Long. In addition, Qi Long's identity was also a big bargaining chip which made them fear him. Plus, Qi Long didn't overdo things and only took a few individuals with potential. In the end, the Department of Division Affairs could only swallow their anger and quietly reassign soldiers from other military corps to replenish their numbers. Qi Long had completed his task and was now heading back to Ling Lan. In the unused prep department, Chief Yan Zheng was very excited after he heard Ling Lan saying that she would be allowing all the soldiers to be assessed. The look he sent towards Qiu Yang no longer had any blame, instead there was an indescribable glee. He didn't think that Qiu Yang's words would actually give these soldiers in the unused prep department a chance to be assessed. Yan Zheng felt like the unused prep department was struck by a mountain of gold. Even if Ling Lan did not recruit too many of his soldiers, as long as he marketed these soldiers as people who were once invited to be assessed by 250 Ace Mecha clan, he believed that countless other clans would be interested in them. All in all, as long as people came to him, Yan Zheng was confident that he could use his words and his wits to sell these soldiers to prospective clans. After all the talk, Yan Zheng still didn't believe that 250 Ace Mecha clan, who only took in top-class mecha operators and outstanding logistics personnel, would take all of these mixture of good and bad soldiers. Thus, he was only thinking that he was graced by 250 Ace Mecha clan. Chief Yan, I will have to trouble you to organize the soldiers here to go to 250 Ace Mecha clan to participate in the assessment, Ling Lan said as she turned towards Yan Zheng. Ling Lan's words made Yan Zheng awaken from his blissful dream. He immediately replied, understood, Regiment Commander Ling. I will take all 2,754 soldiers from here to 250 Ace Mecha clan to participate in the assessment. Even if these soldiers didn't want to go, he would use a whip to force them to go. Yan Zheng clenched his fists and made a decision. He wasn't going to allow even one soldier to miss out in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boss Hua. Something bad happened. At that moment, in New Recruit Corps, a young man rushed into the dormitories of their corps. A young man was lying on the bottom bunk of a bunk bed with his eyes closed. After hearing his comrade calling out for him, he opened his eyes slowly. What's wrong, Feng Ming? I just received word that this year's new recruits from military academies were all taken by all the big clans. The person who ran in said this, then immediately picked up a cup of water on the table and took big gulps of it. It seemed that once he heard this information, he immediately ran here. So. Even after hearing this, the young man's expression was still calm, as if he had just heard a news unrelated to him. So, our new recruit corps has no new recruits. If so, what are us instructors here doing? Said the person angrily. Ever since they returned from planet Haijiao, they were assigned to the new recruit corps to wait for recruits. Although this assignment was to let them rest and have a change of pace, it had already been 5 months since then and the long wait had already made them frustrated. They had finally managed to wait for the expected time for the new recruits to arrive, but was now they were actually told that the new recruits were all taken away. Was the military playing them for fools? It turns out these people was Hua Zhenyu and Nie Fengming's team. Their clan was almost wiped out, leaving only 9 people left in their team. Originally, they should have been reassigned to a new clan, but they were not sure why they were temporarily sent to the new recruit corps to become the instructors for this year's new recruits. The military headquarters will make arrangements for us. Compared to Nie Fengming's anxiousness, Hua Zhenyu was more calm and collected. How much longer? I've already waited for 5 months, Nie Fengming said depressingly. Right as Hua Zhenyu was about to speak, his wrist suddenly began to vibrate. He looked down and saw that a call was from the headquarters. Hua Zhenyu immediately sat straight up and pushed down on the connect button. A virtual screen appeared in front of him and a beautiful female second lieutenant appeared in front of him. "Hello, Major Hua," the female second lieutenant said with a smile. Hua Zhenyu had a serious expression on his face and replied in all seriousness, "Hello, second lieutenant." Despite the rank of the female second lieutenant being quite low, Hua Zhenyu still didn't dare to be negligent in his showing of professionalism. That was because she was a clerk at the main headquarters and was mainly responsible for giving out any type of orders from the headquarters. The headquarters has now given you new assignments. You are ordered to immediately report to your new clan. The reassignment certificate to the clan has already been sent to you, please confirm, the second lieutenant said with a constant smile on her face. Understood. Hua Zhenyu saw the new file that was sent over and saved it. Seeing him receive the reassignment certificate, the second lieutenant said her goodbyes to Hua Zhenyu. After the virtual screen disappeared, Nie Fengming, who was holding in all of his emotions, could no longer sit still. He excitedly jumped up and shouted in excitement, "That's great, Boss Hua. We finally have a clan again." A mecha operator without a clan was like a homeless mecha operator. No matter where they went, they wouldn't have a sense of belonging. They were just like that in the new recruit corps, like a passerby who couldn't find where they belonged. Hua Zhenyu, who kept a serious expression on his face all this time, showed a small smirk. They could finally enter a clan, but which mecha clan were they going to enter? They were about to find out. Hua Zhenyu opened the certificate for reassignment and was stunned. Nie Fengming saw that Hua Zhenyu's frozen expression and was scared for a moment. Could it be the new clan had problems? He anxiously called out, "Boss Hua, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the clan we're going to?" Hua Zhenyu raised his head, revealing an odd look on his face. He then said, "It's not that there's any problems. It's just I think, it's somewhat not as I thought." "What kind of clan is it?" Hua Zhenyu's weird expression made Nie Fengming even more curious. He unconsciously drank another sip of water. Hua Zhenyu slowly said 3 numbers, 2, 5, 0. Ugh. Nie Fengming spat out the water in his mouth. Cough, cough, Boss Hua, what did you just say? 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Hua Zhenyu had now returned to his calm and collected demeanor and slowly reiterated what he said. "It's the 250 Ace Mecha Clan that you know. Ling Lan." Nie Fengming also calmed down after sipping more water out of his cup. "I didn't expect that we would go to his mecha clan. Although his position as regiment commander was removed for a long time, I still find it weird. I always felt that 250 Ace Mecha Clan has always belonged to Ling Lan." Hua Zhenyu always had this thought in the back of his head. How could those ace operators who look down on others obey someone else that easily? The person who could lead them could only be Ling Lan, who could give them new life. I also think so too. Back then, that person led the freshmen and overpowered our people. He is not someone who would take a fall that easily. Plus, he's that person's son, Nie Fengming said with a smirk. Ever since he knew that Ling Lan was his idol's son, his anger towards Ling Lan for injuring him back in the day was instantly washed away. Afterwards, Ling Lan used her own power to protect Base 013 and held on to the last hope for the Federation. Her series of valiant actions turned his hatred toward her into appreciation. In that case, let's see how powerful of a clan has Ling Lan's mecha clan grown into. Hua Zhenyu smiled too. They were shocked at first, but after calming down, they realized that Ling Lan's mecha clan was the best mecha clan for them. After the battle on planet Haijiao, a normal mecha clan wouldn't be able to satisfy them anymore. They longed for battles and blood. They wanted to fight. The more peaceful their lives were, the more torturous it was for them, as only the blood of their enemies could make them forget their sorrow. This was the only way they could take revenge for their comrades who had died under their hands. Luo Lang sat in a hover car and looked at the hover buses behind him. He turned around and said to Xie Yi happily, "Xie Yi, this time, we won, right?" We recruited almost 1,000 recruits. The other teams couldn't possibly have more people than us. The people from the 250 Ace Mecha clan were split into 6 teams. Before they left, they made a bet to see which team would snatch the most people. Xie smiled and nodded his head. I feel the same way too. He never expected those seemingly useless personalities to be so useful at fooling people. His boss was right. Everything has its own uses. It just depended on whether the person knew how to use it or not. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of their base. The moment they entered through gates, they saw Lin Zhongqing and Li Xiu waiting for them. Luo Lang got down from his hover car and asked in surprise. Why are you here? When he was near the base, he contacted Ling Lan to ask her to prepare for the recruits he was about to bring. At that time, Li Xiu and Lin Zhongqing weren't back yet. I heard from Ling Lan that you are bringing in 998 recruits. Hence, we came here to help. Lin Zhongqing smiled. From the list he got from Ling Lan, he knew that most of the recruits were mecha operators, even those who weren't mecha operators were the outstanding among their peers too. What made him happy was that, these 998 recruits applied to become logisticians. Which mecha clan could be so extravagant like theirs? All the top recruits who were supposed to be mecha operators came to their mecha clan to become logisticians. Although these logisticians would become mecha operators in the future, they would still need to stay in the logistics department for a while before they met the requirements to become a mecha operator. Lin Zhongqing never wanted to keep these top recruits as logisticians. He just wanted to use these talented and strong mecha operators to stimulate his current logisticians so that his logisticians wouldn't be too proud of themselves. Zhongqing, how many people did you get from the logistics department? Luo Lang was most concerned about this question. Lin Zhongqing smiled gently. Fewer than you. I only have 600 people. However, they'll be sent here 3 days later. The logistics department still needed some time to gather the 600 logisticians. Under the pressure of Lin Zhongqing and Li Xiu, they promised to send the logisticians to them 3 days later. Lin Zhongqing and Li Xiu were satisfied with the answer, so they obediently went back to their base. However, they didn't expect Luo Lang and Xie to give them such a huge surprise when they came back. 600. That's not bad too. It's just fewer than us. Luo Lang smiled brightly. Finally, he managed to win once. With the help of Lin Zhongqing, the 998 recruits got sent to their recruit dormitory. After he finished, Qi Long and Han Jijian came back too. They snatched almost 400 soldiers from the middle second corps. They thought that they had snatched many soldiers, but when they heard that Luo Lang and Xie brought back 998 recruits and Li Xiu and Lin Zhongqing brought back 600 logisticians, they felt frustrated. However, their frustration didn't last for long. The other teams came back, but the number of soldiers they came back with was fewer than the 3 teams who came back first. The number was around from 200 to 300. Lin Zhongqing calculated the number of soldiers they got and sighed. Even after snatching soldiers from everywhere, we only got around 2,800 soldiers. Adding the 500 soldiers that we already have, we only have 3,300 soldiers in our mecha clan. It's still fewer than the minimum requirements of 5,000 soldiers. We still need 1,700 soldiers. This number is quite huge. Everyone frowned. They knew why they needed to get soldiers so quickly. They needed to have a full team. That was the only way they could prevent other factions from stuffing men into their mecha clan. Actually, it's fewer than 1,700 soldiers. Li Lanfeng smiled. Have you forgotten the people in the medical center? Those people came from different backgrounds. Yang Mingji didn't trust those people. If you put them in someone else's hands, they might be trouble. However, to our regiment commander, they're nothing. Li Lanfeng was confident in Ling Lan. That's right. Boss will subdue them. As a firm supporter of Ling Lan, Luo Lang supported Li Lanfeng's opinion on the matter. Li Lanfeng smiled at Luo Lang. Luo Lang replied with a bright smile. Unconsciously, they reached an agreement. Xie felt his heart tightening when he saw this scene. He decided to watch over Luo Lang carefully to prevent him from getting fooled by the evil Li Lanfeng. Report. Just as they were discussing among themselves, a soldier suddenly appeared at the entrance. What's the matter? Lin Zhongqing turned to the soldier and asked. Leader, a mecha team has just come to our base. The soldiers looked elated. It's Evil Wind. The Evil Wind mecha team has come. What's going on? Ever since they parted on planet Haijiao, they had never heard anything from Evil Wind again. Thus, when they suddenly received news about their old friends, everyone was stunned. Let's go over and take a look. Yang Mingji suggested. Everyone rushed to the entrance of their base. They saw a team of more than 100 people coming down a hover bus. The person in the lead was the leader of Evil Wind, Yen 3. Yen 3, it's really you. Yang Mingji went forward and welcomed Yen 3 excitedly. Yen 3's age was similar to Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang, so he was closer with them compared to the other leaders. To him, the other leaders were like his children. He had more things to talk about with Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang, so their relationship was better too. Yen 3 and Yang Mingji touched each other's shoulders. Then, Yen 3 greeted the other people and saluted. He shouted, 157 mecha operators from Evil Wind has returned to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. That's good. Welcome back. Everyone was happy. Yang Mingji asked, what happened to you? Regiment Commander Ling went to the unused prep department to bring us back, Yen 3 smiled as he replied. He was excited and glad to be able to work together with his past comrades again. Unused prep department? Lin Zhongqing thought about something. Besides you guys, is there anyone else? How did their boss find this department which was forgotten by everyone? They could get as many soldiers as they want from there and no mecha clans would be unhappy about it. The only problem was, the soldiers inside were all just average or those that were unruly and disobedient. As for Evil Wind, General Ling Xiao must be the one who sent them there. He wouldn't give their boss problematic soldiers, right? Of course. Our regiment commander asked us to move first. He wants me to inform you to prepare for an assessment for more than 2,500 people. Yen 3 replied. More than 2,500 people. Everyone exclaimed. Their boss only did big things. Qiu Yang tried his best to control his urge to grab the handle beside him. Instead, he just used his internal energy to stabilize himself. The strong wind caused by the speed of the buses made most of the soldiers on the buses feel uncomfortable. But, the most important thing was that, there were still some soldiers who weren't affected at all by the wind. They were just standing or leaning against the walls. No matter how much the hover buses moved, they stood straight stably. It was as if the hover buses weren't moving at all. On the surface, Qiu Yang looked the same as them. He knew who those powerful soldiers were. They were the elite Ace Mecha Masters who had high chances of getting into 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Qiu Yang was a proud person, so he didn't want to lose to them. He just gritted his teeth and tried to stand up straight like those elite Ace Mecha Masters. Only he knew how hard it was for him. Finally, the hover buses stopped. This place is not bad. One of the elite aces jumped down from the buses and was surprised. They had stopped at the plaza behind the entrance of the base. There was a huge field in front of them. Some distance away, they could see buildings. This is a good place. Another elite ace smiled in satisfaction. They came to the unused prep department due to a series of coincidences, but some were caused by themselves. For instance, this elite ace had a very high requirement for the facilities in his mecha clan. Hence, he didn't accept any mecha clans which invited him. When he finally saw a base that he was satisfied with, he became a little more serious with the assessment. Well, he was just a little more serious. In his heart, an elite ace like him was a treasure in the military. The 250 Ace Mecha Clan wouldn't bear to reject him. Qiu Yang jumped down from the bus. He was shocked by the magnificent base of 250 Ace Mecha Clan 2 and his urge to join this mecha clan got even stronger. Wang Yiming, I'll definitely climb higher and live a good life. I'll show you that I'm not someone who you can suppress. I must get into 250 Ace Mecha Clan. At that moment, a soldier from 250 Ace Mecha Clan suddenly appeared in the plaza. When he saw that all the soldiers had come down from the bus, he clapped his hands to gain their attention. There were more than 2,500 soldiers, so it was a little messy and disorderly. However, when the soldier clapped his hands, everyone heard it clearly. Everyone instantly focused their attention on the soldier in front of them. Then, their eyes shift to the epaulette on his uniform. He was a senior colonel. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes when he saw the senior colonel. He could feel a strong invisible energy pushing him down. The energy was strong enough to make him feel his knees were being clamped tightly. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a moment. Most of the soldiers thought that the feeling was just an illusion, only a few powerful soldiers knew what the truth was. They looked at the soldier in front of them fearfully. This soldier in front of them must be a domain realm master. Only domain realm masters were able to give them such a frightening pressure. Nice to meet all of you. I'm the team leader of Team 02 in 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Lu Furong. Now, I'll inform you about the details of your assessment. The moment Lu Furong finished speaking, a huge virtual screen appeared beside him. There was a map on the virtual screen. On the map, there were lakes, fields, forests, and mountains. They were linked by multiple small paths. At the end of one path, there was a green dot shining brightly. Xiao Yang looked at the map and concluded that the green dot was where they were currently standing at. Lu Furong's next words confirmed his conclusion. Please remember this map. You will need to rush to your destination as quickly as possible. A red triangle appeared on the virtual screen. This red triangle represents your destination. Before you reach there, you'll go through a series of assessments. I wish you all the best. Before the soldiers could reply, Lu Furong disappeared. Everyone exchanged glances with one another. They didn't expect 250 Ace Mecha Clan to leave them here and ask them to find their way on their own. This is too much. Many soldiers felt that the 250 Ace Mecha Clan were looking down on them. Some soldiers even wanted to leave. Yan Zheng, who sent them over, quickly took out his loudspeaker and shouted, I won't prepare food for anyone who leaves now. Additionally, I'm giving these hover buses to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. If you don't want to go through the assessment, you can walk back yourself. This was the only way Yan Zheng could threaten his soldiers. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to take the risk. The soldiers who wanted to leave thought about the distance between the unused prep department and 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Then, they turned around and decided to go for the assessment. Damn it, they would die of exhaustion if they walked back. As for their food, they were not afraid that Yan Zheng wouldn't give them anything to eat. He wouldn't dare to do it. The soldiers didn't have a choice. They took their luggage and walked towards their destination. Some careful ones walked to the virtual screen and downloaded the map into their communicator. In case they made a mistake during the journey, they could look at the map and move to the correct direction. Xiao Yang downloaded the map too. Then, he chased after the main group. After walking for some distance, they saw a dense forest. Xiao Yang knew that they must walk through this forest to continue their journey. Don't enter a forest. For some reason, Xiao Yang remembered this old saying. He turned serious. His past experiences told him that there must be something wrong with this forest. But, they still needed to get past this forest. Xiao Yang waited for the first group of people to enter before going in. He only walked in when he ascertained that there was nothing amiss with the first group in front of him. The elite aces around him waited to make sure that everything was fine before entering the forest too. There were 32 elite aces participating in this assessment. They were distributed evenly. Some were at the front of the group, some were in the middle while some were at the back. In the command center, the higher authorities of 250 Ace Mecha Clan were watching the big screen in front of them intently. The screen was split into different segments, clearly showing all 2,500 participants. A figure suddenly appeared. It was Lu Furong. He's back. Yang Mingji shifted his body to the left of his seat when he saw Lu Furong coming back. He left a space for Lu Furong and asked him to sit down. Lu Furong walked over and sat down. He asked in a low voice. Old Yang, where are they now? In the forest. There'll be a good show coming up. Yang Mingji smiled. I just hope Little White won't lose control of itself. Gu Dongyang was a kind person. He sighed. The moment Li Lanfeng suggested to let Little White be the one in charge of this assessment, he knew that those people would have a tough time ahead of them. It's okay. Little White knows its boundaries. It won't kill anyone. Li Lanfeng couldn't help but laugh. Yes, it wouldn't kill anyone. However, it would torture those people until they hoped that they could die instead. Xiao Yang was very careful. Even if there was nothing amiss, he still remained vigilant. He never relaxed for a single second. He trusted his instincts. He wouldn't let his guard down just because there was nothing going on around him. Huh? What's that? A soldier in front of him suddenly shouted. Almost instantly, a scream of agony was heard. Ah! The scream echoed throughout the entire forest. The soldiers behind him were dumbfounded. They didn't have any idea on what was happening in the front. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a sense of crisis struck him. Below. He immediately jumped up without hesitation. A tentacle quickly spurted up from the ground and attacked Xiao Yang ferociously. Xiao Yang twirled his body and kicked at the air, kicking the tentacle that was attacking him away at the same time. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, another tentacle attacked him from the back. This attack was out of Xiao Yang's expectation. However, he didn't get nervous. He twisted the upper half of his body and evaded the attack that was supposed to hit him. But, the attack of the tentacles hadn't ended yet. It was only just the start. More than 10 tentacles suddenly rose up from the areas that were covered by bushes and attacked Xiao Yang from all directions. Xiao Yang was able to evade 1 or 2 tentacles, but he couldn't evade so many tentacles at once. The timing of the tentacles was just right. Xiao Yang was like a prey that had entered a trap. He got entangled by the tentacles and couldn't move. Xiao Yang was shocked. He wanted to resist, but he received a sharp knock on his head and he turned unconscious. However, he woke up quickly, but he could no longer see any trees around him anymore. Instead, all he saw the clear blue sky, white clouds and a patch of green land below him. Huh? Why am I in the air? Ah! Xiao Yang quickly understood what had happened to him. Just like those soldiers before him, he let out a frightened high-pitched scream which pierced through the air. Now, he knew why the soldiers in front of him screamed out loud. They were thrown into the air by some tentacle monster. Based on their speed of them rising into the air, they would die the moment they fall to the ground. Ah! Screams from the other soldiers beside him flew past him. They belonged to those elite aces. The speed at which they were thrown into the air was much faster than him. However, soon, he flew past another soldier. He remembered this soldier. He was a special class operator. Their speed of getting thrown into the air had something to do with their capabilities. Xiao Yang seemed to have noticed something, or not. Little White was very happy now. Its master had come back a few days ago. During its time at the base, it was very bored. The people it was familiar with were all training or had missions to do, so Little White had nothing to do in the end. Thus, it spent its time watching some cartoons which were meant for little children. In the shows, it would show pets who didn't have a master were pitiful creatures. Some of them would even become strays in the end. They had no food to eat, no home, and most importantly, no loving master. Those unlucky ones might even be beaten to death. Sob, this world is so scary. Little White must never run away. It will be obedient. Master, please come back and bring me away. Even if you want to run away, please bring me along. Little White sat in front of Ling Lan's mainframe and watched the cartoon she was playing for it. It took a piece of tissue paper with one of its tentacles and wiped its tears as if it was heartbroken. After the tissue paper was all wet from its tears, it would throw the tissue paper accurately into a rubbish bin with its tentacles. Then, it would take another tissue paper and continue crying. Sob, this story makes me sad. Master, I need you to console me. Little White was so touched by the cartoon that it forgot that it was able to injure a Chi Gene master with a single strike of its tentacles. Additionally, domain realm masters couldn't really injure it too. Hence, if it became a stray Little White, it would still be able to live like a king. It wouldn't land in the pitiful states of those stray pets. Little White, how is your mission going? Ling Lan reminded Little White when she saw it being addicted to the cartoon. Ling Lan remembered Colonel Li saying that Little White was in charge of the first assessment. Was it alright for it to stay here and watch cartoons? Huh? Little White looked up in puzzlement with clear signs of tears in its eyes. There was also a new piece of tissue paper in its tentacle. Aren't you in charge of the first assessment? Ling Lan gave a speechless expression on her virtual face. Was it alright to give such an important mission to this little white? Little White's tentacles suddenly froze in midair. Roar! It was dead. It got enchanted by the cartoon and forgot about its mission. Little White disappeared instantly, leaving the tissue paper fluttering in the air as it floated slowly to the seat which Little White was sitting on just now. Ling Lan looked at the tissue paper and sighed softly. I hope that everything will be smooth for Little White and that it won't be eaten by Master Ling Lan. Little White stayed at her place for the longest time, so she knew that once it made a mistake, it would be eaten by Master Ling Lan. Ling Lan didn't understand why Little White would make such mistakes. She didn't understand what kind of punishment eating was too. Was it similar to the day and month training? Ling Lan shook her head to get rid of the random thoughts in her head. Then, she disappeared the next moment. Ling Lan would only show this emotional side of her in front of Ling Lan, Little Four, and Little White. In front of everyone else, she would appear just like any other mainframe but just a little more advanced. Little White quickly came to the forest and saw no one there. It hugged its head with its tentacles and roared in agony. It was dead. It got distracted by the cartoon and let everyone pass the assessment. It was supposed to only let a portion of the soldiers, who were adequate, pass this forest. At that moment, a colonel wearing a mask appeared beside it. Little White. Li Lanfeng called it out. Little White hugged its head and looked at Li Lanfeng pitifully. Li Lanfeng sighed. He pointed to the two figures at the entrance of the plaza. Regiment commander is watching. Rawr! Little White screamed. Pets that made mistakes would be abandoned. I don't want to be a stray Little White. Li Lanfeng looked at it sympathetically and said, Little White, you really killed yourself, huh? Rawr! No. I don't want to become a stray Little White. I must change my destiny. Master, please give me strength. I guess so. Little White's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. In the next second, numerous tentacles moved towards the forest fervently and pulled back the soldiers who had already left the forest. The frightened soldiers landed on the ground with blood drained from their faces, but before they could feel relieved, the tentacles attacked them again. This time, however, they weren't thrown back. They were thrown to the other end of the forest, which was closer to their destination. The numerous soldiers could be seen whizzing through the air. Ah, frightened high-pitched screams filled the air. They became flying humans again. Li Lanfeng looked at the whizzing figures in the air and smiled. I hope that you won't be scared to death. The assessment of 250 Ace Mecha Clan is not that easy to get over. This is enough, Little White. Li Lanfeng noticed that Little White was getting carried away, so he hurriedly reminded it. The excited Little White quickly retracted its tentacles. In the next moment, it turned back to its pocket-sized Little White again. Rawr! Master, how was my performance? Was it good? Little White had already forgotten that it almost made a mistake after its spectacular showing just now. It rushed out of the forest happily and jumped into Ling Lan's arm. It started rolling around and acting cute in front of Ling Lan. Ling Lan flicked Little White's forehead softly. She communicated with it using her spiritual power. You made a mistake, but I'll forgive you this time. Maybe this flying experience was better than the assessment they planned to give the soldiers in the first place. Rawr! Master isn't angry. That is good. That is good. Little White jumped onto Ling Lan's shoulder happily. It rubbed its round and fat body against Ling Lan's cheeks to show its excitement. Is that your pet? Yan Zheng, who was standing beside Ling Lan, asked in surprise. He had never seen such a weird and cute-looking creature before. He didn't expect a cold man like Ling Lan to have such a cute little pet. In his mind, Ling Lan didn't look like someone who would have a pet. Even if she did, it might be a ferocious pet like a giant savage beast. I guess so. Ling Lan reached out and pinched the little bastard who was attempting to touch her. Then, amidst Little White screeching, Ling Lan smushed Little White into different shapes. It feels good to squeeze it. Ling Lan smiled slightly. She liked to squeeze Little White. It's really fun. However, to Yan Zheng, he felt that Ling Lan's smile was vicious and ruthless. Yan Zheng shivered silently. As expected, for a killing machine like Regiment Commander Ling, cute wasn't a reason for him to raise a pet. It had to be said that sometimes, certain impressions that other people had about Ling Lan wasn't what she wanted to portray. It was other people's own thoughts which they felt was the reality. In actual fact, Ling Lan really took Little White in just because it was cute. Yan Jing felt that this conversation couldn't carry on anymore, so he changed the topic. Regiment Commander Ling, was that part of the assessment? Ling Lan smiled as she glanced at him. You noticed it? If you just want them to go to the destination, you wouldn't have placed ambush inside the forest. As a bystander, Yan Jing managed to see the motive behind Ling Lan's actions. I wonder if the 2,500 soldiers could see this point, Ling Lan asked calmly. Actually, the assessment was the journey to their destination. If the soldiers didn't understand this point, it would be useless even if they reached the destination. Yan Jing smiled bitterly. He sighed. Regiment Commander Ling, I have a request. It might be hard, but I wonder if you can give them some hints. These soldiers spent a long time in the unused prep department, so these soldiers might be able to maintain their strengths, but their vigilance and alertness to their surroundings might decrease due to the environment they were previously living in. It couldn't be compared to those veteran soldiers who always went on the battlefield. I'll give them what they deserve. As for the rest, they have to rely on themselves, Ling Lan replied coldly. Yan Jing wanted to say more to help his soldiers, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just sighed and hoped that the soldiers would realize this point. Qiu Yang was very lucky and unlucky at the same time. He got thrown into the air again, but this time, he landed right at the exit of the forest. Qiu Yang was dizzy from all the throwing around, so he staggered as he tried to get up. After a few minutes, he finally felt better. He quickly inspected his body. He realized that after he flew into the air 2 times and fall to the ground both times, he wasn't hurt at all. After that, Qiu Yang started looking around him and he saw many soldiers around him. They were all struggling to get up from the ground. Their eyes were in a daze too. After examining his surroundings, Qiu Yang narrowed his eyes in contemplation. He realized that all the soldiers around him were powerful soldiers. Some were even stronger than him. The elite aces were beside him too. Qiu Yang counted them and concluded all of the elite aces were present. The other people around him were mostly normal ace operators like Qiu Yang. There were a few special class operators too. It seemed like the tentacle monster didn't select the soldiers at random. It did it with a purpose. They were thrown to the exit of the forest, but most of the soldiers were still at the entrance of the forest. Those soldiers at the entrance needed to start all over again. Qiu Yang wasn't sure if they were able to escape the attacks from the tentacle monster. Has the assessment started yet? Qiu Yang suddenly thought of something and he quickly opened the map that he downloaded. On the map, he could see his position at the exit of the forest. Qiu Yang stared at the map intently. Suddenly, he noticed that the time on the upper left-hand corner of the map had changed into a countdown. 1:23. Everyone overlooked this point because they left at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The countdown on the map was at 2 o'clock too. Hence, everyone thought that this number represented the time of the day. 1:22. Qiu Yang waited for 1 minute and saw the countdown decreased by 1. He confirmed that the time was actually a countdown. By now, Qiu Yang realized that the assessment had started. Although he didn't know what the criteria for the assessment was, he knew that if they didn't arrive at their destination within 2 hours, the results wouldn't be good. Qiu Yang calculated the distance between him and the destination. If he continued at the pace he was walking at just now, he wouldn't be able to reach his destination within the allocated time. If he wanted to finish this mission, he had to do his best, or more than his best. Qiu Yang finally understood why the senior Colonel Lu told them that they had to rush to their destination. They really had to rush there. As Qiu Yang was confirming his guess, many soldiers had already left. Qiu Yang quickly caught up with them and joined this group of people. But, not all the soldiers realized this point. Some of the soldiers that got thrown to the exit wasn't urgent at all, they just continued their journey at a comfortable pace. At that moment, in a normal logistics department of a normal mecha clan, a bunch of female JMCs was changing out of their uniform in the changing room as they prepared to end their work for the day. Staff Sergeant Mei, are you accepting Captain Lin's invite to the Shallow Moon House? A pretty female soldier jumped in front of a cold-looking female soldier after she finished changing and asked curiously. Not interested. Mei Gu, or Lady Mei as we normally called her, gave a look of disgust in response. In the afternoon, when they were on their way to their workplace, Captain Lin suddenly popped out of nowhere and asked Lady May to meet him at Shallow Moon House, the private room in the cafeteria, at 3 p.m. He appeared so arrogant when he spoke to Lady May. It was as though his action of inviting Lady May was a blessing from the heavens for her. Lady May felt like puking when she saw that arrogant face. This scene made Lady May recall the 250 Ace Mecha clan. If anyone dared to look at Senior Captain Han like that, she would beat the person up furiously and show them what the result of appearing arrogant in front of her was. She has merits on her and she is a staff sergeant. Moreover, the moment she came here, she became our leader. How can she be satisfied with just a captain? She must have placed her attention on those majors. Another sergeant started jeering at her. All the female soldiers in the changing room suddenly turned quiet. Some even shrunk into the corners to hide themselves from the upcoming fight between two sergeants. One was their leader while the other was their deputy leader who had been with them for a long time. By right, they should listen to Staff Sergeant May. However, in terms of relationship, they were closer to their deputy. After all, their leader only just came 5 months ago. The fight between these two people caused them to be in a dilemma. Ultimately, this was the result of Staff Sergeant May not suppressing her deputy leader. Lady May frowned. Ever since she took away the position of the leader, this person kept teasing and jeering her whenever she had the chance to. Even after 5 months, she still continued doing it. Actually, Lady May had the means to suppress her. She just didn't want to do it. This position wasn't what she wanted, so she didn't place much importance in her position. When she knew that she got sent to this mecha clan, she immediately contacted Senior Captain Han in hopes that Senior Captain Han could transfer her to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. She was willing to be a normal soldier if she had to. Unfortunately, Senior Captain Han told her to remain calm and wait for her message. Hence, Lady May had no choice but to come to this mecha clan. She waited for the anticipated message. Yet, after 5 months, she received no message or any follow-up for that matter. After waiting for so long without any news, even the always calm Lady May started to get agitated. Sometimes, she would even wonder if Senior Captain Han had forgotten about her. In actuality, she wasn't the only one waiting to get back to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The other JMCs from Base 013 were waiting to be transferred back too. Beep. 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 Lady May finished changing and was about to leave the changing room when her communicator suddenly vibrated. Lady May looked down and saw a message. Her heart started pounding quickly as she finished reading the message. The time has come. Go apply for the logistician reassignment. This is from Senior Captain Han. Lady May jumped up in excitement. When the female soldiers in the changing room saw Lady May's sudden outburst of joy, they were shocked at her uncharacteristic behavior. But, when the deputy leader saw her acting like that, a look of fear flashed past her face. Was Staff Sergeant May going to do something to her now? Lady May had disregarded her for the past 5 months, so she had forgotten the fact that her military rank was lower than Lady May. If Lady May wanted to teach her a lesson now and punish her for being disrespectful, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Sergeant Yang, congratulations, Lady May suddenly said to the deputy leader in all seriousness. She was finally able to get out of this backward clan and move to a progressive clan where females were treated as equals. The deputy leader was stunned. Why was she congratulating her? But, Lady May had no intentions of explaining herself. She just left the changing room immediately after saying her congratulations and rushed to the logistics department office. Did the headquarters announce for a logistician reassignment? Lady May went right to the topic. Yes. The logistics department was bothered by this announcement too. Most of the logisticians liked to work in a place they were familiar with, so not many of them would want to be sent to a new department on a short notice. Only those logisticians who had no home would be sent to other mecha clans. I want to register. Lady May slapped the table fiercely. The staff member from the logistics department looked at Lady May's rank and was surprised. Staff Sergeant, all the logisticians who are participating in this reassignment are just normal soldiers. If you apply, you will have to rise up from a normal soldier again. This was the reason why reassignment was tough. If the reassignment came with a promotion in rank, the number of people applying would increase significantly. However, in this reassignment, there wasn't such benefit for the applying soldiers. What was worse was that, they had to start from the bottom all over again. Which veteran logistician wanted to start all over from the bottom again? As for the new soldiers, there were 3 more months before the recruits officially came. Even if I have to start from the bottom, I will want to apply for this reassignment, Lady May said firmly. You are as strong-hearted as any male soldier I've met. The staff raised his thumb at her and then helped Lady May with her application. He seemed afraid that Lady May might suddenly regret her actions. The core department above them had ordered all the mecha clans to choose 1 logistician each for this reassignment. Luckily, Lady May's appearance resolved this difficulty. When Lady May saw her information being entered into the system, she was so excited that her toes were dancing around in her shoes. The staff member from the logistics department heaved a sigh of relief too. He finally completed this hard order. He almost thought that he needed to force someone into applying this reassignment. The same scene happened in some of the other mecha clans too. However, in most of the mecha clans, some unlucky logisticians got picked for the reassignment. They cried as they got sent to the headquarters. Qiu Yang experienced quite a difficult time in the trek to their final destination. He came to a river but there were no bridges, so instinctively he figured that he should swim across the river, but what they didn't expect was that there were people hiding inside the river, waiting to ambush without any prior notice. These people removed almost a third of the participating soldiers. Qiu Yang took much effort to swim across the river amidst all the mess. Then, he arrived at a canyon. However, in this canyon, every nook and cranny was laced with traps. This was also out of their expectations. Half of the leftover soldiers collapsed there, even some elite aces got stopped there too. However, even after all those secret ambushes and dangerous traps, it was still not the end of the assessment. When the lucky Qiu Yang reached the final destination, there were already 28 people who arrived before him. He was the 29th person to arrive. 22 of the 29 soldiers were elite aces. Expectedly, elite aces performed much better than normal aces in this assessment. There were 6 normal aces there including Qiu Yang. Qiu Yang looked at them. To his surprise, 5 of them were infamous people like him. They even had fought before. There were even some grudges between them. He didn't expect them to find the real aim of the assessment and arrive at the destination on time. Qiu Yang was the most curious about the only special class operator who arrived at the final destination. Compared to everyone's haggard appearances, this special class operator looked very clean and neat. He looked as though he didn't meet any obstacles at all. But, that was impossible. Qiu Yang knew that there was no shortcut to the final destination. They had to pass through all the obstacles. In the end, there were only 2 possibilities for his arrival, either this person was very strong or that he was very lucky. He might be so strong that those obstacles were nothing to him, or he might be so lucky that he evaded all the obstacles and arrived at the destination smoothly. What was the identity of the special class operator? Qiu Yang secretly observed the special class operator. No matter who he was not a simple person. Qiu Yang wasn't the only one who noticed the special class operator. The other 27 soldiers got on their guards too. In order to reach the destination within the designated time, this special class operator must be someone very hard to deal with. The special class operator didn't seem to realize that everyone looking at him with vigilance. He just smiled as he looked at the 2 people standing in front of all the soldiers. One of them was a serious lieutenant colonel while the other was a colonel wearing a mask. When the soldiers arrived at their destination, these 2 officers were waiting for them there already. Li Lanfeng looked at his communicator. Then, he raised his head and said, "The time." "Wait. I'm here." A soldier ran over quickly from afar. In the next second, he arrived in front of everyone. He was the 30th soldier to arrive. Did he arrive on time? Everyone looked at Li Lanfeng for a response. Li Lanfeng smiled. "Sometimes, it's better to be on time than to be early. I haven't completed my sentence yet, so you're on time." The soldier that had just arrived was elated. He felt that the officers of 250 Ace Mecha clan were easy to talk to. The 29 soldiers that had already arrived heaved sighs of relief too. "Now, I announce that the time is up." Li Lanfeng finally ended the assessment. "Zhongqing, your task is up now. If you need help, you can look for us." Li Lanfeng turned around and smiled at Lin Zhongqing. Yes, I know, Lin Zhongqing replied seriously. He wouldn't reject the help from his comrades. It turns out that those soldiers who didn't complete the assessment would be swept into Lin Zhongqing's logistics department to undergo hell training. Only 30 soldiers passed the assessment to become the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. This was only around 1% of the soldiers who participated in this assessment. This meant that a lot of soldiers would be entering the logistics department, which would place a huge burden on the logistics department. This was why Li Lanfeng asked Lin Zhongqing to ask them for help if he required it. Soon, Li Lanfeng left with the 30 soldiers that had passed, leaving Lin Zhongqing behind to wait for the remaining soldiers. The remaining soldiers finally arrived at the destination as the sky turned dark. They were tired and hungry. They didn't expect this assessment to be so dangerous. Some of them were even locked in the traps for half a day before they were let out. Is everyone here? When they heard the question, all the soldiers just exchanged glances with one another in confusion. They didn't know if everyone had arrived. However, Lin Zhongqing wasn't asking them. Many messages suddenly appeared on his communicator. The ambushes throughout the assessment were done by his logisticians. That meant that none of the official mecha operators took part in this assessment. When his logisticians confirmed that no one was left behind, Lin Zhongqing said coldly, "Follow me. It's already so late. We're hungry and tired, and you're bringing us to the assessment now." One of the soldiers couldn't help but voice out his complaint, "You should at least let us fill up our stomach first." When Lin Zhongqing heard the complaint, he turned around slowly and sneered. "Do you think you have the right to participate in the assessment based on your lousy results?" "What?" All the soldiers exclaimed in anger. Many of which appeared indignant. "If you are not bringing us to the assessment, where are you leading us? You want a chance, right?" Lin Zhongqing wasn't afraid of their anger. He replied coldly, "Our regiment commander gave you a chance, but you can't even meet the lowest requirements. What a bunch of useless soldiers." "What did you say?" "Bastard, you are the useless one." One of the elite aces got trapped in an ambush for hours, so he was feeling quite frustrated now. Hence, when he heard what Lin Zhongqing said, he rushed out angrily and attempted to attack Lin Zhongqing with his fist. Boom! The elite ace was suddenly pressed flat to the ground. An arrogant young lieutenant colonel, who had a vicious look in his eyes, said dangerously, "Who are you calling a useless, punk? Are you looking for death?" He lifted the elite ace off the ground and then slammed him to the ground again. This time, however, the elite ace got injured as blood could be seen flowing out of his mouth. Lin Zhongqing remained calm as he flicked the dust off his sleeves and looked at the elite ace on the ground. He said coldly, "You can't even withstand one attack. How are you not a useless soldier?" The elite ace got so angered by his words that he vomited another mouthful of blood again. The other soldiers, on the other hand, felt their anger being doused by a large bucket of water when they saw an elite ace getting defeated in a single blow. Everyone turned quiet. They appeared to have lost their rebel spirit. Lin Zhongqing shook his head in disappointment. This performance was kind of expected out from the soldiers from the unused prep department, but they had way too many problems. Luckily, their 250 Ace Mecha clan was only afraid of having not enough people and nothing else. He turned to look at the young man who subdued the elite ace. "Leader Li, have your men arrived yet?" The person who helped him was the leader of Team 10, Li Yingjie. "They're here. Zhongqing, you can give your order." Li Yingjie released the elite ace's throat and stood up. "Bring these people to the cafeteria. Although I don't think these people are useful, we'll still bring them to the cafeteria to fill up their stomach on behalf of Chief Yen." Lin Zhongqing turned around and left after he finished speaking. The soldiers had different reactions to his words. Some were furious, at loss, and some just seemed indifferent. At that moment, a bunch of soldiers suddenly appeared around them. What was weird was that these soldiers had very excited expressions on their faces. They seemed to be hoping that they would resist so that there would be more fun for them. Out of this group of soldiers surrounding them, there were actually colonels and senior colonels. From the fight that just happened, they could already tell that the lieutenant colonel was stronger than all of them. If so, how strong would these group of soldiers surrounding them be? Originally, they thought Lin Zhongqing's words were said because 250 didn't take soldiers who were handed to them out of contempt. But after seeing these colonel-rank soldiers, they held in the anger inside of them. Now, Yan Zheng, who was at the command center watching the assessment, sighed when he saw only 30 of his soldiers pass the assessment. He smiled bitterly. Regiment Commander Ling, when those bastards finish eating dinner, I will take them back with me. It was too embarrassing. An elite ace couldn't even go one round against a lieutenant colonel. That lieutenant colonel who made a move is called Liangjie. Although his rank isn't high, he's still one of my 10 main team leaders, Ling Lan said calmly. In reality, the rank of lieutenant colonel in the military wasn't as insignificant as Ling Lan just said. This rank was enough to be responsible for the position of regiment commander of a clan. If a lieutenant colonel were to be assigned somewhere not 250, he would be given the best treatment, much like a treatment given to a king. The reason why a lieutenant colonel wasn't worth much in 250 was because when they entered 250 Ace Mecha clan, most of them were already the rank of lieutenant colonel. Additionally, the merits received from Planet Haijiao's battle allowed these colonel-rank mecha operators to be promoted by one rank. Only a few mecha operators who were originally senior colonels did not advance into the rank of major general. In the end, these particular soldiers were reimbursed in different ways to compensate for their valiant efforts in the battle. On the side of logistics, all the personnel advanced in rank because of the merits they gained from the battle to become sergeant, while the previous sergeants became captains. Many of the captains, those who were first lieutenants or senior captains, had successfully advanced into major rank based on their merits from battle too. Just like that, an oddball of a mecha clan was created. There were countless sergeants, captains, and majors walking about in the clan, but not a single standard soldier. However, in theory, as new recruits and soldiers joined the mecha clan, this odd situation would be broken eventually. However, that was only a possibility. Ling Lan's comforting words made Yan Jing feel grateful towards her. He knew that Regiment Commander Ling was just comforting his own ego. Their elite ace operator lost to her mecha clan's main team leader. It should be known that 250 Ace Mecha Clan's main team leaders were all peak-level Ace operators. Some were even halfway into the Imperial level, so losing to them was in fact not embarrassing. Yan Jing knew that he was only comforting himself with that thought, otherwise, just the young face of that lieutenant colonel was enough to make him lose all of his pride. As for the soldiers who didn't pass, Ling Lan was silent for a few seconds and then said, "Don't be in a hurry to take them back." Yan Zheng was dumbfounded as he didn't know what Ling Lan meant by her words. "Let them train here for a week, then make them take the logistics assessment." Ling Lan spoke out the decision she made long ago. Huh? Logistics? Did he hear something wrong? Yan Zheng was a bit stupefied. Although these soldiers didn't pass 250 Ace Mecha Clan's Mecha Operator assessment, no matter how bad they were still Mecha Operators. If they weren't mecha operators, they were also outstanding individuals in their own respective fields. The division headquarters didn't want these individuals to be wasted, so they put them in the unused prep department to wait for someone who would be willing to take a chance on them. If they were willing to be logistics personnel who would be ordered around by others, then these soldiers wouldn't have stayed in the unused prep department for such a long time. They would have been taken by other clans to fill up their numbers long ago. And you, Chief Yan, will be assisting our department head Lin to complete this task. Alright, it's all decided then. Ling Lan didn't care how much Yan Zheng was surprised or in disbelief. She didn't give Yan Zheng any chance to speak and just made the decision for him. Not only did those soldiers get taken in by 250 Ace Mecha Clan as logistics personnel, but he was also taken in. Faced with the cold and calculating Ling Lan, Yan Zheng gulped down his saliva in fear. After deciding to take the risk of potentially offending the domineering Ling Lan, he said with a difficult expression his face, Regiment Commander Ling, the unused prep department still needs me to take care of some administrative matters. I probably won't be able to stay for too long. Since you brought all of the soldiers stationed in your department here, the existence of your department is no longer required." Ling Lan looked at Yan Jing calmly as she announced her decision. But the headquarters, Yan Jing wiped away cold sweat from his forehead. Even though he knew that Ling Lan's words had strong reasons behind them, Yan Jing couldn't imagine himself being able to live a long life in her presence. Hence, he could only try his best to find a way to save himself. At that moment, Yan Jing suddenly felt his wrist vibrate. Someone was contacting him through his communicator. "Regiment Commander Ling, I have a call here." Yan Jing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. There was finally a way for him to avert the intimidating gaze of Regiment Commander Ling and to calm down. Ling Lan glanced at the communicator on his wrist. Yan Jing quickly put up his wrist to show the light which indicated a call was coming in. This was to prove that he didn't lie. It's probably already time for the documents to be sent out. Take the call, Ling Lan said calmly. Oh, okay. Yan Jing unconsciously followed along with Ling Lan's orders. After hitting the connect button, a virtual screen appeared in front of him and a beautiful female captain appeared on the screen. Yan Jing, Major Yan from the unused prep department. The female captain asked softly. Yes, Yan Jing here. Yan Jing had a serious expression on his face. He knew who this female officer was. She was a clerk who gave notices from the headquarters to soldiers around the military. I am the division headquarters clerk, serial number XXXXX. After the female officer stated her identity, she continued, now, I'm giving a reassignment order from the headquarters. Major Yan Jing, originally from the unused prep department, will be assigned as the deputy department head of the logistics department in 250 Ace Mecha Clan as of today. Your rank advances to lieutenant colonel and you will be aiding the department head in handling the new recruits. Please confirm that you understand this reassignment, Lieutenant Colonel Yan. Yan Jing felt nauseous from the sudden order given to him. Lieutenant Colonel Yan, please confirm that you understand this reassignment. The female captain noticed that Yan Jing didn't confirm the reassignment order she had sent to him, so she reminded him again. Oh, yes. Her words finally woke up Yan Jing, as he immediately confirmed himself receiving the orders. Not long after, the reassignment details were downloaded. Yan Jing opened it and saw that it was indeed the same as what the female captain had just said. He was reassigned to 250 Ace Mecha Clan to be the deputy head of the logistics department. The headquarters were even afraid that an outsider like him suddenly entering the logistics department of 250 Ace Mecha Clan would cause the department to be in disarray, so even his duties were clearly outlined in the details. Yan Jing smiled bitterly at his fate. He didn't expect that after taking care of them for so many years, he still couldn't get away from overseeing those soldiers from the unused prep department. However, this situation was fine for him. He would be worried if he had just left those soldiers in 250 Ace Mecha Clan alone. Since you got your orders, go rest up for the night. Report to the logistics department tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. and speak to department head Lin. Ling Lan saw that Yan Jing didn't have any questions about his reassignment, so she gave him an order to rest. Yan Jing still had a dumbfounded expression on his face, but Ling Lan's orders made him raise his right hand and salute by reflex. Yes, Regiment Commander. After walking out of the command center, Yan Jing finally woke up from his daze. He looked at the reassignment order on his communicator and sighed after being silent for a short moment. It turns out Regiment Commander Ling was thinking of taking all of them from the very beginning. Yan Jing, who was not slow-witted, thought in detail and understood Ling Lan's real plans. It was just funny that in the beginning he was trying his best to sell those soldiers to Ling Lan in fear that she wasn't going to take even a single one. Even if Ling Lan was the 23 RD Division's prince, she still needed to go through the proper procedures of getting an officer reassigned. These procedures was definitely not possible to be completed in 1 or 2 hours. It was possible that when Ling Lan entered the unused prep department, she had already begun organizing this reassignment. Unknowingly, he fell into Ling Lan's trap. Yan Jing turned around and looked at the command center. Despite not being able to see Ling Lan, Yan Jing's eyes still had a slight hint of fear in them. Even if Regiment Commander Ling lost her ability to operate a mecha, with just her plotting and scheming abilities, it was already enough for her to hold her own. Lin Zhongqing let Li Yingjia's team take the 2,500 or so soldiers to the large cafeteria. He however, went to Li Shiyu's medical treatment center. He walked straight into the laboratory specially made for Li Shiyu. Unsurprisingly, Li Shiyu was there. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Li Shiyu walked out of the sterile room and came to outer parts of the large laboratory. Something you need? Li Shiyu was surprised by Lin Zhongqing's visit. Lin Zhongqing was probably the most busy one out of all of them because the workload in the logistics department. Although there were He Chaoyang, Li Jinghong and the others helping him out, they still didn't have Lin Zhongqing's charisma and magic touch. Some more official matters still needed Lin Zhongqing to make the final decision. Unless he needed something, he wouldn't have free time to come by and say hi to Li Shiyu. Do you have the special level treatment medicine? The ones that can heal you in 4 hours? Lin Zhongqing didn't beat around the bushes and went straight to the point. I do. Li Shiyu's eyes narrowed but he still gave an answer. How much do you have? Lin Zhongqing asked. Li Shiyu's expression quickly became serious as he went silent for a few seconds. Then, he asked, what are you planning to do? Train. Lin Zhongqing didn't plan on hiding anything. Of course, he couldn't hide it either. Perhaps he could have successfully fooled others, but he couldn't fool Li Shiyu. Similarly, he wouldn't be able to fool Boss 2, so there was no reason to hide. You want to train during the first half of the night, then use the recovery agent to recover in the second half. Li Shiyu instantly understood what Lin Zhongqing was planning on doing. Why? Li Shiyu asked in a serious tone. Why was Lin Zhongqing suddenly rushing to be stronger just like what Han Jijian was doing? He clearly could just stay at his current level. After all, he wasn't like Han Jijian, who had Li Lanfeng constantly reminding him that he was falling behind. Lin Zhongqing's eyes became dark and didn't answer for a while. When Li Shiyu thought Lin Zhongqing wasn't going to answer his question, Lin Zhongqing finally spoke up, I don't want to become a weak person, especially not in the mind of that annoying guy. He was confident that he could avoid the attack of that elite ace operator, but he couldn't be like Li Yingjie, who took that operator down with just one move. It turns out, unknowingly, the distance between him and Li Yingjie had become so wide. He didn't know why, but the scene of Li Yingjie embarrassing him back in the Scout Academy began to appear in his mind. If Qi Long and the others had done that instead, Lin Zhongqing perhaps would not have felt anything. However, the person who made the move was Li Yingjie, and it left a bad taste in Lin Zhongqing's mouth after that. Did Li Yingjie actually think he was weak? Was that a way of humiliating him? He could lose to anyone, but just not to that bastard. He will become stronger. In the future, he will definitely make a move before that bastard. Then, tell him that Lin Zhongqing's problems will be dealt by him and that he didn't need him to meddle in them. Li Shiyu saw the burning passion in Lin Zhongqing's eyes and sighed. He knew he couldn't stop him anymore. He turned around, opened a medicine cabinet, took out a row of medicine, and passed it to Lin Zhongqing. This is the amount for 1 week. When you are finished with those, come to me to get more. Thank you, Shiyu. Lin Zhongqing took over the medicine gratefully. He was overjoyed that he had friends who supported him silently. However, don't overdo the training. You have to remember to have 4 hours of recovery time. Otherwise, if the wounds from your previous session of training were not fully healed, it would add on to the new wounds on the next day. If that happens, not only would your capabilities stay the same, it would also cause lifelong wounds on your body, Li Shiyu reminded repeatedly. I will be careful, responded Lin Zhongqing earnestly. He wanted to increase his capabilities while not destroying his body. Lin Zhongqing was more calm and logical in this aspect compared to Han Jijian. Lin Zhongqing took the medicinal agent and left the laboratory happily. Li Shiyu silently sat down at his desk and suddenly smirked, looks like I now have to work hard as well, otherwise I'm going to be left behind by them. Li Shiyu, who was moved by Lin Zhongqing's actions, also made the decision to train. However, before that, I need to finish making the second generation of the new Y agent. Li Shiyu knew what his priorities were. I didn't think our regiment commander would be able to successfully bid for that plant from planet Juhao. Although I don't know which one out of the 3 companies it was, but the amount they sent over this time is enough for me to use for quite a while. I hope that the second generation Nuwa agent will be able to help our regiment commander recover from his injuries and reawaken his body's recovery power. Li Shiyu had a cold expression on his face. This was the last hope. If it didn't work, their regiment commander would not have any chance to pilot mechas. It would be such a shame for their regiment commander, who had terrifying operating talents in piloting, to not be able to pilot a mecha again. Right as Lin Zhongqing returned to the command center, he received Ling Lan's orders to go and see her. Ling Lan was the only person in the command center. Well, other than Meng Lan and Little White, who were talking to each other. Seeing it was Lin Zhongqing, Little White didn't pay any heed to him and continued to talk to Meng Lan. Of course, only they could understand what they were talking about. Others would only hear Little White, Rars, and see Meng Lan's standard smile. Boss, Lin Zhongqing shouted out loud, surprising Ling Lan, who was thinking deeply in that moment. Sit. Ling Lan gestured to Lin Zhongqing for him to sit. Lin Zhongqing chose the seat on Ling Lan's right side and sat up straight. I summoned you here to tell you that tomorrow there will be someone called Yan Zheng who will report to your logistics department. His position will be the deputy head of the logistics department. Ling Lan went straight to the point. Lin Zhongqing's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ling Lan with his raised head. I understand, boss. During all this time, the logistics department was on your shoulders. It must have been difficult for you, said Ling Lan. It's all right, boss, Lin Zhongqing said anxiously. He wasn't in it for the power, instead he was working so hard because he was afraid that he would disappoint Ling Lan's expectations for him. Zhongqing, I'm very comfortable handing over logistics to you, but you are held back by it. Ling Lan shook her hand and stopped Lin Zhongqing from speaking any further. Our future isn't only 250 Ace Mecha Clan. We will climb higher and walk further. Ling Lan's cold gaze swept towards Lin Zhongqing. However, how much we could climb and walk together depends on our own capabilities. Lin Zhongqing's body shook abruptly as he seemed to have understood something. So, I found someone to lessen the burden on your shoulders. This person is quite talented, but how you use him will be on you. Don't disappoint me, said Ling Lan calmly. Lin Zhongqing held in the excitement in his heart and took a deep breath. Then, he calmly said, yes, boss. Ling Lan waved her hand to tell Lin Zhongqing that he could now leave. Lin Zhongqing saluted her and turned around to leave. Another thing, suddenly, Ling Lan's voice rang from behind him. Lin Zhongqing quickly turned around and waited for his boss's next order. This is a military camp, so don't call me boss. Otherwise, you'll be punished by military law. Ling Lan sounded a bit helpless. She had already said it countless times, but these kids still blatantly broke the rule in front of her. Luckily, she was tolerant enough to ignore their mistakes. However, she couldn't continue to ignore their mistakes anymore as there were thousands of new recruits entering the clan, so they had to act like a clan, not like some mafia gang. The reason she was suddenly being strict with that rule was to prevent these new kids from straying to the wrong path and becoming a group of bandits. Ling Lan couldn't imagine herself being able to hide her embarrassment when they called her boss so loudly in public. Understood, boss. Lin Zhongqing replied loudly and smirked slightly. Seeing his boss shot him a cold yet helpless glance, Lin Zhongqing left right away and disappeared from Ling Lan's sight. These guys want to watch the world burn. Ling Lan rubbed her aching forehead. On the bright side, she finally managed to resolve Lin Zhongqing's issue. Lin Zhongqing was too tightly bound to the logistics department, and with the expansion of the Mecha clan, his workload and the burden on his shoulders would increase tremendously, something Ling Lan didn't want to see. This was why when she saw that Yan Zheng was a great logistician, she decisively made some calls and reassigned him to 250 Ace Mecha clan to help Lin Zhongqing. In the cafeteria, the 2,500 or so soldiers were served with high-quality food and drinks. They thought that they were treated well because 250 Ace Mecha clan was concerned that they would be hungry on their way back to the unused prep department, so they gave them a meal to ease their hunger. These soldiers were very grateful of 250 Ace Mecha clan officers' kind gesture. However, their feeling of gratefulness quickly disappeared. When they were told that they were staying for special training for one more week for the assessment of logistics personnel, everyone became furious. There was no doubt in their minds that 250 Ace Mecha clan was humiliating them. Just as they were about to gather together and revolt against the decision, they saw a surprising scene when they were taken to the training grounds. On the training grounds, thousands of outstanding cadets, majors, lieutenant colonels, senior colonels, elite and peak-level aces were taking on brutal training regimens. There were also instructors standing all around them with a few medical teams on hold. No matter if it was elite ace operators or peak-level ones, or cadets who were looking forward to the merits of the future, or any other types of soldiers, they were all training on this training ground. These soldiers completed different training regimens one after the other as if there wasn't an end to it. Finally, some soldiers who had reached their limits fell on the ground. The instructors closest to where they fell would only shout, "Stand up." Some soldiers stood up, while some couldn't even stand even if they wanted to. When the instructors saw that they had really reached their limit, he would gesture towards the medical team to come over. The instructors only seemed to be ruthless on the outside, but when someone were to actually reach their limit, he would still send a medical team to treat those soldiers. The soldiers from the unused prep department had this thought in their minds. However, what happened next completely changed what they knew about the world. One of the soldiers that fell down instantly became reinvigorated when the medical team came near him. He quickly pushed himself to get up and finally stood up just before the medical team could get near him. However, that was just his last spurt. After walking only a few more steps, he fell down on the ground once again. However, he still didn't give up. That soldier had a savage look on his face as he ignored the immense pain wrecking his entire body. He dug his nails into the hard ground and crawled forward slowly with all of his might. Seeing the soldier could still move, the instructor waved his hand, signaling to the medical team to stop moving temporarily. Why? Why did this happen? Why didn't he accept the treatment? Why did he have to crawl forward until his last breath? The soldiers from the unused prep department couldn't understand the reasons behind his desperation to continue. However, their questions were quickly answered as there were still people who completely exhausted their energy and went unconscious. At that moment, the instructor would let the medical team go in and inject a medicinal agent into their bodies. As expected, they were treating him, right? The soldier that was injected instantly woke up with bulging eyes. This made the soldiers watching him breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, these soldiers had terrified expressions on their faces. The soldier that just woke up suddenly screamed towards the heavens. His entire body began to struggle and squirm, and his face formed a horrified expression because of the pain. Just kill me. Just kill me. That soldier was struggling so fiercely that he needed 2 medics to hold him down. How painful must it be to make a soldier rather die than to accept the torment? If you can't get past this, you'll die even if you don't want to die. The medics who were holding that soldier down didn't have any sympathy and instead sneered at him. That soldier screamed again with a sound that could send chills down everyone's spines. He struggled even more. His eyes, ears, nose and mouth had black blood dripping out, which made him look even more savage and terrifying. This scene terrified the soldiers watching from the side. Ow! A large force suddenly came from the struggling soldier, which sent the 2 medics flying. Right at that moment, an instructor who was watching from the side jumped up and used one hand to hold down the soldier who was struggling onto the ground to make sure he couldn't move anymore. Thank you, Leader Lu. The 2 medics quickly stood up and saluted towards the instructor who stepped in. It turns out, the instructor who stepped in was the leader Lu Furong from Team 02. You actually couldn't hold down an exhausted logistics personnel. Go back and train for 3 days, Lu Furong said coldly. After hearing the order, the faces of the 2 medics began to twitch. Yes, Leader Lu. Training for 3 days meant that they had to go through this terrifying experience 3 times. After thinking up to this point, the 2 of them instantly trembled at the thought. The other medics, on the other hand, became even more serious as they raised their awareness of their surroundings. They warned themselves that they must not follow in the footsteps of those 2 medics. At that moment, everyone also discovered that the instructors, who were surrounding the training grounds, were all colonel rank officers. Many were even senior colonels. The person who stepped in was a senior colonel. They were the type of existence these soldiers looked up to. After remembering how the medics called him, everyone took in a deep cold breath. Could the 56 instructors standing around them actually be the team leaders of 250 Ace Mecha Clan? The soldiers, not knowing how 250 Ace Mecha Clan was organized, believed that this Mecha Clan was full in terms of personnel and thus had 56 team leaders. In reality, some of the Federation's top-tier titled Super Mecha Clans were composed with the amount of people of 5 to 6 standard clans combined. These titled Super Mecha Clans had 400 to 500 mecha teams and were well known across the entire galaxy. Even those elite ace operators, who were originally confident in themselves, had stunned expressions the instant Lu Furong stepped in to stop the soldier. These instructors were too strong. And that medicinal agent that was injected into the soldier was terrifying as well. The rebel spirit of these soldiers instantly cooled down. 1 week quickly passed by. Inside 250 Ace Mecha Clan, whether it was mecha operators or logisticians, they were all busy and were all so exhausted to the brink of death. The few training grounds that were originally empty, were activated because of the new soldiers. Most of the mecha operators and logisticians from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were on these training grounds and crazily training the new recruits. Han Shuya and Luo Chao, who was originally 250 Ace Mecha Clan's only 2 female soldiers, became training instructors. Putting aside Han Shuya's terrible temper, even the soft and sympathetic Luo Chao had become a ruthless instructor because of the time constraints they were under. The two of them were responsible for training all the female new recruits in the logistics department. Lady May and her group had arrived at 250 Ace Mecha Clan 3 days ago. Before they could bask in excitement, they were sent to the training grounds and were given Han Shuya and Luo Chao's training regimen. In the beginning, these new recruits thought this regimen would be finished in no time. After all, new recruits needed to get past this regimen to enter the clan, so how tough could it be? However, after starting the training regimen, they quickly understood that this wasn't some typical training regimen. It was inescapable training regimen from hell that could make them cry, swear, and wish they were dead. 250 Ace Mecha Clan doesn't need crybabies. Since you chose to join, then you must complete the training. Seeing the usual kind and sympathetic Luo Chao also speak to them coldly, many of the female soldiers were suspecting whether it was actually Lieutenant Colonel Luo Lang in disguise. However, the reason they were able to endure the training was because Major Han Shuya and Major Luo Chao trained alongside with them. This made many of the female soldiers feel that their pride was on the line. If the two female majors could do the training, then they could do it as well. Of course, reality was brutal. They would usually fall down in the middle of training. Only a few could actually finish the training regimen with the two majors. In the few who finished, Lady May was present. The difference between Lady May and the other female soldiers was that most of the female soldiers hated this terrifying hellish training while Lady May enjoyed it. She felt that if she could complete this training regimen, she would definitely be able to become strong. That way she would be able to get closer to Major Han, whom she admired. Thinking up to this point, Lady May's eyes shined brightly. She looked towards the front of the group, at the slim silhouette leading them forward. One day, she would be standing beside her, fight alongside her and become one of her most trusted comrades. Today was 250 Ace Mecha Clan's weekly leader and department head meeting. Each leader and department heads had arrived in the conference room long ago. However, today's conference wasn't like the usual conferences they had before. In today's conference, all the leaders and all the department heads had brought their deputies. Suddenly, the large door opened automatically. Ling Lan, who was wearing the uniform of a major general, walked in. She didn't have a mask on and she didn't have any bandages on her face, showing her scarred face to everyone. The difference between now and when she was disguised as Little Yang, was that the scars were more severe when she was disguised as Little Yang. Now, it was clear that the scars had lightened up. Other than a few larger scars that could still be easily seen, the other scars had become light touches on her face. Regiment Commander, everyone stood up and shouted respectfully. Ling Lan walked to her seat and said plainly, "Sit." "Yes, Regiment Commander." Everyone sat down. "What's the current situation with the clan?" Ling Lan looked towards everyone and asked. Everyone looked towards Team 01's team leader, Major General Yang Mingji. No matter if it was military rank or the rank in terms of mecha teams, Yang Mingji was the first person below Ling Lan. Yang Mingji spoke up, "Regiment Commander, my team is mostly responsible for Evil Wind's training, and the situation with them is very good. Other than a few members who haven't passed the training standards, the others have already gotten a passing grade." Yang Mingji told Ling Lan some good news first. However, the 30 soldiers who Big Leader Li sent us only had 7 soldiers passing the lowest level training standards. The other 23 individuals didn't pass even the lowest training level. If we were to train them to pass the lowest level, it would not be possible without 2 months of intense training. Yang Mingji then continued with some not so good news. Hearing this, Li Lanfeng frowned slightly. He didn't think that the percentage of individuals passing the lowest training level was that low. It seemed the soldiers from the unused prep department had been lazing around for far too long. Their physical conditions were not maintained at their past peaks and had already dropped below the standard requirements of a mecha operator. Seeing Yang Mingji finish his reports, Lu Furong continued, "Our team 02, 03 and 04 cooperated and trained the cadets, who Leader Luo and Leader Xie had brought, and the soldiers, who Leader Qi and Leader Han had brought from the main corps. Currently, the passing rate is only 21.77%. Lu Furong looked at the report in his hand and smiled bitterly. This is also the lowest level requirement. There's probably not even 1% in the second level, no need to mention the higher levels. Even if we give them 2 to 3 months, the answer would still be 0% for the upper levels. Only leader-level individuals could pass the highest level. Even if the new recruits were talented, they wouldn't be able to get up to that level in a short time span of 2 months. Leader Lu, aren't you expecting too much from them? Li Yingjie looked at Lu Furong with a dissatisfied look on his face. Even he had just recently passed the highest level after almost dying multiple times because of it. If there was someone who could pass it in 2 months, then why would they need Li Yingjie for? Seeing his pouting expression, Lu Furong laughed silently. Sorry, little leader Li. It's just that I saw so many new recruits and they were outstanding cadets from all the military academies. I wanted to see if there were any upcoming talents who could become future leaders. Whether a mecha clan had a future would depend on whether these next-generation individuals were exceptional enough and whether they had potential to succeed them. As a somewhat senior leader, Lu Furong automatically entered into the mode of finding someone to take over his place. We're not in a hurry with matter of succession and the 21% passing rate isn't low, Ling Lan said without a thought in her mind. It seems this year's new recruits has great potential. Hearing this, Qi Long instantly laughed out loud and said, Regiment Commander, most of the cadets this year are from the 1st Men's Military Academy. We're also very familiar with their leader. Luo Lang, Xie, and the others smirked, especially Xie, who was making faces and said, Regiment Commander, it's your loyal subject. Li Lanfeng frowned slightly. Loyal subject? What was Xie trying to say? When Li Lanfeng left the academy, Ling Yi hadn't arrived yet. That was why Li Lanfeng didn't know about the existence of Ling Yi. Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows in confusion. Loyal subject? Who was that? Suddenly, she had a thought. Ling Yi? Rabbit actually knew that person's name. Li Lanfeng's heart trembled and his expression darkened. Knowing Ling Lan, he knew that the people who Ling Lan remembered were people she kept in her heart. Otherwise, if it was a passerby, Ling Lan would forget about them completely. Yes, it's him. I told you, boss. You would definitely remember him. Xie said excitedly. That person who always announced he was going to become boss's loyalist, had always made himself seen by them. He was also a previous subordinate of the Ling family, so boss definitely remembered him. Xie, you broke the rule once. Go back and train for 1 month, Ling Lan raised her eyebrows slightly and calmly announced Xie's punishment. Ah, boss, no. Xie instantly cried out after hearing the punishment. 2 months of training. Ling Lan nonchalantly added to the punishment. Boss, Xie wasn't going to give in and wanted to lower his punishment. 3 months. Ling Lan didn't hesitate and added to it once again. Xie wanted to speak again, but Luo Lang, who was sitting beside him, put his hand on Xie's mouth. Don't break the rule again. Ling Lan half smiled and sent a glance towards Luo Lang, but she didn't continue to add on to Xie's punishment. Xie pushed Luo Lang's hand away from his mouth and asked softly, what rule did I break? Until now, Xie didn't know how he angered boss. Luo Lang didn't know what to say. Wasn't Xie usually smart? When did he become so dumb? Boss. You called boss, boss. Luo Lang replied softly. Ling Lan, who was sifting through the documents each team leader passed her, didn't raise her head and said calmly, Luo Lang, 3 months of training. Ah. Luo Lang looked Ling Lan with a stunned expression. Then, he discovered that the other team leaders were looking at him with pity in their eyes. It was as though they were pitying him for digging his own grave. Ah! Luo Lang cried out in agony. He stood up with great anger and punched Xie. It's all your fault, you bastard. You screwed me. You screwed me. Xie didn't even dodge. Luo Lang's punishment made him realize why he was given 3 months' worth of training. Moreover, he inadvertently caused Luo Lang to train with him for 3 months. He was really sorry about that, so he just covered his head as Luo Lang wailed on him. Alright, settle down. Ling Lan looked through the documents given to her by the team leaders in a blink of an eye. She put down the documents and stopped Luo Lang's extreme abuse. Luo Lang didn't dare to disobey, so he sat down angrily. Now, Ling Lan glanced towards everyone with a sharp look in her eyes. This turned the easygoing atmosphere that Luo Lang and Xie created into a serious atmosphere. Everyone couldn't help but hold in their breath as they waited for Ling Lan's orders. All teams split up. One team into 2. The new teams will have the current deputy leaders as their new team leaders. Ling Lan's order instantly caused the deputy leaders to understand why they were told to participate in this meeting. The 10 team leaders looked towards their deputy with smiles on their faces. They were already aware of these arrangements before the meeting started. Ling Lan had previously asked them about their opinions on the matter. Every team will be increased to 33 people, creating 11 formations. In order to ensure the fighting strength of every team will be split apart equally. Ling Lan looked towards the deputy leaders, oh, now leaders. You can speak with your original leaders to discuss how to split the team. You can take half of the members with you. My plan is to have 11 main formations led by the original leaders. Secondary mecha operators can be chosen from those who pass the lowest level requirement. Of course, whether the secondary mechas will be able to pair well with the main formations, would depend on how the people from the main formations teach them. Yes, Regiment Commander. Ling Lan's clear arrangement allowed all the leaders understand what task they needed to do next. As for logistics, I also want to split them into different departments. Ling Lan looked towards the logistics department. Set up a new JMC department. Ling Lan looked towards Han Shuya. With Major Han Shuya as the department head. Yes, Regiment Commander. Han Shuya was shocked as she replied. She didn't think that Ling Lan would actually let her take the position of a department head. Although it was only a small JMC department with only a few hundred female soldiers, it was still a department. This meant that she was now qualified to participate in this meeting. Additionally, the logistics department will split into the daily management department, mecha logistics department, transport department, food supply department, and logistics law enforcement department. Ling Lan looked towards Li Jinghong, He Chaoyang, Yuan Yuyun, Luo Xiaoyun and Gao Jinyun, who were sitting behind Lin Zhongqing, and continued, Li Jinghong will be responsible for being the head of daily management department, He Chaoyang for the head of the mecha logistics department, Yuan Yuyun for the head of the transport department, Luo Xiaoyun for the head of the food supply department, and Gao Jinyun for the head of the law enforcement department. As for the head of the supply department, Lin Zhongqing will be taking the position as the head of the department for now. Furthermore, Lin Zhongqing will be promoted to the head of the whole logistics department. The other department heads will report to him directly. Yes, Regiment Commander. Lin Zhongqing and the 6 others stood up in response. Li Jinghong and the other 5 new department head all had overjoyed expressions on their faces. Although these were all the things they were already responsible for on a daily basis, they were still very excited that they were split apart and were given an actual seat of power as a department head. Similarly to Han Shuya, this meant that they had officially entered 250 Ace Mecha Clan's upper administrative chain. Although they entered the meeting room, they could only just listen. Now, they were no longer just bystanders and were participants instead. The medical department will be completely separate and will report directly to me. Department Head Li, do you understand? Ling Lan looked towards Li Shiyu with a serious look on her face. Li Shiyu thought about the secrets in his laboratory and smiled. Understood, Regiment Commander. Splitting away from logistics department and giving him immediate control of everything there would make it easier for him, as there will be less obstacles. Plus, it would decrease the possibility of secrets being leaked into the public. Similarly, the research lab for mecha modifications will also become its own department and no longer belong to the logistics department. Chang Xinyuan, you will be responsible for being the head of this department. Ling Lan looked at Chang Xinyuan on the other side of the room and said firmly. But, I only know how to do research on modifications. Chang Xinyuan was in dismay. He didn't know how to be a head of a department. It doesn't matter. It will just be the same as before. If you need anything, go find Lin Zhongqing. Ling Lan sold Lin Zhongqing out just like that. Oh, then that's fine. Hearing that it was going to be just the same as before when he could just ask Lin Zhongqing for people and supplies, Chang Xinyuan accepted it happily. Lin Zhongqing helplessly rubbed his forehead. He discovered that even though many departments were formed, what he actually had to do didn't decrease by much. Lastly, we will form a coordination department. If any departments need to cooperate or change things up, the coordination department will make arrangements for that matter. This department similarly reports directly to me. After saying that, Ling Lan looked towards Luo Chao with an apologetic expression. The department head of the coordination department will be Major Luo Chao. Actually, the best position for Luo Chao was the captain of a starship. However, Ling Lan currently didn't have a starship. Hence, she had to let Luo Chao suffer for a while until she could get her hands on a starship. Why did she say suffer? The coordination department was the department that helps the other department when problems arose. It was like the neighborhood committee in her past life. They just took care of all the random matters. One more thing, I have another plan for Evil Wind. Ling Lan's words broke the dreams of the people who wanted to snatch the members of Evil Wind. Besides the training of the new recruits, Zhongqing, you have to set up the various logistics department as soon as possible. After everyone has been distributed properly, we will need to split the logisticians that had finished their training. Ling Lan frowned slightly. Today, her father told her that he could only drag for another week. 1 week later, the military would inform them of their new division. 1 week was too short for all the heads of the various new logistics department. They wouldn't have enough time to perfect their department. Zhongqing, how fast can you set up all the new departments? Lin Zhongqing looked at Lin Zhongqing seriously. Lin Zhongqing wanted to say 1 week but he stopped himself. He looked down and started contemplating deeply. When he raised his head again, his expression was resolute. Regiment commander, give me 3 days. I'll discuss with the other department heads. Okay, I'll only give you 3 days. Ling Lan looked at Lin Zhongqing intently. She realized that Lin Zhongqing also knew that they didn't have enough time, so he decided to challenge himself. I'll also give the various teams 3 days to rearrange themselves too. Ling Lan gave her order. 3 days later, I want to see 20 fully membered mecha teams. Yes, Regiment Commander. Everyone received their orders. Disperse. Ling Lan took the lead and left the meeting room. Everyone else quickly stood up and left right after her. Ling Lan didn't give them much time to rearrange their teams, so they had to make use of every second of time they had. Although rearranging the team seemed simple, everyone wanted to fish out the best of the best soldiers into their team. Hence, it would be a difficult task to complete in 3 days. Li Lanfeng sat on his seat after the meeting ended and went into deep thought. After a few minutes, he packed his things and left the meeting room. A muscular figure leaned against the door of. Walking out, he asked, Lanfeng, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Li Lanfeng replied. What is your plan for your team? Zhao Jun asked for Li Lanfeng's opinion. Every team leader has his own style. Your team will follow your style. Li Lanfeng didn't reply to him directly. Zhao Jun started thinking about his reply. He said after thinking for a while, are you saying that the styles of the teams will be vastly different? In simpler words, different teams will be good at different things. That will definitely happen. Think about the total number of people in each team, 33 people. Can't you notice anything? Li Lanfeng reminded Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun rubbed his face and said in frustration, why can't you just say it directly? I don't want to think. You're just lazy. Go and think about it yourself. Li Lanfeng walked past Zhao Jun. Where are you going? Zhao Jun asked curiously when he noticed that Li Lanfeng was not leaving the command center. I'm going to look for the regiment commander, Li Lanfeng replied calmly. Why? Zhao Jun was puzzled. Their regiment commander had already given them his orders. Even he knew what he had to do. How could Li Lanfeng not know? Li Lanfeng smiled at Zhao Jun. I'm going to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Do you want to come along? Huh? Zhao Jun was stunned. Who would believe that? He remembered their regiment commander's cold face and icy aura. He couldn't imagine having a heart-to-heart talk with regiment commander. He wanted to persuade Li Lanfeng against looking for death, but he realized that Li Lanfeng was gone. He has gotten faster. Zhao Jun was annoyed. He turned around and looked at the direction of Ling Lan's office. He shook his head. I'm sorry, brother. I won't accompany you to hell. In the next second, his figure disappeared. Master Ling Lan, Colonel Li is looking for you. Ling Lan, who was looking through the files of the soldiers who passed the test, heard Meng Lan's alert. Let him in. Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows in confusion. She didn't know why Li Lanfeng was looking for her. The door opened automatically and Li Lanfeng walked in slowly. Ling Lan walked out from behind her desk and asked Li Lanfeng to sit on the sofa. Lan Feng, why are you looking for me? The moment she sat down, she asked Li Lan Feng directly. Li Lan Feng removed his mask and revealed his beautiful face. He placed his mask on the coffee table in front of him and smiled lightly. There's something I want to ask you. He was only able to relax in front of Ling Lan. This was why he was willing to take off his mask in of her to let his face breathe some fresh air. When Li Lan Feng spoke, he raised one of his eyebrows and looked at Ling Lan as though she had done him wrong. Li Lan Feng didn't do this on purpose. He always made this face when he wore the mask. For him, it was a normal expression, but he forgot that with his face, this expression would imply something different than what he had in mind. It was enchanting. Ling Lan frowned slightly when she saw that expression, but her expression was still cold as she said, "Say it." Wait, shouldn't I ask him to wear his mask first before talking to me? When did he gain the habit of removing his mask in front of me? This habit started after she came back. Whenever Li Lan Feng was free, he would visit her in her office and remove his mask in front of her, all because he wanted to let his face breathe. Sob, she wanted to pinch his cheeks to check if it were as soft as it looked. Wait. Stop. Keep calm. I used to see all kinds of beauty in the past, through television. What kind of beauty haven't I seen before? Li Lan Feng is quite pretty, but I can handle it. Is the order from the military coming soon? Li Lan Feng told Ling Lan his thoughts. That's right. There's at most 1 more week. Ling Lan nodded. As expected. No wonder Lin Zhongqing said that he would complete the restructuring of his logistics department in 3 days. It looked like Lin Zhongqing had noticed this too. Han Jijian must have noticed this too. Li Lan Feng remembered that Han Jijian pulled Qi Long to the side to have a secret discussion after the meeting. As for Luo Lang, his calm personality should have told him about it. If Luo Lang knew it, Xie would know this too. As for the team leader of Team 01, Yang Mingji was a sly old fox. He had his own method, so he should have guessed what was happening too. That meant that Lu Furong and Gu Dongyang would know soon too. His deputy was one of the new team leaders now. These new team leaders should have known about this news too. The only people who didn't know this news were the mecha operator and the logisticians below them. It looks like you have understood everything. Ling Lan smiled. It was easy to talk to smart people. The time limit of 3 days was a signal as well as a test. Li Lan Feng looked at Ling Lan with admiration. This was the person he would follow for the rest of his life. Ling Lan stood up from the sofa and sat down on her office chair. If 250 Ace Mecha Clan wants to become stronger, everyone must become stronger first. Ling Lan asked again, is there anything else? Although she was able to resist against Li Lan Feng's pretty face, it still troubled her. Hence, she wanted to send him off quickly. If she didn't see the face, she wouldn't be bothered by it. She had many things to handle, so she couldn't waste time on such entertainment. She wasn't feeling guilty. No way. Li Lan Feng understood Ling Lan well, so he knew that she was chasing him away. He took his mask and put it back on his face. Then, he stood up and smiled. There's nothing else I want to ask. I only came to ascertain this. Li Lan Feng was about to leave, but he suddenly thought of something. He asked instantly, oh right, who is Ling Yi? He appeared puzzled as he continued, I remember that when Zhao Jun and I left the military academy, there was no such person. Did he come after we left? What is his identity? Why do so many cadets listen to him and follow him to register into our clan? Yes, after you left, he entered the military academy. Ling Lan was looking at her documents seriously when she replied to Li Lan Feng, so her reply seemed casual. He was one of the family servants of the Ling family. He has good potential, so we sent him to the academy. So, he is a family servant. Li Lan Feng looked enlightened and he smiled slightly. No, I said he was a family servant, Ling Lan replied indifferently. His father sacrificed himself for the Ling family. His last wish was for his son to regain freedom, and I agreed to his request. Li Lan Feng frowned slightly. I don't think Ling Yi thinks that way. Yes. That's why he came to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Ling Lan frowned and seemed a little troubled. I understand. Li Lan Feng nodded his head and left. When the door closed, Ling Lan suddenly stopped moving. She was just flipping through the files but now, she stopped. Little 4, did I turn bad? Ling Lan lowered her voice and asked. Huh? Why do you think so? You're still the same as before, Little 4 answered curiously. But I scheme against my comrades. Ling Lan seemed hurt. Was this the price of maturing? This kind of scheming made her uncomfortable. Scheme? Scheme who? Little 4 didn't know what was happening. Boss, what are you saying? Why can't I understand anything? Little 4 always asked when he didn't know something. Ling Lan didn't reply to him. She remained quiet for quite some time. Suddenly, she sighed. Forget it. Just be yourself. She would bear this pain of maturing on her own. Everyone in 250 Ace Mecha Clan was busy as they welcomed a new week. Beep. 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 The notification sound rang through the entire base. What's happening? Ling Yi looked up in astonishment. He had gone through a round of assessment and got accepted into Team 06. He was currently in the training ground undergoing hell training. He was familiar with this notification sound as it was to inform the entire base of a new order. What order was so important that the entire base had to be notified? He had never met such a situation before coming to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Luckily, he had a good relationship with the veteran soldiers, so they kindly told him that this had never happened in 250 Ace Mecha Clan before unless they were going to war. All the mecha operators instantly stopped their training. They looked at the virtual screens around them and waited for the order. Military File 2034-073, the newest order for the 250 Ace Mecha Clan of the 23rd Division. The order is as follows: from today onwards, 250 Ace Mecha Clan will be removed from the 23rd Division and become an independent mecha clan. They will be directly under the military headquarters. Additionally, 250 Ace Mecha Clan will become a titled Super Mecha Clan. The title will be chosen by the Mecha Clan. Once it's finalized, please report to the military. Please enter base Nebula on XX/XX/XX. You will be in charge of the safety of the planetary sector there. The document of this order will be sent to all the various divisions, corps, and government departments. The military headquarters of the Huaxia Federation, XX/XX/XX. It's finally here. All the team leaders and department heads thought in unplanned unison. They felt relieved as they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ling Lan, who was sitting in her office, smiled when she saw the order. This is better than I thought. However, why did she find base Nebula so familiar? Ling Lan was puzzled. Ling Xiao had been feeling gloomy for the past few months. When he heard this order, he finally gave a relaxed smile. The third party benefits from the quarrel. Lanner finally seemed to have good luck. This result was out of his expectation. At first, he thought that 250 Ace Mecha Clan would be placed in the first division. Although Ling Xiao wanted 250 Ace Mecha Clan to be placed in a division under the faction of the First Marshal, he never wanted them to go to the first division. Ling Xiao was confident that he could protect his daughter if she went to another division which belonged to the faction of the First Marshal. However, if she went to the 1st division. He had known the First Marshal for his whole life, but he still felt that he didn't understand the First Marshal entirely. Ling Xiao didn't like the feeling of not being in control of something. Hence, he didn't want Ling Lan to go to the first division. However, troubles kept popping up when he tried to stop that from happening. Before he knew it, many people agreed to send 250 Ace Mecha Clan into the first division. He tried to turn the tides around but he couldn't. However, base Nebula is within the planetary sector closest to Caesar. Battles always happen there. Are they trying to indirectly destroy 250 Ace Mecha Clan? Ling Xiao frowned. His relaxed heart turned heavy again when he thought about that point. At the nebula boundary between the Federation and Caesar, there was a huge man-made military fortress. This fortress was well known throughout the galaxy. It was known as the fortress that Caesar couldn't destroy. Base Nebula was in possession of the most up-to-date military technology. It was built with the intent of it being an easy-to-hold but hard-to-attack movable base. In the face of a movable and impenetrable base, Caesar couldn't do anything to it other than just passively defending from it. Of course, besides being able to move and having the ability to turn itself into a porcupine with powerful firearms all around it, Base Nebula was filled with powerful people too. Base Nebula only had mechas as its weapons. It had no need for other weapons. There were more than 100 Ace Mecha clans and more than 10 titled Super Mecha clans in Base Nebula. Of course, most of the mecha clans stationed in Base Nebula were normal mecha clans. No matter how powerful the Federation or Caesar was, they didn't have that many Ace Mecha clans to waste on the battlefield. Most of the time, the normal mecha clans were the ones who participated in the battles. The Nebula boundary was the only place where battles were not fought with gigantic starships. Instead, battles were fought with a huge amount of mecha clans. At that moment, the commanding officer of Base Nebula was sitting on the sofa with another officer in a blue uniform. They had a gold star and a gold leaf on their shoulders, informing everyone that they were major generals. The commanding officer of this base was a gentle and cultured middle-aged soldier around 50 years old. If it wasn't for the white hair near his ears, one might think that he was a 40-year-old young man. His name was Yu Huan. He came from a normal family. Even though he began from a low starting point, he climbed up to this position with his own abilities. The person sitting opposite of him was the regiment commander of a first-rank 4-star titled Super Mecha Clan, Proud Wind Mecha Clan. His name was Ku Yufeng. He had been stationed at this base for 5 years. These two people were the two largest voices of the base. Ku Yufeng took charge of the mecha clans while Yu Huan took charge of all the other matters in the base. Yu Huan was the one who provided all the services for the various mecha clans. For the past 5 years, they cooperated well with each other and resisted against attacks from Caesar multiple times. Just as they thought that they would continue their collaboration for the rest of their lives, an order from the military headquarters caused them to part. Ku Yufeng and his Proud Wind Mecha clan would be sent back to the Federation. Although Yu Huan knew that he should be happy for his friend since he would most likely be promoted when he went back to the Federation, he still felt weird about his friend's departure. This was because the mecha clan that would take over Proud Wind Mecha Clan was a mecha clan he had never heard of. Ling Tian. Do you think that there's something wrong with the mainframe of the military headquarters? It must have made a mistake when it sent a new titled Super Mecha Clan to this base. The close relationship between the two allowed them to speak their minds in front of one another. Ku Yufeng shook his head. You know that's impossible. If something were to happen to the mainframe of the military headquarters, that meant that the Federation was in deep trouble. Ku Yufeng knew Yu Huan didn't really think this way. He was just venting his frustration. It looks like someone in the military headquarters has been high on drugs recently. Yu Huan smiled coldly. He knew that this was impossible, but he was annoyed when he heard that an inexperienced mecha clan was coming to guard their base. Maybe the regiment commander has a huge background. He probably came to just gain some merits. Ku Yufeng had been thinking about the reason behind the order ever since he received it, and this was the only reasonable answer he thought of. Damn it! This is Base Nebula. This base concerns the safety of a planetary sector in the Federation. How can they treat it like child's play? Yu Huan rubbed his face and controlled the anger in him. The entire Federation is in a mess. If this continues, the Federation will start rotting from the inside. The ideals of the three great marshals are different and every one of them has a different viewpoint on how they can achieve their ideals. In order to win against their competitors, they might make some decisions outsiders can't understand. Ku Yufeng was in deep thought. Maybe coming to Base Nebula wasn't the intention of the regiment commander. He might be forced to come here. A marshal might have sent him here in hopes that he would make a mistake so that he can use it to attack the faction the regiment commander belongs to. Ku Yufeng belonged to the faction of the second marshal. The second marshal trusted him greatly, so he knew about the battle of power between the three most powerful people in the Federation. In the past, he came to Base Nebula because he didn't want to get implicated by this power struggle. He wanted to leave the place where all the feuds arose so that he could place all his heart into doing what a soldier was supposed to do, protecting his country. Yu Huan's anger diminished a little when he heard Ku Yufeng's explanation. As someone who was a commanding officer of an important base, he was a smart person too. He started thinking through what his comrade said. Actually, I feel that there's something wrong with the order, Ku Yufeng told him. I agree. The moment Yu Huan received the order, he noticed something amiss with it too. The order is too vague. It didn't state that the regiment commander will be here to take over your position. It just states that the Mecha clan is in charge of the safety of this planetary sector. Yu Huan sneered. It's obvious that they want me to handle this matter myself. They are forcing me to make a choice, either I give the Mecha clan an opening gambit so that they will just become one of the many titled super Mecha clans in the base, or I pretend that I don't know anything and just let him take over your position smoothly. Yu Huan knew what his choices were. These two choices would bring him on two entirely different paths. If I guess correctly, they're forcing you to take a stand too. Ku Feng looked at Yu Huan worriedly. After 5 years of interacting with Yu Huan, he didn't want his friend to get implicated by the power struggle as the waters there were too deep. On the other hand, he had no say in the matter. His identity meant that he had to become a member of the Second Marshal's faction. He couldn't escape this destiny. Sometimes, he admired Yu Huan. He didn't belong to any factions and he used his own ability to climb to his position. He had no one holding him back and he could move forward without any worry. They can't force me to take any stand. I will only choose what I feel is the right decision. Yu Huan didn't have the concerns that Ku Feng had. He felt that only capable people should take the lead. If the regiment commander of Ling Tian was capable, he would give him the command of all the Mecha clans. If he wasn't capable, he wouldn't show him any face. He would do what he thought was necessary to protect the base. I hope that the Ling Tian Mecha clan is not as terrible as I think. Yu Huan calmed down. He didn't feel as unhappy about the Ling Tian Mecha clan as before. 3 days later, the mainframe of Base Nebula received a signal requesting to enter their base. Commander Yu, we received a signal from Ling Tian Mecha clan. They're requesting to enter the base. All the codes for the 13 signals are correct. Please give an order. Yu Huan received a notification from the mainframe quickly. Yu Huan looked at the time on his communicator. It was 1:07 p.m. He smiled. They're on time. It would take around 2 to 3 hours for a huge Mecha clan to successfully enter a base and settle down. After going through all the procedures, it should be around 4 p.m. Yu Huan opened the screen in front of him and saw a huge starship waiting within the planetary sector outside their base. Let them in. Since the mainframe had compared all the codes correctly, the incoming starship must be from Ling Tian Mecha clan. The 13 codes were not given at once. They were sent to the regiment commander of Ling Tian Mecha clan through various methods on the journey here. If one of them was wrong, the base would reject the starship from entering. If needed, the mainframe would attack the starship without his command. The starship was given the green light. It entered the spaceport of Base Nebula slowly. The sounds of chains unwinding could be heard. Many secured docks extended from the spaceport and locked the starship up. Then, the starship was pulled into the dock. The door of the starship opened. Many soldiers alighted the starships in an orderly manner. Clear and orderly footsteps were heard. They looked straight ahead and their footsteps were in unison. The military boots made a crisp sound as it landed on the ground. The sound was loud enough to cover up the shouts of command from the staff members in the spaceport. The sound of the footsteps attracted the attention of all the staff members working in the spaceport. Whoa, it's so orderly. One of the staff members couldn't help but exclaim. Who are they? This was the question everyone had in their mind. All the staff members carried this query with them as they rushed over to find an answer. Soon, many spectators gathered around the soldiers that came down from the starship. However, the soldiers didn't seem to notice them. They didn't seem to hear the exclamations around them too. They just walked straight until they saw a vast plaza. Then, they stopped. No, they didn't stop moving. They performed a sharp turn and split into the two ends of the plaza, making space for the soldiers behind them. More and more soldiers came out of the starship. Soon, the plaza was filled with soldiers. There were around 5,000 soldiers. Attention! A loud voice was heard. Bam! The 5,000 soldiers stood in position. The sound of them stomping their feet echoed through the port. There was only a single sound in the entire port. They're gathering. The staff member at the side knew what the soldiers were doing. Their force of presence is so powerful. Some people were already looking at the soldiers with admiration. Nowadays, the movements of the soldiers were rarely so unified. This was why the soldiers in the spaceport were shocked by the orderly footsteps of these soldiers. May I know who is the captain here? A young lieutenant colonel walked over and asked the crowd. "Oh, it's me." The captain was in the crowd staring at the orderly soldiers in daze. He quickly regained his senses when he heard the question. "I'm the head of the logistics department of the Ling Tian Mecha clan, Lin Zhongqing. May I know what arrangements Base Nebula has made for us?" The lieutenant colonel revealed his identity and asked the captain. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin, nice to meet you. This is the camping ground we have set up for you. The Proud Wind Mecha clan is waiting to hand over their camping ground to you." The captain took out a card and handed it over to Lin Zhongqing respectfully. Lin Zhongqing took out his communicator and scanned the card. A map of Base Nebula appeared on the virtual screen of his communicator. There were 2 red dots on the map. One was where their new camping ground would be while the other was the mecha hold where their mechas would be placed in. "I understand." Lin Zhongqing nodded and he walked back. At that moment, a few majors ran out from the group of 5,000 soldiers. The 5,000 soldiers then split into many teams. They started getting busy. When the soldiers from Ling Tian Mecha clan left, the entire spaceport turned noisy. Everyone started discussing among themselves. "Those soldiers must be all mecha operators, right?" "Of course. I saw many lieutenants and majors." "Of course, most of the soldiers were sergeants. There were very little corporals." To make sure that the new logisticians weren't at a disadvantage, 250 Ace Mecha clan, oh wait, Ling Tian Mecha clan allowed the new logisticians to keep their military rank. Some of them even got promoted 1 rank. This allowed those disgruntled logisticians to feel excited instantly. Their unhappiness quickly disappeared. At that moment, one of the logisticians who was in charge of the mecha hold ran over with a dumbfounded expression. "Do you know what I saw just now?" The logistician was extremely excited. "What?" Everyone was curious. They knew that Base Nebula had the most up-to-date technology in the Federation and all the facilities in the base were all top of the line. Hence, it was hard for them to feel dumbstruck or shocked. Mechas. There are so many mechas. The logistician swallowed his saliva. He couldn't use words to express his astonishment when he saw the whole sky of mechas. Tisk. Everyone thought that they would hear some huge news. They looked at the logistician with disdain. Base Nebula lacked anything but mechas. They could even say proudly that none of the other bases in the Federation had as many mechas as them. "Have you seen a mecha clan that has 10,000 mechas?" The logistician was unsatisfied about their reaction, so he added on. Indeed, they had seen many mechas, but the mechas were not what shocked him. It was the number of mechas. F***K. Are you serious? You must be lying. The soldiers were flabbergasted when they heard what the logistician said. They were in disbelief. "I heard the numbers they reported. They have 10,800 mechas. I couldn't have heard wrong." The logistician was firm. "That can't be right. I remember Captain Lu saying that there are only 5,823 soldiers in Ling Tian Mecha clan. Even if every one of them has a mecha, are they each controlling another backup mecha?" Someone swallowed his saliva and said, "I think that it's possible." "Are the 5,823 people all mecha operators?" "Oh my god." Another soldier swallowed his saliva too. "I think that that's possible too." Everyone exchanged glances with one another. Even a powerful mecha clan like the Proud Wind Mecha clan only had 2,000 mecha operators and 5,000 logisticians. What on earth is the Ling Tian Mecha clan? Everyone looked towards the direction where the mechas from Ling Tian Mecha clan disappeared to. They were in awe. Yu Huan, who was in the command center, received a report from the spaceport. He raised one of his eyebrows and said, "This is interesting." He wondered if the mecha clan was really powerful or were they just trying to boost their image. "Why? What's wrong?" Ku Feng was curious when he saw Yu Huan's change in expression. A mecha clan which has around 5,800 soldiers has double the amount of mechas. "Don't you think that this is interesting?" Yu Huan asked. Ku Feng was shocked. That number is probably just used to inflate their image. If we minus the number of logisticians, they can use one, have one as a backup, throw one away, and destroy one mecha. They won't be able to use all of them. The Proud Wind Mecha clan was one of the top titled super mecha clans in the base. Yet, they only had around 3,000 mechas. Besides the reserve mechas for the team leaders, every mecha operator only had one mecha. If he is able to get his hands on so many mechas, it means that Ling Tian Mecha Clan is not a simple mecha clan. I wonder what kind of person their regiment commander is. I hope that he won't disappoint me, Kuyufeng said. You'll know in a while. I just received a report from the spaceport. The regiment commander of Ling Tian Mecha Clan is coming over with his men. Yu Huan frowned slightly. The captain of the spaceport seemed hesitant about something when he reported to him just now. In the end, the captain didn't say anything. Did he feel that what he wanted to say was unimportant, or was it because he felt that he wasn't able to explain the situation clearly, so he decided not to say anything? No matter what the reason was, the expression of the captain was enough for Yu Huan to be serious. Yu Huan was able to reach his position today because of his thoughtfulness and cautiousness. Thus, he wouldn't overlook the change in his subordinate's expression. Commander Yu, Major General Ling Lan would like to meet you. The mainframe of Base Nebula received Ling Lan's request and contacted Yu Huan about it. Major General Ling, Yu Huan frowned. The regiment commanders for new titled super mecha clans were usually colonels. A lieutenant colonel was good enough to become a regiment commander. Major General. It seems like Ling Tian is not a simple mecha clan. Kuyufeng sat up straight. Let him in. Kuyufeng's words helped Yu Huan regain his senses, so he quickly gave his command to the mainframe. The door of the office opened automatically. 3 figures were seen. One of them was standing in the middle while the other 2 stood beside him. They were half-stepped behind the person in the middle. It was obvious that the person in the middle was the regiment commander. The 3 people were all wearing blue and white uniforms. The regiment commander had his head down so Yu Huan and Kuyufeng couldn't see his face. They just felt the malevolent aura around the regiment commander. The great sense of danger emanating greatly shocked Yu Huan and Kuyufeng. That is a dangerous person. They exchanged glances with each other and communicated through their eyes. This dangerous person had the Major General badge in front of his chest. This was the regiment commander of Ling Tian Mecha Clan, Ling Lan. However, from Ling Lan's aura, they could tell that she wasn't an easy person to deal with. Yu Huan and Kuyufeng turned vigilant after they confirmed the person's identity and felt the malevolent aura around her. However, this was just the start. When they focused their attention on the 2 people behind Ling Lan, they were stunned once again. The person standing on Ling Lan's left was a major general. Damn it, it's already astonishing enough for the regiment commander to be a major general. Why was there another major general? When did major generals become so cheap? There were 2 major generals in a mecha clan that just became a titled super mecha clan. Then, Yu Huan and Kuyufeng looked at the person on the right. Pfft. They wanted to vomit out blood. What the F***K? This was another major general. As the only 2 major generals at this base, they suddenly felt that their rank wasn't that important anymore. Regiment commander, the door is opened. Yang Mingji noticed his regiment commander was sleepwalking again, so he reminded him. He was used to this behavior after so many days. Ling Lan looked up when she heard the voice and she saw the 2 major generals looking at them with a dumbfounded expression. Huh? What did she do? No, wait, she was waiting for the door to open just now. She didn't do anything weird, right? Ling Lan was puzzled as to why the other party had such expressions. She did plan to do what she did at Base 013 again if the commanding officer in this base wanted to suppress her. However, this plan was not confirmed yet. They didn't know that she was here to destroy. I mean, to take over their power. Never mind, whatever it was, they weren't her opponents yet. Ling Lan felt a little dizzy, so she reached out and rubbed her eyebrows. In order to ensure that all the members of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Ling Tian Mecha Clan could gel together and reach the basic requirements of going on the battlefield, Ling Lan had no choice but to act personally. The viciousness of this devil regiment commander made the recruits realize that the past few days, which they felt was like hell, was actually their most relaxed and happy moments. After spending much of her time and effort on the recruits, their weakness, arrogance, and unruly behaviors finally disappeared. They were now all hot-blooded and strong soldiers. However, her attentiveness caused her to lose focus on whatever was happening around her. Her entire mind was only filled with one thing, training, so to the other team leaders, she seemed to be sleepwalking. The other party tried to control their expressions so that their real thoughts wouldn't be revealed. However, how could they be able to escape Ling Lan's profound insight? She instantly saw through them with one look. During this period of time, Ling Lan was always in a daze. However, this didn't mean that she was unaware of her surroundings. It could even be said that the sleepwalking Ling Lan was even scarier and more vicious than the calm Ling Lan. The calm Ling Lan would kill her enemy without wasting any energy. However, the sleepwalking Ling Lan would, well, you have to pray that Ling Lan would wake up before you got tortured to death. Based on what the team leader said, their boss was currently just a devil with an automated self-defense system. Anyone who bumped into her would die. Let's go in. Ling Lan decided to disregard the two stunned people in front of her. She signaled to Yang Mingji and Lu Furong and asked them to enter. Nice to meet you. I'm the commanding officer of Base Nebula, Yu Huan. Welcome to Base Nebula, Regiment Commander Ling. Yu Huan regained his senses and hurried over. He smiled and welcomed the three people. Nice to meet you. I'm the regiment commander of the Ling Tian Mecha clan, Ling Lan. Ling Lan introduced herself and then pointed to the two people beside her. This is the team leader of Mecha Team 01, Major General Yang Mingji. This is the team leader of Mecha Team 02, Major General Lu Furong. Lu Furong gained merit for passing the information of the mineral veins to the military. Hence, with Ling Zhao's help, on the day before Ling Tian Mecha clan came to Base Nebula, Lu Furong was finally promoted to a Major General. He became the third Major General of Ling Tian Mecha clan. After introducing Lu Furong and Yang Mingji, Ling Lan went into a daze. She started sleepwalking again. Welcome. Welcome. Yu Huan greeted Yang Mingji and Lu Furong enthusiastically. When Ku Yufeng heard the introduction of these two people, he found that their names were quite familiar to him. After a few seconds of deep thought, he suddenly shouted, North Star and South Star. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong looked at each other in shock. Yang Mingji smiled. I didn't expect someone to remember our past titles. Of course. When the military gave the title of the 7 Stars of the North and South that year, it was really grand. It has almost been 20 years since the ceremony. It's time to give new titles soon. Ku Yufeng was reminiscing about the past. Every 20 years, the military would award titles to the outstanding mecha operators of the era. In some 20-year cycles, there might be no one who was awarded a title. Sometimes, there might be many people. During Yang Mingji and Lu Furong's era, there were many powerful mecha operators. It was an era where many stars shone together. Besides the 7 Stars of the North and South, the Heaven and Earth powerhouse duo and the Fire Phoenix, which represented eternal life, Ling Xiao, appeared in that era too. Ling Xiao had already died when he was given this title. As a God-class operator, he didn't have to be awarded this title. However, this title represented the hope of the citizens of the Federation. They hoped that Ling Xiao would come back just like how the Fire Phoenix got reborn in a sea of fire. In the end, General Ling Xiao didn't disappoint everyone and came back alive. Yeah, time sure flies. 1 year later, the new bestowing ceremony will be held. I wonder what kind of outstanding people would be given a title. Yang Mingji looked at Ling Lan as he spoke. If no accidents happened, their regiment commander would be bestowed a title. I didn't expect the two of you to be here. I have long desired to meet you. Yu Huan was excited too. Have a seat, everyone. Ling Lan and the two of them sat down. Yu Huan and Ku Yufeng were stunned when they saw the position Yang Mingji and Lu Furong chose to take. They were sitting beside Ling Lan. They were proclaiming that they were Ling Lan's subordinates. When they knew that Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were from the 7 Stars of the North and South, they thought that they were the real owners of the Ling Tian Mecha clan. Yet, their positions made them question their guesses again. Were they wrong? The regiment commander of Ling Tian Mecha clan, Ling Lan, was actually the person in power. With this query in mind, Yu Huan and Yang Mingji chatted with Yang Mingji and Lu Furong for a while. As for their regiment commander, Ling Lan just continued to keep her head down. She didn't say anything. Fine. Ling Lan had been sleepwalking all these while. She never woke up. Ling Lan couldn't get out of her character as a devil instructor yet. Her mind was filled with brutal plans on how to train the new soldiers. Battles could happen at any time, so Ling Lan didn't have leisure to slowly train the new soldiers until they were fully capable of protecting themselves. She could only train the new soldiers viciously so that they would be prepared for war as soon as possible. Ling Lan believed that if you trained more and sweat more now, you would lose less blood in the future. Regiment Commander Ling, actually, you just need to send either Major General Yang or Major General Lu over for the registration process. Yu Huan wanted to wait for Ling Lan, Yang Mingji, or Lu Furong to start the topic first. However, when he saw that Ling Lan showing no intention of doing so and Yang Mingji and Lu Furong seemingly ignoring the topic, he had no choice but to raise the topic himself. Damn it, other mecha clans passed him their registration documents automatically, but for the Lingtian mecha clan, he had to ask for it. Cough. When Yang Mingji didn't see any reactions from Ling Lan, he knew that his regiment commander must be daydreaming again, so he coughed out loud to wake her up. Ling Lan looked up at Yang Mingji curiously. Yang Mingji knew that they couldn't rely on their regiment commander now. He gave a wry smile and said, "Our regiment commander felt that it is his responsibility, so he must come personally." After explaining, he turned to Lu Furong. "Major General Lu, pass the documents to Major General Yu." "Yes, Leader Yang." Lu Furong took out the documents he kept and passed them to Yu Huan. Although everything was controlled by the mainframe, some orders were still given through pen and paper to prevent their enemies from finding it, especially orders given by the higher authorities. Yu Huan took over the documents and compared the symbols on the paper. He made sure that the symbols were correct before proceeding to the mainframe and activating his commanding officer authority. After that, he entered the information of the Lingtian mecha clan into the mainframe. This was when Lingtian became an official mecha clan of Base Nebula. If its information was not entered into the mainframe, it was just a temporary mecha clan that came to Base Nebula, which authority could be taken away at any time by the mainframe. Ku Yufeng smiled after he saw Yu Huan entering the information of the mecha clan. "You should be here to take over my position. Let's go back to the camping ground together and do the handover." The camping ground of Lingtian mecha clan was the best camping ground in Base Nebula. It was 5 times bigger than the average camping grounds. It could fit around 40,000 people. No matter how huge a mecha clan was, it would at most have 8,000 people. This camping ground was big enough to let any sized mecha clan to live a comfortable life. "Sorry to trouble you," Yang Mingji said gratefully. "It is nothing. Base Nebula will be in your hands now." Ku Yufeng smiled. Suddenly, the room turned quiet. Yu Huan, Ku Yufeng, Yang Mingji, and Lu Furong gave an awkward smile to each other. "Sob, can't we converse properly?" Yu Huan and Ku Yufeng were frustrated. "Sob, regiment commander, hurry up and come back. We can't continue this anymore." Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt resentment in their hearts. "Regiment commander." Lu Furong and Yang Mingji couldn't handle it anymore, so they shouted to remind their regiment commander. Ling Lan looked at them in a daze. "We can leave now." Yang Mingji lowered his voice. "Oh," Ling Lan replied. Then, she closed her eyes. When she opened them the next second, a cold light flashed by them. "Yay! Our regiment commander is finally back." Yang Mingji and Lu Furong heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the malevolent aura around Ling Lan disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a cold aura. Yu Huan and Ku Yufeng couldn't help but shiver from the cold aura. Ku Yufeng's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ling Lan in astonishment. Ling Lan slowly got up from the sofa. She raised her head and looked at Yu Huan and Ku Yufeng. Yu Huan and Ku Yufeng finally saw the regiment commander's face. He was actually a cold-looking young man with faint scars on his face, and if he was given more time, the scars would disappear. So cold. Yu Huan and Ku Yufeng couldn't see Ling Lan's features clearly. They only felt the cold air she was exuding. They felt that if they were to look at Ling Lan intently, they would be frozen to death by her coldness. "I'm sorry. I'm at my breakthrough stage, so my energy is unstable," Ling Lan replied calmly. So that was what was happening. Yu Huan and Ku Yufeng felt enlightened. They experienced this stage before. To increase the success rate of advancing, they suppressed their Qi Jin energy until there was enough accumulated. When everything was prepared, they would then focus on their breakthrough. It was not easy to suppress the overpowering Qi Jin energy. Sometimes, they needed to use all their concentration to suppress it, causing them to lose awareness of what was happening around them. It was as if they were sleepwalking. This would explain why the killing intent on Regiment Commander Ling was so strong at the beginning. It must be because he couldn't suppress his energy fully, so some of it leaked out. Even when he successfully retracted his killing intent, his cold aura leaked out. However, was this breakthrough referring to the breakthrough to the domain realm? The two of them exchanged glances with each other. They couldn't see Ling Lan's face clearly, but they could tell that she was young. She was an amazingly talented youth. Besides those monsters from the Flying Dragon Special Forces, no one could be compared with her. This must be a key youth the military must be grooming. No wonder, he was able to become a major general at such a young age and become the regiment commander of a titled Super Mecha clan. He even had the members of the North and South Stars as his subordinates. Yu Huan and Ku Yufeng felt that they had gotten the answers for their questions, so they started to pay more attention to Ling Lan. If this person didn't die before he fully matured, he would definitely obtain a high position in the military. Soon, Ling Lan left the command center with Yang Mingji and Lu Furong. Ku Yufeng still needed to finish his leaving procedure with Yu Huan, so he arranged to meet Ling Lan an hour later at the camping ground for the handover. Only Yu Huan and Ku Yufeng were left in the office. What do you think? Yu Huan finally cleared away the smile on his face and asked Ku Yufeng for his opinion. Ling Tian is not simple, Ku Yufeng said calmly. Why do you say that? Yu Huan asked seriously. There were 1,000,000 soldiers in the base. He couldn't pass everyone's life to someone he didn't know anything about. Yang Mingji seems like the one who directed the conversation, but before he answers every question, he would always look at Major General Ling first. Light flashed Ku Yufeng's right hand and 10 sparkling crystal beads were dancing on his palm. They spun around on his hand. Surprisingly, no noises were made. It appeared as though the 10 crystal beads didn't hit one another at all. This was Ku Yufeng's habit. When he needed to think carefully about something, he would use this method to clear his mind and make a final judgment on the matter. Lu Furong acts the same way too. His focus was always on Regiment Commander Ling. I even noticed that he was a bit nervous, Yu Huan agreed with Ku Yufeng. At the same time, he said his observations. As members of the North and South Stars, they wouldn't be worried about each other. That means that he was worried about Regiment Commander Ling, Ku Yufeng replied. That's right. He was probably telling the truth when he said that he was in a bad state due to his breakthrough. Yu Huan interlocked his fingers on his table and turned serious. You don't think he is doing it deliberately? Ku Yufeng smiled playfully. If Yang Mingji and Lu Furong weren't here, I might think this way. However, they're here. Yang Mingji's expression softened. You know Yang Mingji. He was known as the slyest person among the 7 stars of the North. Do you think that he would allow his regiment commander to offend me the moment they enter the base? That's true. Yang Mingji isn't stupid. Ku Yufeng agreed with Yu Huan. Most importantly, who is Ling Lan? Is he really the one in control of Ling Tian? Yu Huan felt that if he could find the answers to these 2 questions, he would be able to make a decision. I remember that there is a young man with the surname Ling who made a name for himself during the battle on planet Haijiao. Ku Yufeng was in deep thought. Prince Ling. Yu Huan leaned against the table and crossed his hands in front of his chest. They wanted to protect him, so they didn't reveal his full name to the public. However, everyone knows that the young man is the son of General Ling Xiao, Ku Yufeng answered. You think it's him? Yu Huan raised his eyebrows. It is possible, Ku Yufeng replied. It's possible, but he jumped levels and operated a god-class mecha. His actions permanently damaged his body. This is the inspection result from all the military doctors in the hospital. Yu Huan thought otherwise. Do you think that Prince Ling would appear here and tell us that he was on the verge of a breakthrough? Were the military doctors so easy to fool? But the Ling family, they have the blood phoenix. Ku Yufeng sighed. A legend is just a legend, Yu Huan said firmly, these are modern times. Really? Then, why were there physical skills? Why were there innate talents? Why did the domain concept appear? All these couldn't be explained with modern technology. However, this was how people were like. They respected strength and accepted strength. In their minds, these things were within the acceptable range of humans. However, things like coming back alive from the dead were against the nature of life. No one could understand it. Hence, in their minds, these legends would forever be legends. The blood phoenix, which was said to be able to revive in a sea of flames, just meant that the people from the Ling family were tougher and harder to die compared to the average person. Since Yu Huan didn't agree with what he said, Ku Yufeng didn't continue. Forget it. We'll find out about the Ling Tian Mecha clan one day. I'm not in a hurry. Yu Huan didn't get the answer he wanted, so he decided to forego it and continue helping Ku Yufeng with his leaving procedures. Before the new Mecha clan entered the base, the previous Mecha clan wasn't allowed to leave. This was to prevent any mistakes in the handing over process which might affect the strength of the base. When Ling Lan walked out of the command center, she told Yang Mingji and Lu Furong, the Mecha clan will be moving into the camping ground soon. The move and the communication within the base will be handled by the 10 main leaders as well as Department Head Lin. Regiment Commander, what about you? Lu Furong asked worriedly. Ling Lan was spending more and more time sleepwalking. Was it all right for no one to watch over him? The energy in my body has been accumulated to the maximum point. If I want to control it, I need all my strength. I won't have the time and effort to care about the things happening in the Mecha clan. Ling Lan frowned. She didn't expect her opportunity to enter the Imperial realm to happen when she was grooming her Mecha clan. It caught her off guard. I will now put all my efforts into training those new recruits. It will be a great opportunity for them. The reason why she was training those new recruits other than being short on time, was because she didn't want to waste her domain presence that she was slowly losing control over. If those new recruits could endure a short while under her half-step Imperial realm presence, it would toughen up their physical bodies and mentalities. If you have time, come to join as well. Ling Lan told the leaders. It was also an opportunity for them as well. Yes, Regiment Commander. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong shouted with hints of gratitude in their eyes. Although Ling Lan's terrifying presence brought them to the brink of death each time they were under it, they still discovered new realizations of their powers after pushing through the great pain that came with it. Additionally, under Ling Lan's presence, they could also take in and condense more of their element's energy. This was like cheating in a sense. Anyone who wanted to become stronger would not pass up on such a good opportunity. However, if someone thought this was something their regiment commander could easily do, then they would be mistaken. Ling Lan needed to activate her presence, but control it to an extent that it wouldn't kill them or cut off a limb. Her energy needed to be released at an optimum level. However, doing so depended greatly on one's ability to control the energy. If it was in the past, it of course, wouldn't be hard for Ling Lan to do that. However now, Ling Lan was about to advance, so her energy fluctuated tremendously in this period of time. Sometimes, she might even lose control of her energy. For Ling Lan in her current state, controlling her energy became a tormenting test. In reality, during every training session, the pain and pressure Ling Lan was under wasn't any less than anyone else in the training grounds. There were many instances when she had to hold in her explosive energy, which she had to pay the price for in terms of heavy injuries. It was only just that Ling Lan always had her cold and merciless facial expression, making it not obvious that she was in tremendous amounts of pain. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Shiyu had carelessly made small remarks about her condition, none of them would know anything about the pain she was under. They wouldn't know about who was paying the price for them to be able to acquire this great opportunity to train. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were both mature soldiers, so they were very grateful towards Ling Lan's selfless actions. However, they just didn't show it outright. They were also very aware that Ling Lan provided them more than just these things. The number of things she was doing for them was constantly accumulating one after another. To repay Ling Lan's kindness, they would need an entire lifetime. However, they were willing to do so. After making these arrangements, Ling Lan thought for a moment and added, however, after 1 week, you lot will be joining the training for the new recruits. Before that, all leaders pass your work to your deputy and come to train with me. Ling Lan's words made Yang Mingji and Lu Furong's face instantly twitch. A week later, my energy will accumulate to its highest point and it will have a high possibility of losing control. Allowing you to come is one, to let you all feel my uncontrolled powers, which will probably good for you in the future, too. Ling Lan coldly glanced towards the two of them and said mercilessly, it is also a test to see how many of you are able to stay alive in the end. Huh. Even veterans would tremble in fear after hearing such cold and killing intent-filled words. If you want to become strong, you must pay a price. Ling Lan looked towards the blue sky and white clouds created from the virtual space and said calmly, pass my words to all the other leaders. If they don't have the courage to join, they can just give up. Understood, Regiment Commander. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong returned to their calm demeanor. At their levels, unless Ling Lan said something very unexpected, they wouldn't make much fuss about it. After giving out these orders, Ling Lan disappeared without a trace. They were clearly not far away from the entrance of the command center. However, the soldiers seemed to have not realized Ling Lan's appearance and disappearance. It was as though she didn't exist. Our regiment commander has become stronger again, Yang Mingji said nonchalantly. Yeah. Even if his energy levels are not stable, he still has reached a point of zen. However, he doesn't want people to notice that. Even if he was to stand in front of that person wouldn't be able to notice. After saying that, Lu Furong and Yang Mingji looked at each other and smiled. The two of them then vanished in the blink of an eye. Although they couldn't do it perfectly like their regiment commander, they could still disappear silently from a large amount of soldiers who were not capable enough to not notice them. As for stronger soldiers, even if they were to discover them, they wouldn't try to intercept them, especially the allied soldiers from the same headquarters. 3 days had passed since then. Ling Tian had finished the handover procedures for Proud Wind's camping grounds on the first day. Then, they used one more day to clear up everything in the base from top to bottom. The new recruits, who had been busily working for the past 2 days instead of training, would not be able to escape the third day's new recruit training. However, the new recruit training for this day made those male soldiers feel somewhat better. It was possible that it was because they had rested for 2 days and were now in tip-top shape, or the fact that the JMCs, who were absent from the training, were finally joining them. Men and women working together makes everything easier. It seemed these words had its merits. All the male soldiers were suddenly full of energy. They were cautious about showing any ounce of fear in front of the female soldiers in case that they might leave a bad first impression. I'm so happy. We can finally participate in the rumored day training, a female soldier beside Lady Mei said excitedly. Until now, the female soldiers were just trained by Han Shuya and Luo Chao because of their weak physical constitutions. They were all taught from the basics. They were afraid that some of them with weaker physical constitutions or those who were weak in general, would break from the actual training. After half a month, Han Shuya finally made the decision to take female soldiers to get a feel of the intensity of the day training. Unfortunately for them, it was also a day training session held by Boss which was many times more difficult. So, Han Shuya was afraid that these female soldiers might be in danger. It couldn't be helped, Boss was too merciless so she had to be careful putting sweet lambs in front of a terrifying werewolf. Thus, the medical teams, who hadn't came out for quite a while, came out and stood around the training grounds, waiting to do their duty. Of course, every member of the medical team had a bitter expression on their faces. During the past few weeks, they worked in shifts for the new recruits' training, and it made them realize something. That realization was that their regiment commander would definitely not let anyone off easy, including these medical teams who were on call for duty. Although the pressure they were put under was much lesser than the new recruits, it still wasn't that much of a difference. In the end, when they had to go to save someone in the training ground, they would first inject themselves. Of course, these injections were specially made for members of medical teams. It was the medical department head Lee's newest research results. He successfully cut off the pain of the medicinal agent to 2 hours after the injection. That was right. They could still not escape from the pain. The only difference was whether the pain starts right away or after 2 hours. Every time the medical team saw the new recruits looking towards them with hope and admiration, they would feel very bitter about it. Injecting themselves with their own medicinal agents made them want to cry, but they couldn't tell anyone about it. However, if those new recruits thought that entering the medical teams would let them escape from the day and month training pains, then, those medical team members would happily welcome them to go to hell together. Seeing the excited JMCs, the male soldiers, who had already experienced the torment of the training, couldn't help but worry about these naive young women who still weren't aware that they were stepping into a lion's den. One of the male soldiers stood beside the female soldiers decided to tell them the truth. He had a bitter smile on his face and said softly, day training is actually very scary, you may not be able to endure it. However, what he did not expect was his nice gesture being misunderstood as contempt by a female soldier. Don't look down on us. We can participate in the day training because of our own capabilities, not because someone let us in through connections. Humph. She glared at him with frustration and anger filling her eyes. Ah, that's not what I meant. The male soldier was instantly dumbfounded by the reply. That was not what he meant at all. He wanted to clear up the misunderstanding between himself and that female soldier, but the group of female soldiers suddenly moved more to the side, creating half a meter of distance between the two groups that were originally standing shoulder to shoulder. Heh, little Chiu, did you offend then? A comrade beside him noticed the movements of the female soldiers and criticized his friend who went to talk to them. I didn't. This innocent male soldier understood that he could not explain himself anymore. Right at that moment, strong presence suddenly came down on their shoulders. All of the soldiers in the area suddenly had a change in expression and began to go against the pressure in unplanned unison. Hold! Han Shuya, who was leading them, was the first to feel this strong pressure, and she immediately reminded everyone. Although these JMCs currently had the weakest physical constitutions compared to the other male soldiers in the training grounds, they were still able to withstand the pressure after Han Shuya's 15 days of training. After Han Shuya's order, all of the JMCs quickly held on to the comrades beside them, creating a long connected line of soldiers. The reason why they were doing this was to equally distribute the pressure among them in hopes that even the weakest among them would not fall. However, even though they did that, every JMC still had a pained expression on their face. They caught off guard since they had never been under this type of pressure before. Only Han Shuya, who was standing at the very front, was standing upright with no change in her expression. It was as though the strong pressure was non-existent to her. Lady Mei raised her head with great difficulty and saw the silhouette of Han Shuya standing upright. Seeing her, Lady Mei instantly calmed her mind, and the pressure, that was originally difficult for her, no longer seemed that terrifying. Everyone did well, but if you want to actually qualify for the day training, you still have to keep enduring. Don't shame our JMC department. Han Shuya's words echoed through all of the ears of the JMCs. Every one of them instantly put forth all their effort to endure until the end. They wanted to let the males see that them females were not any weaker than them. Click. 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 Sharp footsteps suddenly echoed within the hearts of every soldier on the training grounds. Every step was like a sledgehammer smashing their heart. A few less capable new recruits had reddened faces with pained expressions. Similarly, some JMCs, who were less capable, were also suffering from the same feeling. They felt as though their hearts were going to be split apart by the sound of the footsteps. The line they created by combining their strength instantly began to teeter on the end of breaking apart. Suddenly, all the JMCs heard a soft and odd voice echoed in their ears. Of course, it was entirely possible that it was an illusion caused by the pressure put on their hearts. Every JMC felt that they were going to faint from the terrifying footsteps. Surprisingly, the pressure on their hearts began to lessen. Every one of them started gasping for air as if they had almost drowned. The suffocating feeling they initially felt had already gone away from them. Although they escaped from the terrifying footsteps, the pressure on their shoulders was still pushing them down. They had only managed to escape from one avenue of death, but it didn't mean their troubles were over. Other than the JMCs, all the other soldiers knew that it was their regiment commander who had arrived. The brutal training they had in the past few days made them realize that their regiment commander was a ruthless person. If he wanted to play with you until you die, you wouldn't be able to fight back at all. All the new recruits began thinking about the scene from 10 days ago in unplanned unison. It was the first time they underwent training with their regiment commander. It was just like now. No, more worse back then. Back then, they were not even half as strong as they were currently, and just one wave of pressure already enough to force half of them to faint. If they only knew what was going to happen next back then, the other half of the new recruits might have forced themselves to faint to join the other new recruits who had already fainted. Unfortunately, they were clueless about the torment they were about to go through at the time. Plus, their pride as a soldier drove them to not succumb under the pressure that easily. It was those footsteps. Those damn footsteps. Back then, their regiment commander only walked 10 steps. Other than a few hundred soldiers who had reached the peak stage of Qi Jin, the rest all spat out mouthfuls of blood and fainted. If you thought these few hundred peak stage Qi Jin soldiers got away with it, then that would be very naive of you. Of course, when the few hundred still standing soldiers saw their regiment commander stopped in front of them, they all thought the torture was over. However, what they didn't expect was that an even more terrifying experience was waiting for them. That was because their regiment commander never thought of letting them off easy. How many left? Their regiment commander calmly scanned the few hundred soldiers and smirked, not bad. There are still 427 soldiers. She knew the correct number of people with only a single glance. Are the weapons ready? Their regiment commander raised his head slightly and looked towards the head of the law enforcement department, Gao Jinyun, who was standing at the door. Even the head of the law enforcement department had to come here since the regiment commander had came here himself. All ready, regiment commander. Gao Jinyun shot a glance to his assistants. Not long after, the law enforcement department got 500 or so weapons over to the training grounds and placed them in a corner. These weapons were all made from metal. There were knives, swords, daggers, metal bats, hammers and many more. All 18 types of handheld weapons were present. You will only have 3 minutes to choose your best weapon. I am giving you an opportunity. Their regiment commander's cold voice echoed through the ears of all 427 individuals. Opportunity? What opportunity? The 427 soldier had this question in mind. However, the training they underwent the past few days made them understand that they shouldn't neglect the amount of time their officers gave them. They had learned from that mistake at the very beginning of their time in the clan. It should be said that after the strength training given from the leaders, although these new recruits did not pass the requirements for Ling Tian Mecha clan, they were still much stronger from when they first joined. If they were based off the requirements of the new recruit corps, these recruits would all successfully pass. Soon, everyone grabbed their weapon of choice. Everyone then looked towards the cold and collected regiment commander standing at the very front of them with clueless expressions. So, I heard a lot of people want to leave my mecha clan. Ling Lan's mocking tone rang in everyone's ears. Many soldiers shamefully put their heads down. Indeed, the hellish training for the past few days caused the new recruits to be afraid. Some of them even believed that if it continued, they would die on the training grounds before dying on the battlefield. I'm a reasonable person. Ling Lan said calmly. What a lie. Not only did the new recruits who stood up to fight deny their regiment commander's words, even those on duty and the medical teams around the training grounds felt the same way. Boss was definitely a person who was dominant, unreasonable and would use any ruthless methods to make them unable to say no to him. So, I'm giving you a chance to leave. Ling Lan looked towards everyone coldly. Out of the 427 of you, if one of you manages to strike me down, then all of you will be able to walk out of my clan freely. Ah, the 427 new recruits all shouted in surprise. Many of them had excited expressions on their faces and the light of hope was sparkling in their eyes. Heh. On the other hand, the veteran soldiers in Ling Tian looked at these 427 recruits with sympathetic expressions in unplanned unison. As expected, he was still boss who would start a killing spree if they didn't obey him. A few older mecha operators who were standing on the side remembered the time when they were arrogant in front of their regiment commander. Bittersweet feelings started to appear in their heart. However, when they saw those arrogant new recruits, they actually felt their moods lighten up a bit. Yes, you brats. We're watching you. Just continue to be arrogant. This was definitely not the feeling of schadenfreude. Suddenly, Ling Lan seemed to have remembered something. She shook her head and said slowly, right, TSK, ask you to bring me down. That's probably too much of a demand for you lot. Ling Lan looked at these new recruits as if they were ants. How about this? If one of you hit me with a good hit, I will declare you as winners. These words caused the 427 new recruits to have angry expressions on their faces. Pride was something no soldier lacked. Every one of them unconsciously clenched the weapons in their hands with limitless willpower burning in their eyes. Although not everyone out of the 427 individuals wanted to leave, there were still soldiers who wanted to leave even though they saw improvements in their strength. However, this still shouldn't be a reason why they should endure being insulted by the top commander of the Mecha clan. Beat him. Despite having different goals, these 427 individuals now had one common goal. The entire training grounds was quiet as it was split into two groups. On one side, there was Ling Lan with her hands behind her back and her signature cold expression on her face. On the other side, there were 427 individuals with hardened expressions. Everyone was prepared to attack and was only waiting for the order to attack. In the group of 427 soldiers, Hua Zhenyu looked at the person who he now admired and felt a little bitter. In the past, he was somewhat considered an opponent who Ling Lan deemed as worthy, but now, he was only one insignificant person in this group of soldiers. The promise they made 1 year ago. Despite him knowing that the difference between himself and that person was like heaven and earth, the scene in front of him still made Hua Zhenyu felt uneasy. Perhaps Ling Lan had already forgotten their promise from back then. Begin. Ling Lan's cold voice exploded in everyone's ears. The row of new recruits who were closest to Ling Lan, around 10 or so, shouted and pounced towards Ling Lan with their weapons. Despite being mad at Ling Lan's words, the new recruits didn't lose their cool. Everyone cautiously clumped together and attacked Ling Lan simultaneously. Of course, they were also conducting a test. A test to determine just how strong their regiment commander was. Bam! The pouncing soldiers were suddenly sent flying back by a strong force until they smashed into the hard ground. They didn't even get close to their regiment commander and were swept off their feet just by their regiment commander's presence. The remaining new recruits were stunned by this scene. They looked at their regiment commander with dumbfounded looks and forgot to continue their attacks. Who could land on hit on him if he had this kind of power? Ling Lan stood at the same place without moving a single inch. Her hands were still behind her back. Her eyes scanned the crowd and she calmly said in a mock apologetic tone, "It was my fault just now. I will now suppress my physical skills to the peak stage of Qi Jin to make it fair for you." After saying that, Ling Lan's original dominant presence began to weaken. In the end, the presence she was giving off was similar to the peak stage of Qi Jin, however, despite it being so, her presence's actual power was still 2 to 3 times stronger than actual peak stage Qi Jin individuals. However, there were 427 of them and most of them had reached the peak stage of Qi Jin. Furthermore, many of them had even reached the optimal peak. It was only that they hadn't found a catalyst to advance into the domain stage yet. From the looks of things, their regiment commander was indeed giving them a fair fight by suppressing his powers to the peak stage of Qi Jin. After all, it was 427 people attacking him with some even stronger than him by a small amount. Now, all the new recruits were under the impression that their regiment commander was definitely a domain realm master and not just any domain realm master, it was possible that he was a titled domain realm master. Begin. Ling Lan ordered again. However this time, no one made a move. The row of new recruits who were getting closer to Ling Lan looked at Ling Lan with hardened expressions in hopes to find an opening to attack. However soon, everyone began to swear and cuss in their minds. *T. Why could their regiment commander just stand there casually and be perfect without any openings? Just like that, it was a stalemate for half a minute. Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows slightly. Looks like I have to make a move. Yes, only if you move, we will have a chance to find an opening. All the recruits were not moving because of this thought. However, in the next second, the expressions of the recruits quickly changed. Too fast. Ling Lan, who was originally standing in front of them, suddenly disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. This was the sound of fists hitting flesh. Ah, ah, ah. This was the sound of pained screams. Bam, bam, bam. This was the sound of heavy objects falling onto the ground. The area in the center of the 427 soldiers was in a state of chaos. Ling Lan entered no man's land with hands moving around with grace. Wherever she went, there would be people sent flying. This caused the entire new recruit group to be thrust into a state of chaos. Too merciless. A mecha operator spectating on the side couldn't help but shake his head from the scene. How long do you think our regiment commander will take to take down these new recruits? Asked another mecha operator while smiling. That would depend on our regiment commander's mood. They didn't dare to guess the mood their unpredictable regiment commander. It's actually better for them to have fainted in the beginning from our regiment commander's presence. One mecha operator saw one new recruit spat out blood in midair. His face instantly twitched, and a sense of familiarity instantly struck him. Back then, he also went through the same thing. Heh, you think newbies who don't know the truth will understand our regiment commander's mercilessness? Another mecha operator heard those words and instantly laughed out loud. Only after experiencing such an unforgettable pain, would they be able to understand that in our mecha clan the person who they should never provoke is our regiment commander. Sighed one person. There's a very big problem with your words. In our mecha clan, those who we shouldn't provoke isn't just our regiment commander, right? Rebutted someone. Those mecha operators all suddenly thought of something and all shivered in unison. One mecha operator hugged himself in an exaggerated manner and said frustratingly, all right, don't talk about that topic, just thinking about it gives me the chills. In their mecha clan, whether it was team leaders or department heads from logistics, no one was nice. Ling Lan was flying gracefully while sending recruits one after another flying into the air. Suddenly, she felt the set of arms of a new recruit blocking her attack. However, the new recruit had to slide back for more than 10 meters before he finally managed to completely neutralize the attack. Ling Lan was surprised that someone managed to block her attack. Although she suppressed her true strength to the peak stage of Qi Jin, the strength of her attack still exceeded that stage. A normal recruit shouldn't be able to handle it. She looked at the new recruit instinctively, and was stunned for a moment. Hua Zhenyu. He was her opponent when she was still a freshman in the military academy. Before he left the military academy, they promised to have a battle again. Senior Hua, this is a good moment to realize our promise of the past. Here's my second attack. Ling Lan's cold voice rang beside Hua Zhenyu's ears. She took a step forward and shot towards Hua Zhenyu. In an instant, she arrived in front of him. However, her current attacks were stronger and fiercer than before. She aimed at Hua Zhenyu's forehead. Hua Zhenyu was in a daze but when he heard what Ling Lan said, but when he saw her fist, his eyes lit up with fighting spirit. This person whom he looked up to didn't forget their promise. He was willing to fight with him. Come. Hua Zhenyu smiled happily. He congregated his Qi Jin into his right fist and then aimed it at Ling Lan's fist. Bang! A dull explosion was heard. Two fists collided and residual waves flowed towards everyone spectating. All the recruits around them were thrown off their feet. Half-step domain. One of the mecha operators was shocked. I didn't expect such a powerful figure to be hidden among the recruits. Another mecha operator was elated too. I want that person on my team. The two of them shouted simultaneously. They heard each other's words and glared at each other. Sparks formed in the air. To increase the strength of their teams, they would use any means to snatch anyone powerful into their teams. Ling Lan and Hua Zhenyu's fist collided for 3 seconds. Even if Hua Zhenyu had reached half-step domain, he was still unable to resist against Ling Lan's frightening attack. Boom! Hua Zhenyu flew out. He flew past the area where the recruits were standing and falling to the corner of the training ground. Even after he landed on the ground, Hua Zhenyu still took a few steps back before he managed to stand still. However, Hua Zhenyu didn't feel sad or dejected. Instead, he looked elated. Grab this chance to break through to the domain stage. A voice sounded beside him. It was Ling Lan. Hua Zhenyu suppressed his happiness. He crossed his legs, sat on the ground and closed his eyes. He slowly felt the power behind Ling Lan's fist. This was an opportunity Ling Lan gave him. If he could make full use of this opportunity, he would be able to find the path to the domain realm. The mecha operators around Hua Zhenyu looked at him with envy. They wanted to get this opportunity too. Wait, they had to get tortured by their boss first. Well, it seemed like they needed to factor that in too. Those mecha teams that were interested in Hua Zhenyu were more interested in him now. Anyone that got selected by their boss would have a bright future ahead of himself. It would be stupid if they didn't want him. While Hua Zhenyu was meditating, Ling Lan beat the rest of the 427 recruits to the ground. Everyone laid on the ground and groaned in pain. On the other hand, Ling Lan wasn't breathing heavily. What was worse was that there wasn't even a crease on her military uniform. She just stood in the middle calmly. I've given you a chance to get out of my clan. Unfortunately, you're rubbish. Ling Lan flicked her left sleeve. She didn't even look at the recruits, showing that she didn't care about the recruits. The recruits on the ground glared at Ling Lan when they heard what she said. Some even vomited out blood in anger. Hence, stay here and train obediently. When you're not a pile of rubbish anymore, you can. Ling Lan looked up slightly and scoffed. Though, I think that it'll be difficult for all of you. All the recruits gritted their teeth. Now, the thought of running away wasn't in their minds anymore. They just wanted to prove that they weren't useless to Ling Lan. They were willing to do anything to prove that. Are you unhappy? Then, stand up. Ling Lan suddenly shouted when she saw the anger and fighting spirits in their eyes. The recruits on the ground started struggling. However, the damage done by Ling Lan's fist was too great. They kept falling down each time they tried to stand up. They repeated this process until they finally managed to stagger up. Those who are still able to stand up will go through the basic training for today. Ling Lan watched them coldly as they struggled to get up. Even when they got up, her gaze didn't change. It was still cold and brutal. Her next order was brutal too. He really wants us to die. The recruits were affected greatly by Ling Lan's indifference. They confirmed that their regiment commander really didn't care about them. Even if they died, he would be affected at all. He was really the devil. Ling Lan looked at the silent recruits who were staring at her in a daze. She raised one of her eyebrows and said, "Didn't you hear what I said?" A huge force of presence struck the recruits again. Those that were barely standing fainted from the pressure. Blood started flowing out of their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Only less than 100 recruits managed to resist the pressure. They were all at the optimal peak of Qi Jin. This was the reason why they were able to currently stand despite everything they had been through. They looked at the 300 recruits who collapsed and turned to look Ling Lan, who was looking at them coldly. Without any hesitation, they rushed to the training ground to complete their training. They knew that they wouldn't be able to complete it in their current condition, but they didn't have the ability to say no. Hence, the recruits had to suffer for many days under the hands of their brutal regiment commander. Every day, they felt that they were going to die. However, they were saved by the frightening agent which tormented them greatly before pulling them back from the gates of hell. Even they almost died from the brutal training. Would a bunch of female soldiers who were at manifestation stage be able to survive? Finally, a person appeared at the entrance. He was wearing a blue-white military uniform with a white short whip kept under his arms. He was walking over slowly to them. Lady May and the other JMCs felt an icy gaze passing over them. Then, they heard a cold and heartless voice. "If you can survive for half an hour, I'll allow you to participate in the day training." Everyone knew Ling Lan was saying that to the JMCs. The JMCs were filled with fighting spirit when they heard that. Under the guidance of Han Shuya, they were no longer the female soldiers who wanted to fish for a rich husband. They wanted to be like Han Shuya, a female officer who had real power. They didn't want to be just another man's accessory. Of course, this was because most of the JMCs here came from Base 013. They experienced many life-or-death situations in the battle, so they were stronger and more determined than other female soldiers. In the future, under the guidance of these strong-minded females, future female soldiers would walk on the path of independence too. Did you manage to find out anything about Ling Tian? All the mecha clans in the base wanted to know the background of this new titled Super Mecha Clan, which was going to take over the Proud Wind Mecha Clan's position in the base. Their astonishing number of mechas as well as their grand entrance made the other mecha clans curious about Ling Tian Mecha Clan. However, when they tried to look up information of Ling Tian, it just stated that it was just a newly formed titled Super Mecha Clan which was at 5th rank 1 star. Any titled Super Mecha Clan in the base had a higher rank than Ling Tian. Hence, a lot of mecha clans weren't convinced about their capabilities to succeed Proud Wind's position in the base. Is it true that the regiment commander of this mecha clan is someone with a special background? They probably came here just to gain some merits for themselves. This was the only explanation for their ludicrous amount of mechas. We can't let a useless second generation be in control of everyone's safety in the base. Most of the regiment commanders in the base had this thought. Before Ling Tian proved itself to them that it was capable of sitting on the throne, the other mecha clans wouldn't listen to it even if Yuhuan gave them the power to govern them. Maybe we should test them out. The regiment commanders of some high-rank titled Super Mecha clans were restless that their commander-in-chief might be someone incompetent, so they decided to act to ease their restless heart. Ah! We can finally take a break. In the JMC's dorm, a pretty and outgoing JMC laid on her bed and waved her fists around as she shouted out excitedly. "Little Yao, be quiet." A pillow flew towards the face of the JMC called Little Yao. Empty-handed weapon grab. Little Yao quickly grabbed the flying pillow to prevent her face from being hit by it. Lady Mei, Ah Ching attacked me. Little Yao jumped down and complained to Lady Mei, who was in the bathroom, while she waved the pillow in the air. Training is not for us to fight each other. Lady Mei was using a cold towel to wipe her face in an attempt to freshen herself up. She wasn't interested in the insignificant quarrels between her comrades. One of the main reasons why these JMCs were so active the moment they woke up was because they passed the test. They were finally able to take part in the training too. Lady Mei still felt scared when she thought of the day of the assessment. Only half of them managed to withstand for half an hour. They thought that they had failed the right for them to go for the training. However, Major Han said that more than half of them had succeeded, so they barely passed. However, Major Han got punished for their shortcomings. She had to go through 10 times the amount of their training every day. Every night, Lady Mei would see Major Han crawling out of the training ground with dried and fresh stains of blood on her face. She wasn't the only one who saw this. All the JMCs saw the heart-wrenching scene. Some weaker recruits even cried. "What are you crying?" Major Han seemed puzzled when she saw them crying. When she knew that they were crying because of the brutal training she had to endure, Major Han smiled and asked, "Don't you think that this is fair?" "Why is it fair? You are a female. How can you do what the men are doing?" The training that Major Han had to go through was much worse than what the recruits were doing. It was almost the same as the training for experienced soldiers. "Why not?" Han Shuya smiled and asked. The JMCs didn't know what to reply. "Actually, I'm very happy to be able to train this hard because to boss, I'm no longer just a weak lady. I'm also a real soldier now. That is why he gave me the same training as those experienced soldiers." Han Shuya seemed excited when she said this. Only boss knew what she really wanted. She wanted to become a powerful person just like Ling Lan. She wanted to be able to protect the people she wanted to protect. You are the same too. Since you managed to earn the right to go for day training, you must forget about your gender. There is only one kind of people here, soldiers. Han Shuya said sternly, "I always believe that a woman, even a normal JMC, is as good as any male soldier." "Yes, head." All the female soldiers were motivated by Han Shuya's words. Yes, in the past, JMCs were known as weaklings that required the full protection of the base to do their job. So, the base and the division wouldn't want to waste resources to train these female soldiers. Hence, their status in the military was low. Sometimes, they couldn't even reject a high-ranking officer when they confessed to them. However here, they were able to train like male soldiers. They were given the same training resources and treatment as male soldiers. If they got hurt and tired after training, they would be given the same expensive agent. Although it made them feel like dying, their body condition really got better after taking those medicinal agents. They even became more agile. When they looked around them, they could see that they were more respected than they were ever before. After a week of continuous training, all the female soldiers broke through their limits and advanced to the manifestation stage. Some female soldiers who were already in manifestation stage, for instance, Lady Mei, even managed to advance to refinement stage after she finished her treatment yesterday night. Refinement stage was nothing much in the Lingtian Mecha clan. If any of the male soldiers didn't reach refinement stage, they would be sent for training all the way until they reached refinement stage. However, females were different. Due to the restriction on their physical constitution, they would be stuck at manifestation stage even if they were highly talented. Therefore, they needed to find an opportunity to break through the manifestation stage. Without an opportunity, they would never be able to advance to the higher stages. Hence, Lady Mei was considered to be very powerful when she advanced to the refinement stage. "Oh right, since we have a day off today, let's go shopping," Little Yao suggested excitedly after she finished dressing up. She had been stuck training at the training grounds for the past 10 days. She could feel the itch in her body to go out, even more so when she heard that there was a huge shopping mall in the base. Every base had a shopping mall or a shopping district. However, these shops were all controlled by the base. The attendants inside were all logisticians of the base. They were a form of service for the soldiers. "Sure. I need to buy some daily necessities too." Ah Qing quickly sat up from her bed without any signs of drowsiness she had before. Lady Mei wanted to get some necessities too, so she agreed to go together. Soon, the three of them reached the shopping mall. The shopping mall was huge. It looked the same as the shopping malls one would find in the cities. However, most of the products sold inside were daily necessities and all kinds of mecha equipment. There were some household items too. However, there were very few selections of clothes, and most of it were just military uniforms and boots. They were just different styles of military wear. The uniforms of all the divisions were sold here. At the very least, they did sell casual clothes. The huge array of items delighted the ladies. Soon, their hands were filled with shopping bags. Okay, since everyone is done, let's go back. Lady May didn't want to waste her entire day off shopping. Wait, let's go over there. Little Yao suddenly pointed to a cold weapons shop. You want to get a cold weapon? Lady May was curious. Don't you think our regiment commander looks very handsome carrying a whip? Little Yao replied indirectly. That's because our regiment commander is handsome, not the whip. Lady May was speechless, but Little Yao already dragged her into the shop, so she had no choice but to go inside. Ah Qin quickly caught up with them. There were many soldiers in the cold weapons shop, and most of them were males. Hence, when three beautiful ladies entered the shop, most of the eyes in the shop turned to them. Little Yao saw the whip category and she quickly pulled the two of them over. It had to be said that all the cold weapons on base Nebula were of amazing quality. Little Yao was amazed by what she saw. She didn't know which one to choose. These prices are a little too high. The thrifty Ah Qin was shocked by the prices of these whips in front of her. High-quality weapons are expensive, Little Yao said dismissively. Suddenly, she saw a shining black whip and her eyes lit up. She immediately pressed the virtual screen beside. Soon, the materials, method of assembly, and the various components of the whip were displayed. Little Yao was satisfied with the figures. Wow, it's 1.33 million credits. Ah Qin looked at Little Yao seriously. She asked in puzzlement, it's just a short whip. Why is it so expensive? This whip is made from the tailbone of the demon teeth leopard. It's a rank 7 savage beast, so it's very hard to catch. Whether it's the flexibility or the tenacity of the bone, it's one of the best, making it the most suitable material to make a whip. Most cold weapons aren't able to destroy it. Hence, the price displayed there is very reasonable. The soldier beside them frowned when he heard what Ah Qin said, but he still patiently explained to them. Thank you. Lady May thanked the soldier as his explanation allowed her to understand the whip better. Sister May, let's get this. Little Yao's eyes were sparkling. Do you have enough money? Lady May glanced at Little Yao. She destroyed Little Yao's dream. No. However, we can gather enough money from everyone. Little Yao smiled. Huh? Lady May was stunned. Major Han's birthday is coming up soon, Little Yao replied. If she has a whip like this, don't you think she will look very handsome? I thought only the regiment commander can use a whip. Lady May was uncertain. She didn't see any other team leaders carrying a whip. Would it cause trouble for their department head if they bought a whip for her? No, Little Yao looked around her before pulling Ah Qin and Lady May closer. Someone from the medical department secretly told that all the leaders and heads will need a whip soon. Why? Lady May was curious. I heard that it is to make punishment easier. It was an order by the regiment commander, Little Yao replied seriously. F***K. Does every battle team need to have one? So vicious. Ah Qin stuck her tongue out. Don't you realize that the whip will be used on us? Lady May was speechless. She had never seen someone giving the weapon used to punish them as a present to their department head. Our head won't punish us. Little Yao wasn't worried about this. Major Han was strict with them, but she never punished them physically. I'm just worried about the upcoming assessment. With a good weapon, she may have a higher chance of passing the assessment. Little Yao sighed. I don't want our head to get punished again. Lady May remembered the bad state Major Han was in during the past few days. She looked at the best whip in the shop and said, let's buy it. I'll pay. It's supposed to be a gift from everyone, Little Yao objected. Let me buy it first and then we will go back and ask them if they want to share the cost. If they don't want to, it's fine. I'll pay for it. Lady May had already decided to give the whip to her department head. If they don't want to share, the three of us will pay for it. Little Yao turned to look at Ah Qing. She threatened her, Ah Qing, don't tell me that you don't want to pay for it. Ah Qing immediately answered, I'll follow Sister May all the way. The three of them stayed in one apartment, so they were very close with each other. It's decided. Lady May quickly went up to the virtual screen. She wanted to press the purchase button, but a hand suddenly moved past hers. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She quickly nudged with her wrist to push the hand away. Then, she pressed her finger towards the purchase button. Bam! The hand reached out again and slapped Lady May's hand away. Both of them took a step back from the force of this exchange. Lady May looked up slowly. She saw a 20-something-year-old second lieutenant looking at her in astonishment. Second lieutenant, I've been looking at this whip for quite a while. Do you mind letting me purchase this whip instead? The second lieutenant's attitude turned softer when he noticed that he was facing against a female second lieutenant who was as strong as him. I'm sorry. I really like this whip. Please look for something else. Lady May rejected him without any hesitation. This whip was important to Major Han. How could she give it away? Why are you so shameless? How dare you snatch something from Brother Han? An arrogant lady behind the second lieutenant shouted pompously. Lady May turned around and saw a bunch of people standing around them. A pretty and sweet-looking female soldier was also glaring at her. If I remember correctly, this whip would have been mine if your Brother Han didn't stop me. Who is the shameless one here? Lady May sneered. Brother Han wanted to buy this whip a week ago. If he had enough credits back then, it would have been his long ago. The female soldier didn't want to give up. However, it is still clearly here now. Lady May's smile turned colder. Why are you preventing us from buying the whip when you don't even have enough money to buy it? You are just being unreasonable. Little Yao was unhappy. The second lieutenant's expression changed and a vicious look appeared in his eyes. Yes, the whip is still here, so it means that it doesn't have an owner yet. What's wrong with me trying to buy it? Plus, this weapon is a weapon worthy to go to the battlefield, not a toy for a lady. Moreover, you buying it is humiliating to the weapon itself. The second lieutenant looked at the three ladies with contempt. Lady May's gaze turned cold. There was a moment of silence. Then, the two of them attacked at the same time. Boom! A figure flew back. Lady May pressed the purchased button decisively. The second lieutenant looked at Lady May with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't expect to lose to a woman. The protective beam around the whip disappeared. Lady May took the whip and coldly said, "Thank you." The second lieutenant turned green with anger when he saw Lady May buying the whip. He scoffed and left angrily. That soldier is from Piercing Arrow. They are known for being unreasonable, so it's better to leave quickly. The soldier, who explained the whip to them just now, reminded Lady May when he noticed that they didn't know who that person was. Lady May frowned slightly, but she still said gratefully, "Thank you." The three of them didn't want to cause any trouble, so they hurried back to their base. They were in such a hurry so they didn't notice someone following them. "Brother Han, I've found where they come from." The scout who followed them came to his camping grounds happily. "Which mecha clan are they from?" Brother Han got excited. He had never been so humiliated before. What was more humiliating for him was that it was a woman who defeated him. "It's the new Ling Tian mecha clan." "It's them." Brother Han's expression darkened. He said, "I understand. You can leave now." The scout's expression quickly froze. However, he didn't say anything and left. After walking for some distance, the scout spat on the ground in the direction where Brother Han was at. Damn it! Does he really think he is somebody? If he didn't have a team leader as his brother, no one will want to see his ugly face. Brother Han didn't know that none of his subordinates truly respected him. After the scout left, he left his place too and went to find his brother. Soon, he walked out of his brother's apartment with an evil smile. The people from Piercing Arrow are going to mess with the people from Ling Tian. The moment the people from Piercing Arrow left their camping grounds, this piece of news spread to all the other regiment commanders. There will be a good show. The regiment commander of the Slaughter Mecha clan smiled as he said to his secondary commander. He thought that after the Proud Wind Mecha clan left base Nebula, they would be the clan taking over its place. Yet, a newly formed titled Super Mecha clan snatched his rightful position. If it was a long-standing titled Super Mecha clan like theirs, he wouldn't mind. However, the Mecha clan taking over his position was too weak in his eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. Will Yue send a competent person over? The secondary commander was puzzled. Yue was the regiment commander of Piercing Arrow Mecha clan. If he wanted to understand Ling Tian better, he must send over a competent person to really test their depths. Zhang Han has a brother called Zhang Chao. He is one of the 36 heavenly warriors under Yue. Zhang Han is a pampered child, so he will definitely ask his brother for help. The secondary commander felt enlightened. I see. Regiment commander, you've planned everything right from the get-go. Planning and luck must be both present for a scheme to go perfectly. I just didn't expect the chance to do so would come so quickly. Lin Yang smiled. What do we do now? The secondary commander was restless. Watch over Yue. If he acts, I will have a reason to meet this famous regiment commander of Ling Tian Mecha clan. Lin Yang smiled. Soon, the people from Piercing Arrow arrived at the entrance of Ling Tian's base. They started to scream and shout for the people inside Ling Tian to come out. After some time, the doors of the base finally opened. A young man walked out. Why are you screaming for? Zhang Chao glanced at the young man and he received a shock. This young man wasn't an insignificant soldier. He was a lieutenant colonel. He looked past the doors and saw there were no soldiers standing behind in rows. In fact, there was no one in sight. It seemed as though this lieutenant colonel was the man guarding the door. How luxurious to have a lieutenant colonel guard the door. Zhang Chao was stunned. He forgot what he wanted to say. Just like what Li Lanfeng expected, there would be people trying to provoke them. To prevent these outsiders from interrupting their boss and the training of their team members, the 21 team leaders would take turns guarding the door. Today, it was Xia Yi's turn. Why are there 21 team leader? Have you forgotten about Yan 3? He's the 21st team leader of Ling Tian. However, he was only given 100 team members as the rest of the soldiers were snatched away by the other team leaders. However, Yan 3 wasn't angry about it. His team, Team 21, was already a super huge team. His team had 3 times the amount of people as the other teams. It was the biggest team in the entire Mecha clan. As for its strength, let's not talk about it first. Even the confident Yan 3 wouldn't appear arrogant in front of the other 20 teams who were strong enough to pummel his team to pieces even if they split up. Hey, I'm talking to you. Xia Yi asked again impatiently. He already saw that the leader of the entourage was a major. Hence, he displayed some attitude. Lieutenant Colonel, nice to meet you. Zhang Chao was stunned by Xia Yi's appearance. He quickly saluted in frustration. They weren't in the same Mecha clan, but since Xia Yi's rank was higher than his rank, he had to salute to him to show respect. Xia Yi crossed his hands in front of his chest and smiled at Zhang Chao's show of respect. He didn't reply to him. Zhang Chao put his hands down and said, Lieutenant Colonel, I came here to seek for an explanation. Your soldier had snatched a weapon from us. Please give us an explanation. Snatch your weapon. Xia Yi touched his chin. He seemed serious, but inside, he was actually elated. He wondered which soldier did such a good thing. So what if we snatched it? Xia Yi replied lazily, what else are you here for? Zhang Chao's expression changed. One of the first lieutenants beside him said angrily, why are you being so unreasonable? Unreasonable? Xia Yi laughed hysterically when he heard what the first lieutenant said. Why are you talking about being reasonable in the military? Have you forgotten about survival of the fittest? In this world, everyone respects the powerful, especially in the military. This was why Xia Yi burst into laughter when he heard what the soldier said. Zhang Chao's face turned red in anger. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. In that case, let me see how strong Ling Tian is. He raised his fist and attacked Xia Yi instantly. Xia Yi casually raised his right hand. Boom! A figure got thrown out. He took 7 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Zhang Chao stood still and dazedly stared at the expressionless Xia Yi. He seemed to have just waved his hand casually to defeat him in one move. Zhang Chao was frightened. Defeated by a single blow. The regiment commanders, who had been monitoring the situation outside of Ling Tian, received this piece of news instantly when it happened and were shocked. Now, can you leave? Xie didn't care about how shocked Zhang Chao was. He just yawned in boredom. During these past few days, their boss's force of presence got even more frightening. The only people who could withstand training with their boss were team leaders and department heads. It was grueling, but with Brother Shiyu's agents, they were able to persist through it. Guarding the door was basically a day off for them. No one would be happy when they got disturbed during their day off. Zhang Chao was already injured by Xie. Hence, when he heard Xie's irritated tone and saw his attitude, he felt humiliated and vomited a mouthful of blood. Ling Lan, who was sitting in a secret training room, opened her eyes slowly. I didn't expect Xuya to reach this stage so soon. Ling Lan quickly retracted the pressure in the room. The team leaders, who had been resisting against the pressure with all their efforts, suddenly felt the pressure lifting off from their shoulders. Before they could ask what was going on, they felt another energy moving beside them. Little sister Xuya. She is going to advance soon. Qi Long was the first to react. He shouted happily. Luo Chao stood up and smiled. Yup. Xuya said that after continuously training with boss for the past few days, she felt the barrier to the Qi Jin stage getting weaker and weaker. She should be able to advance to the Qi Jin stage within the next 2 days. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Luo Chao also felt her barrier getting weaker. She didn't advance as quickly as Han Xuya, but it would happen soon too. She would be able to reach the realm she had always dreamed of. All the other leaders and heads were at Qi Jin realm or above. Only she and Han Xuya were still lagging behind at the peak stage of refinement. They knew that because of their gender, it would be difficult for them to advance further than refinement stage, but they didn't give up. They kept working hard for many years and finally, their efforts paid off. Luo Lang patted her head and smiled. You should be able to advance soon too. Luo Lang was always concerned about his younger sister's condition, so he immediately noticed the change in her internal energy. Of course. I can't lag behind you too much. Luo Chao raised her head arrogantly, but her red puffed cheeks showed that she was embarrassed by the statement. Her cute expression caused the older mecha masters around her to smile as if they were looking at their granddaughter. At that moment, a huge pressure suddenly descended and engulfed Han Xuya's body. The people closest to her also felt the pressure and knew that it was from their boss. Ling Lan was trying to help Han Xuya with her process of breaking through. Breakthrough. Han Xuya shouted with all her help. Suddenly, she felt the barrier shattering under the help of external pressure. Han Xuya officially entered Qi Jin stage. Han Xuya was elated, but a metaphorical cold bucket of water was quickly dumped all over her head as Ling Lan's cold voice sounded beside her. Xuya, stabilize your Qi Jin. Han Xuya quickly gathered her thoughts and started manipulating the restless energy inside her. She also felt a frightening pressure coming down on her. The pressure she was currently feeling was far greater than the pressure she felt when she entered the peak stage of refinement. It looked like boss finally acknowledged her ability. Han Xuya knew that their boss gave them a chance by letting Shi and Luo Chao train with them. Plus, they were also given preferential treatment as more care was given to them. Although their boss said that she couldn't control her force of presence, she would still protect them properly each time they came over to train with the others. The men might get injured by the pressure, but the two of them were never hurt. In the past, Li Yingjie almost once died from the pressure. He was only saved by his brother, but he felt frustrated in the end. He complained that their boss was biased and that he was only protecting his wives while throwing them aside. When Shi and Luo Chao heard that, they rolled their eyes at him. However, Li Yingjie was more powerful and had a higher rank than them, so they could not say much in their defense. Plus, they didn't want to make a fuss out of such a small matter. It was not their style, unlike a specific someone. However, after Li Yingjie said that, he didn't have a good time too. Somehow, he offended Big Leader Li and was tormented by him for these past few days. So although they couldn't rebuke him themselves, they felt quite satisfied when they saw him getting tortured. Under Ling Lan's suppression, the restless Qi Jin energy flowed into Han Xuya's body and entered all the cells of her body. The Qi Jin energy started healing her body. The stages before Qi Jin were all foundational stages. Once someone advanced to the Qi Jin stage, there would be a huge leap in their physical constitution. This increase in their physique would decide if they had the chance to break through to the domain realm. With Ling Lan's help, Han Shuya didn't waste the energy that flowed into her body. She successfully absorbed all of them. The amount of energy one could absorb depended on one's potential. The greater the potential, the more energy one could absorb and the greater the possibility of him or her breaking through to the domain realm. Normally, due to the physical constitution of a female, they would only be able to absorb 1% of the total energy. This was why very few females managed to enter the domain realm. From the moment they advanced to the Qi Jin stage, they were destined to have a hard time advancing their physical skills. However, all these restrictions didn't exist for Han Shuya. Although her energy was weaker than talented people like Qi Long, but with the help of Ling Lan, she didn't waste any bit of her energy. Unknowingly, she had created a bright path ahead for herself. It could be said that if Han Shuya didn't meet Ling Lan, she would only be able to reach the Qi Jin stage. However, because of Ling Lan, she would not be able to walk on a path she was destined to walk. Of course, this applies to Luo Chao too. Han Shuya continued absorbing all the Qi Jin energy into her body. She only stood up after she finished absorbing every little bit of it. Congratulations. As expected of Han Shuya. Continue working hard and become the first female domain realm master of Lingtian. The older mecha masters liked this competitive and able young lady. They hurriedly congratulate her. Shuya, since you advanced to the Qi Jin stage already, you can settle the matter outside. Ling Lan opened her mouth after noticing that Han Shuya had stabilized her Qi Jin energy. What's wrong? Qi Long asked curiously. Shuya's soldiers fought with someone for something they want to buy and in the end, they successfully bought it. However, the other party is unhappy about that, so they came to look for us, Ling Lan replied calmly. Little Four developed a good working relationship with the mainframe of Base Nebula, so Ling Lan was able to know everything that was happening outside even if she stayed in her room. Little Four was already treating the Lingtian Mecha clan as his property. He treated every soldier as his men, so he had cameras all around the base to make sure that they wouldn't get into trouble. Even if Lady May didn't win against Zhang Han, Little Four would have hacked into his account and make sure that he didn't have enough money to buy the whip. What? How dare they bully our JMCs? All the team leaders were furious. Which department was Han Shuya in charge of? The JMC department. It was filled with a bunch of pretty female soldiers. All the male soldiers in the Mecha clan treat these female soldiers very dearly. The male soldiers had already decided to keep the female soldiers among themselves, only if they were willing, of course. It was obvious that the competition between the male soldiers was great. There were a little more than 100 female soldiers, but there were close to 3,000 male soldiers. In order to stop being single, the male soldiers had a hard time too. The team leaders knew what their team members were thinking, so they treated Han Shuya very well. They didn't have a choice to not do so. If they offended Han Shuya, she might complain to her soldiers and they might remember it, which would prevent their team members from ever getting a partner. Plus, most of the team leaders and heads were single too. Thus, they must be angry when the dear female soldiers got bullied. Who knew if one of the female soldiers would become the future wives of their subordinates, or maybe their own wife? Han Shuya's smile disappeared when she heard this and her aura turned cold. She had gone through many hardships with the JMCs in the past few days, so to her, they were like her family. I understand. I'll handle this matter. Han Shuya clenched her fist tightly. Okay. After you settle it, remember to continue training. Ling Lan closed her eyes again. She didn't forget to give Han Shuya her punishment. She wouldn't treat her differently just because she was a female. In actual fact, after Han Shuya advanced to the Qi Jin stage, Ling Lan decided to be stricter on her. She would be stricter on her than on Qi Long or any of her other comrades. She knew that Han Shuya was just like her, except for her identity. She had the same desire to become stronger. Thus, she would help her rise to the top so that she could look down on all the people who looked down on her. Shuya, let me stand behind you to give you some support. Qi Long was excited. He hadn't fought in a long time. Okay. Han Shuya smiled in agreement and walked out of the room. Soon, only 2 people were left in the secret training room. Are you not going to take a look? Ling Lan opened her eyes with surprise. Not interested, Li Lanfeng replied calmly. He stood up and then turned the secret training room into do not disturb mode. Unless the people inside wanted to go out, no one could come in. Well, unless they break the door down forcefully. After doing all that, he removed his mask and walked beside Ling Lan. Then, he sat down and stared at her intently. What's wrong? Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows in an inquisitive manner. This was the first time Li Lanfeng was so serious. In the past, he always appeared gentle, although she knew that it was fake. You're hurt. Li Lanfeng frowned. He seemed confused and agitated. Ling Lan looked at the frustrated expression on his face. The power that she had been suppressing indeed had started getting restless. Actually, you should leave the room. I might not be able to protect you. The strength in her body was getting out of control. Stop suppressing yourself for us. Li Lanfeng suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was filled with indescribable emotions. Ling Lan always felt that she knew what Li Lanfeng was thinking, but now, she couldn't make sense of his expression and action. It's enough, Li Lanfeng continued with a lowered head. From his tone, he seemed to be in pain. What's wrong? Ling Lan frowned. There was something wrong with how Li Lanfeng was acting today. She was concerned. Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng suddenly looked up and shouted her name, something that rarely happened. Yes. Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows and waited for Li Lanfeng to continue. I want to become stronger. Li Lanfeng said each word forcefully. I know, Ling Lan replied seriously, you are on the path to become stronger. You never stopped. No, it is not enough. Li Lanfeng's voice got louder. Ling Lan frown got deeper. Li Lanfeng suddenly put his head down again. Then, he covered his eyes with his right hand and started laughing creepily. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I lost control. Li Lanfeng suddenly looked up again and smiled gently. Ling Lan reached out and grabbed Li Lanfeng's chin. Ling Lan applied a lot of pressure on her hand, so Li Lanfeng felt as though his chin was going to crack. It was painful, but the pain woke him up. Stop giving me your fake smile, Ling Lan said coldly, I hate it. Why must you expose me? Li Lanfeng turned serious. Do you know I can't find my place beside you anymore? Ling Lan frowned. She didn't understand what Li Lanfeng meant. You treat everyone so well that you are willing to hurt yourself to help them. Yet, they don't know anything about it. They trust you and are willing to follow you through thick and thin. Li Lanfeng appeared lost again. The characteristic that attracted him to Ling Lan in the past was becoming the devil in his heart now. So. Ling Lan's face remained expressionless. So, I'm not satisfied. Li Lanfeng smiled. His smile seemed a little crazy. Yet, it made him look even more beautiful. Ling Lan's heart couldn't help but flutter when she saw that smile. Damn it, why must beautiful people be so crazy? Not satisfied? Ling Lan controlled her emotions and asked coldly. Yes, not satisfied at all. Li Lanfeng continued smiling. Ling Lan, only now I know how selfish I really am. Sometimes, I would think to myself, what if you could just transfer a little bit of your power to me? Wouldn't that be great? Li Lanfeng said mockingly as he smiled with a hint of despair in his eyes. He knew what he said was impossible, because even if there was actually a way to transfer On's powers to someone else, Ling Lan would never be willing to do that. If Ling Lan was willing to do so, then Ling Lan wouldn't be the Ling Lan who he trusted dearly and someone who he would willingly die for. You can't be thinking like that, Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan said seriously as she could feel Li Lanfeng's thoughts were turning towards a dangerous direction. Oh my god. Boss, is he becoming gay? Little Four shouted out loud in Ling Lan's mindscape. Shut up. Ling Lan instantly smacked Little Four, who wanted to add fuel the fire, to the ground. *T, she was still trying to resolve Li Lanfeng's odd behavior. She didn't need Little Four to make the situation worse. I know what I'm thinking is not right, but my heart aches when I see you hurt yourself for others, even for me. Li Lanfeng clawed his chest as if he was trying to tear away that feeling in his heart. He thought of the time when Ling Lan forced herself to restrain her pressure even if it would injure her own body again to help Han Chuya advance. His heart ached for her pain. Every single time you get injured, I would always think about why you must care for that many people. If you only cared for me, you would never be injured. Then, I wouldn't be sad and worried anymore." Li Lanfeng's sobbing yet smiling expression made Ling Lan shudder. "I desperately tried to become strong. I really did. Although it was to stand above the others, my main reason in doing so is to fight alongside you and protect the person I most want to protect." Li Lanfeng finally revealed a pained smile on his face. "Ling Lan, you definitely will laugh at my overconfidence because the person I most want to protect is you." "You." Ling Lan. Two streaks of tears slowly ran down his fleshy cheeks, making the current Li Lanfeng undoubted this generation's most beautiful person. Even when he was crying, his beauty was otherworldly, and it made those around him feel deeply sorry for him. Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng silently. Right as Li Lanfeng thought Ling Lan was looking at him with disdain, Ling Lan suddenly spoke up, "I know that." Li Lanfeng raised his head stunned as Ling Lan reached out her right hand and softly caressed his face. She used her index finger to collect a single crystal-like teardrop from his beautiful face. Ling Lan looked towards the crystal-like teardrop on her index finger and said slowly, "In the time that we've known each other, how can I not know about your personality? Although you seem to be warm and easy to get along with, you are actually very guarded against outsiders and someone who doesn't easily open up to people." After Ling Lan said all this, she suddenly raised her head and looked directly Li Lanfeng's red eyes. "You are even guarded towards your little brother, Li Xiu." Li Lanfeng's expression instantly froze. He didn't think that secret he was hiding for his whole life was clearly seen through by Ling Lan. "I don't need to mention about that idiot Li Yingjie who knows absolutely nothing, right? You treat him as if he doesn't exist," continued Ling Lan. "I knew about your personality long ago. Although I don't know why the first successor of the Li family is so stubborn, I am very aware about your feelings towards me." After saying all that, Ling Lan turned her gaze towards her index finger again. She flicked her index finger softly and the teardrop vanished into the air. Ling Lan smirked slightly and looked down towards Li Lanfeng with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. "That's because I know our friendship is real, and that is all I need." Li Lanfeng's eyelashes quivered slightly, his eyes brimming with light. Countless emotions stacked were flowing in him, yet he couldn't force a word out of his mouth. "Plus, I have to tell you that you're not the same as them to me." Ling Lan pointed towards her heart. She didn't want Li Lanfeng to keep thinking about these things which would cause him to inexplicably go down the wrong path. Li Lanfeng raised one of his eyebrows in confusion. "Qi Long, Luo Lang, Luo Chao, Han Shuya and the others all grew up with me. To me, they're brothers and sisters that need my loving care. But you are my friend, my confidant, I trust you." Those final words made Li Lanfeng's whole body tremble. When he finally stopped trembling, the biggest and brightest smile blossomed on his face. "You also have to remember to take into account that you and I are both soldiers, becoming injured is inevitable in this line of work, so don't make a fuss about such a small matter. The Li Lanfeng I know is a godly strategist who can turn losses into victories from thousands of miles away." After saying this, Ling Lan slowly closed her eyes. "Now I need to ask you to do something for me. I'm about to break through. Protect me." "Okay." Right as Li Lanfeng answered, he felt a soft force pushing him towards the door of the secret room. Immediately after, a large pressure erupted within the room. Li Lanfeng immediately activated his domain to block off the immense pressure. Li Lanfeng knew that Ling Lan was afraid that she might lose control and injure him. That was why she sent him to the position near the door so that he could immediately escape the room if things went awry. It was this hidden care within Ling Lan's dominant personality that he wanted more of and wished to keep it all for himself. Li Lanfeng stared blankly towards Ling Lan, who was breaking through to the imperial realm far away from him. Although Ling Lan's words made his heart no longer ache, it still felt empty. It was as though the words Ling Lan had said to him could not satisfy him. He originally thought that before he could alter his fate from the course of the Phoenix Thrall fate, his heart wouldn't be held up by anything else. He didn't think that. The Phoenix Thrall fate. A lightning bolt suddenly struck in Li Lanfeng's mind and his body began to shake intensely. His expression was filled with fear as he mumbled, Phoenix Thrall fate, it's actually the Phoenix Thrall fate. The change of fate that I wished for my entire life. Could it be my own self-binding cocoon? Li Lanfeng was a genius. The reason he didn't think of it before was because he was blinded by what was in front of him. However, once he cleared himself from his willful dream, he knew who was the person that was the closest existence to being his king. Ugh! A mouthful of blood suddenly shot out from Li Lanfeng's mouth. With different emotions constantly clashing against each other in his mind, Li Lanfeng lost control over his domain and was instantly injured by Ling Lan's force of presence. Li Lanfeng looked towards Ling Lan and a savage look appeared on his face for a second. He reached out his right hand. If he were to attack Ling Lan at this important moment, Ling Lan would definitely be severely injured from the recoil of the uncompleted advancement of her domain concept. Now was without a doubt the best opportunity for him to get rid of Ling Lan and change his fate. Phoenix Thrall Fate, Phoenix Thrall Fate, Phoenix Thrall Fate. As long as he got rid of his destined king, he would be able to change his fate. The savageness within Li Lanfeng's eyes became thicker and thicker, and killing intent slowly appeared within them. Wait, what if it wasn't him? Li Lanfeng's savage gaze slowly began to turn into a more compassionate gaze, but it suddenly turned back into the savage gaze again. This change in his gaze was constantly occurring for quite a while. He was struggling internally about his decision. He remembered his and Ling Lan's past. How she taught him the meditation technique, helped him with mecha piloting, stood in front of him during a dangerous situation. I trust you. Ling Lan's voice suddenly exploded beside Li Lanfeng's ears. Ugh! Li Lanfeng spat out another mouthful of blood. This time however, it wasn't because of Ling Lan's force of presence, but rather Li Lanfeng injuring himself. His eyes became clear once again. The devil in his heart almost made him do something he would regret for the rest of his life. Luckily, he found himself again. After being injured consecutively, Li Lanfeng's face turned pale as he helplessly leaned against the wall and looked towards Ling Lan with a pained yet complicated expression on his face. After returning to his rational self, Li Lanfeng used his intelligent mind to its fullest. Soon, he made the connection and predicted the truth behind the Phoenix Thrall fate. He had always thought that he was walking on the path that defied the heavens. However, in the end, he was played by fate. He wanted to stay far away from his king, but the reality of it was that he was using his all to get close to his king. Li Lanfeng knew well that if there was someone in this world who could sit upon the throne, other than Ling Lan, there was no one else. Furthermore, the Ling family's totem was a phoenix. The Phoenix Thrall fate which predicted the arrival of a king was clearly pointing towards Ling Lan. It was funny that he had not thought about the truth behind the Phoenix Thrall fate when such obvious hints were right in front of him. In actuality, it wasn't that he didn't think about it, but rather he had denied it. It was because he trusted Ling Lan would not force him to what was foretold by the Phoenix Thrall fate. Now there was a problem, since Ling Lan wouldn't force him to do such a thing against his will, then why was there a Phoenix Thrall fate? Li Lanfeng was sure that Ling Lan didn't have any weird thoughts about his beauty. He was very sure because Ling Lan didn't fancy men. Ling Lan was the straightest of all men. Li Lanfeng also didn't forget that Ling Lan still had two beautiful fiancés beside her, Luo Chao and Han Shuya. Furthermore, Ling Lan clearly showed that she cared for them. She would rather let herself be injured than let his fiancés to be unsuccessful in advancing. Just her sincerity was enough to make even a bystander like him jealous and want to take that love and care for himself alone. Take for himself. Li Lanfeng's body suddenly trembled. His hands held his head as he curled up on the ground in a fetal position. Ha 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 ha, Li Lanfeng laughed crazily. He retracted his domain and allowed Ling Lan's force of presence to ruthlessly beat on his body. Ugh! The terrifying pressure from the presence pressed Li Lanfeng onto the ground instantly. A mouthful of blood shot out from Li Lanfeng's mouth again. Despite being in severe pain, Li Lanfeng still had an insane smile on his face. It was as though the pain in his body made him feel extremely happy. Li Mulan, Li Mulan. It turns out the Phoenix Thrall fate was what you forced upon yourself. It was your own choice all along. It's hilarious that I tirelessly carried the burden of this fate and ruthlessly tormented myself for more than 20 years. In the end, the person who's crazy is me. Everything was all my own doing. Li Lanfeng laughed as he kept spitting out blood out of his mouth. Ling Lan's Imperial Realm presence began to cut into his flesh after Li Lanfeng completely gave up on defending against it. Soon after, Li Lanfeng was completely covered in his own blood. However, the supposedly terrifying look actually had a hint of beauty from his extremely good looks and his insane smile. Li Lanfeng now understood his own heart. He didn't when it started, but he had actually begun to feel attached to Ling Lan. This was why he wasn't satisfied and wanted to push everyone else away, to become an one-of-a-kind existence in Ling Lan's mind. This one-of-a-kind existence was not being a so-called confidant, comrade or brother. Instead, it was to become the only piece in Ling Lan's mind that will never be erased. Li Mulan, you're disgusting. Li Lanfeng had 2 streaks of tears run down the sides of his face. How could he face Ling Lan when he had such disgusting thoughts? If that was the case, then he would rather die than to live in torment. Li Lanfeng slowly closed his eyes and silently waited for his death to arrive. Perhaps, if he were to die like this, he would leave a permanent mark in Ling Lan's mind. After all, he would be dying by Ling Lan's hand. In the end, he was still so despicable. He still didn't want Ling Lan to forget him and want Ling Lan to remember him even after he was dead. Li Lanfeng remembered how he behaved in front of Ling Lan for all these years and smiled slightly. He was already this despicable and shameless from the very beginning. Was he weak-hearted? No, if he was, he wouldn't be Li Lanfeng. His younger cousin brother Li Shiyu also wouldn't have walked down the path of becoming a military doctor like Li Lanfeng had hoped for. He only used his weakness on the outside to coerce the people from the Li family to unknowingly do what he wanted them to do. The inner conflict, heartlessness, selfishness and the thirst for power were traits not inherited by Li Shiyu and Li Yingjie. However, these traits appeared in him. Even if he treated Li Shiyu with sincerity, he didn't make it any easier for Li Shiyu when he plotted against him. He would only regret such actions when he had nothing better to do. Did he like to cry? No, he hated it. However, he knew that Ling Lan wouldn't do anything to him if he cried. Thus, he cried non-stop. Using this method, he achieved his goals one after another and increased his weight on Ling Lan's heart. Was he a fake? It was very possible that he was. After disguising himself for so long, even he had forgotten whether his current personality was his real personality. He would only expose a weak part of himself to Ling Lan from time to time. It was because he understood that children who cried would get more attention. Ling Lan had too many underlings under her. If he didn't do something to stand out in Ling's eyes, as time passed by, he would just become an insignificant bystander or just become one of her many underlings. He definitely wouldn't allow that to happen. Now that he thought about it, everything he did while he was with Ling Lan had a goal. This included the time when he and Ling Lan were alone and he took off his mask to show his real face. This was also a means to increase his weight in Ling Lan's heart. It was to tell Ling Lan that he was a one-of-a-kind existence. One of a kind. It seemed he had unconsciously done these things so early on during their budding friendship. He was indeed despicable and shameless. Luckily, he understood now and didn't let Ling Lan see through his actual thoughts and completely give up on him. Li Lanfeng felt the tears he had cried out today were enough to flood a shoreline. It poured out continuously. It wasn't like the times when he purposefully cried. This time, he had no control over it. Li Lanfeng could no longer feel the immense pain wrecking his entire body. He began to feel his soul starting to float upwards. Was this the feeling of death? Forget it, if he was going to die then just let him cry his heart out one last time. Dumbass, what are you doing? An angry shout echoed through his ears. Immediately after, something was shoved into his mouth and a cool liquid quickly flowed down his throat. I'm not dead yet. This was Li Lanfeng's last thought. Ling Lan saw the terrifying scene when she opened her eyes. Li Lanfeng was covered in blood and leaned weakly against the door. She immediately ran up to him and sat Li Lanfeng upright. She was instantly furious when she saw the continuously flow of tears and the lack of willpower to live in Li Lanfeng's actions. After angrily shouting, she quickly shoved one vial of medicinal agent into Li Lanfeng's mouth and dragged the dying Li Lanfeng out of the clutches of hell. Seeing Li Lanfeng gradually recovering, Ling Lan let out a sigh of relief. He's such a troublesome guy. Although Li Lanfeng was full of strategies and plans, he still would easily walk on a path of extremes because of his great intelligence. She didn't know what had happened during her advancement into the Imperial realm that made this guy give up on running away and wait for his death instead. Could it be that he misunderstood what she said when she said protect her? Was that why he put his life on the line and stood there? Ling Lan felt her head starting to ache. She seemed to have discovered that Li Lanfeng had problem of being stubborn. Why does this guy have so many problems? He has even more problems than my little brothers and sisters combined. So, you're telling me that Zhang Chao couldn't even get inside and was defeated by a door guard just in a single move? When all the clans received the news that Zhang Chao had lost at the entrance of Lingtian's camping grounds, the regiment commanders of the clans instantly had hardened expressions on their face. Although Zhang Chao was ranked near the bottom of the 36 heavenly warriors in the Piercing Arrow clan, he was still considered an expert in physical skills. However, an expert like him was defeated in just a single one move, moreover it was a young major who had defeated him. That young major was probably a team leader in Lingtian Mecha clan and his rank shouldn't be lower than Zhang Chao. Still, defeating an equal opponent in one hit was a magnificent feat, thus everyone was surprised. Useless. In the camping grounds of Piercing Arrow, Regiment Commander Yu Wei heard the news and angrily slammed his hand on the table beside him. Regiment Commander, little Zhang is too weak. Let me take some people there to pressure them instead, the first rank of the 36 heavenly warriors, Jiang Yong, said with a smile. We can't do that. Zhang Chao going there can still be said to be his own actions. If you were to go, then it would be considered as deliberately provoking them. Yu Wei denied the request. Then, are we just allowing Ling Tian to step on us and take the throne? Wang Jianming, Piercing Arrow's second rank of the 36 heavenly warriors, said in dismay. Yu Wei's expression became darkened as thought silently about his next plan of action. Suddenly, he stood up and ordered, gather all 36 heavenly warriors. Everyone will go visit Ling Tian together. Since some new friends have come here, we will, of course, have to get to know them a bit. If Ling Tian shows up with enough military strength, then it would be considered a friendly visit. If they were just putting up a strong facade, then Yu Wei smirked coldly. Regiment Commander, Yu Wei took all 36 heavenly warriors and went towards Lingtian's camping grounds. Once Yu Wei made a move, every regiment commander in Base Nebula received this news. Finally couldn't help but go take a look for himself, Slaughter Mecha Clan's regiment commander Lin Yang smirked as he received this news. Lin Yang stood up and smiled towards his leaders who had waited with him for a long time. The game has begun. Let us watch together and see whether this Ling Tian is a dragon or an ant. Yes, Regiment Commander. Everyone had excited expressions on their faces. Faced with Ling Tian, who just dropped into their base and forced them down, these leaders were not willing to stay down. They all wanted to see with their own eyes why this newly titled Super Mecha clan took the spot of being the top-ranked clan in Base Nebula. Every clan's regiment commanders, who were confident in themselves, all began to move out after Yu Wei and Lin Yang moved out with their forces. At the front of Lingtian's camping grounds, Zhang Chao spat out a mouthful of blood from Xie Yi's words. His eyes angrily glared at Xie Yi. Right as he was about to speak, he saw the door behind Xie Yi got pushed open. 20 or so individuals of different ages walked out from the door. Among them were some in their 20s, some in their 30s and 40s, and also a few in their 50s and 60s. However, more than half of them were like the lieutenant colonel who had defeated him, who were in their early 20s. What was out of the ordinary was that there were actually 3 beautiful female soldiers. 2 of them were as beautiful as the morning sun, yet their aura was the complete opposite. One was as soft and caring like flowing water, and one had flames burning in her eyes. They could even be called the goddesses of this generation. The other female soldier on the other hand was like a sharp blade taken out of its scabbard, elegant and forceful. What was more surprising was that these people were either majors or colonels, even between the 3 female soldiers they consisted of 2 majors and 1 lieutenant colonel. Although standing among these lieutenant colonels, and senior colonels made them become less noticeable, it was still enough to stun people if they were to pay attention to their actual military rank. It should be known that in the entire base, no, even in the entire Federation, other than the female administrative soldiers or the rare female mecha operators, a clan usually never had female majors or female colonel rank officers. Could it be these 3 female soldiers were mecha operators? With hint of curiosity and surprise, Zhang Chao looked towards the female soldier who stood there elegantly. Suddenly, a ruthless glance met his eyes. Zhang Chao saw an angry large-sized colonel capturing his gaze. **T, he's actually a pervert. Qi Long clenched his fist and his knuckles began to crack. He was prepared to pummel the bastard who was thinking of attempt to make a move on his little sister. Leader Qi, he's my opponent. A soft hand was placed on Qi Long's forearm. Han Shuya used some strength and pushed Qi Long aside. Then, she walked forwards and stood beside Xie Yi. Qi Long watched in dismay as he saw Han Shuya standing in front of him. The little sister that used to hide behind him in the past, now no longer needed his protection. This made him feel somewhat sad and feel that he was losing something. Boss said to let Shuya take care of it. Why are you butting in? Luo Lang asked Qi Long. Isn't she our little sister? Replied Qi Long. If our little sister is in trouble, how could we as elder brothers not help? An elder brother like me didn't even make a move, why should you make a move? If her blood does not run in your veins, don't butt in her business randomly, Han Jijian, who stood on the other side, added. Qi Long laughed lightly and wrapped his arm around Han Jijian's shoulder and said, What kind of relationship do we have, Jijian? Isn't your little sister my little sister as well? Han Jijian's right hand's fingers twitched slightly and a short whip appeared in his palm. He then used some force to hit the arm Qi Long wrapped on his shoulder. The immense pain made Qi Long immediately retract his arm back. He pitifully blew on his bruised arm. Then, he whined to Han Jijian, Bro, you're 2F** King Ruthless. You almost broke my arm. Who told you spout such nonsense? What kind of relationship do I with you? Did we just accidentally meet and then we didn't have a choice but to become comrades? Han Jijian said coldly. You should think more about what you actually want in your heart. Don't lose the chance in the future and regret it. Seeing Han Jijian's unexpected serious expression, Qi Long's original playful mood instantly dissipated. Since Han Jijian said that he had a problem, then he definitely had a problem. It seemed he indeed needed to think about it more. Han Shuya stood beside Xie Yi and glared at Zhang Chao as she asked in a deep voice, So, I heard you here looking for me. Looking for you? Zhang Chao instantly stared at her blankly after hearing those words. He didn't know why this beautiful and elegant female major would ask him this question. He couldn't recall to have ever met her before. Didn't you say my soldiers stole the thing you wanted to buy? Han Shuya smirked coldly. Although I believe my soldiers didn't do anything wrong, I still should have the courtesy to let you return disappointed since you had the audacity to come to our doorstep. After saying this, Han Shuya walked towards Zhang Chao before stopping when she was 3 meters away from Zhang Chao. We're both soldiers, so let's resolve this issue with the method of soldiers. Come. Han Shuya motioned towards Zhang Chao to come towards her. Zhang Chao's eyes narrowed. You're going to fight me? Of course. Han Shuya saw that Zhang Chao wasn't moving, so with a strong desire to fight already boiling inside her, she walked up to him and ruthlessly performed a whirlwind kick towards Zhang Chao. Seeing a kick coming towards him at rapid speed, Zhang Chao quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to protect himself. Bang! A loud sound of flesh-on-flesh contact echoed through the area. Zhang Chao took 2 steps back uncontrollably. He looked up towards Han Shuya with a dumbfounded yet serious expression on his face. Qi Jin. What was more shocking was that the power behind the kick was not at the primary stage of Qi Jin. Instead, it was probably at the middle stage of Qi Jin. Ling Lan's help allowed Han Shuya to enter Qi Jin's stage. Additionally, her accumulated inner strength allowed her to skip through the primary stage of Qi Jin to instantly reach the middle stage of Qi Jin. After seeing her kick landing, Han Shuya didn't let up and followed up with another set of whirlwind kicks, furthering the distance between Zhang Chao and her. Despite Zhang Chao having already reached the peak stage of Qi Jin, which was 2 stages higher than Han Shuya, he was still unable to turn the tide because how the fight went at the beginning. This made it so he was constantly at a disadvantage in every exchange. At that exact moment, Yu Wei arrived with his 35 heavenly warriors. The moment he arrived, he frowned when he saw Zhang Chao being beaten back by a female soldier. With his vast experience, he saw through the fact that Zhang Chao was being pressured by his opponent's presence. As long as he overcame his opponent's force of presence when it was fluctuating, he would be able to turn the situation around. However, even after thinking up to this point, he was still considering whether he should wait for Zhang Chao to turn the tide and then step in. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the majors and colonel standing near the door of Lingtian's camping grounds. What he saw in his gaze instantly made his heart tremble, so he immediately shouted, "Stop!" Zhang Chao was just looking for a chance to turn the tides to his favor, but suddenly, he heard his regiment commander shouting for him to stop, which surprised him, causing him to fail to evade an incoming kick. Bang! Han Shuya ruthlessly kicked his shoulder. The immense power behind the kick made him unable to stand firmly anymore. He was instantly pushed back 6 or 7 steps before he managed to stop himself. My apologies. Han Shuya smiled as she placed her hand on her chest and mockingly bowed towards Zhang Chao. Then, she turned her back and quickly returned to the position beside Xie Yi and Qi Long. Zhang Chao's expression was somewhat pale after the altercation as Han Shuya's explosive Qi Jin had invaded his body through her kick. To protect himself from being injured further, he immediately moved his own Qi Jin around his body and disposed of the energy that was destroying the cells in his body. After making sure it was completely dispelled, Zhang Chao looked towards his regiment commander and said in an embarrassed tone, "I'm sorry, regiment commander." As a soldier who was defeated by their opponent, especially if the opponent was a woman who was weaker than him, Zhang Chao felt he had lost all of his dignity while simultaneously also embarrassing Piercing Arrow Mecha Clan. Yu Wei sent a ruthless glare to Zhang Chao, then he turned towards Qi Long's group with an amiable smile on his face. "Hello, everyone. My subordinate was too hot-headed just now. If he offended you, please forgive him." After Regiment Commander Yu spoke up for his subordinate, Qi Long and the others suddenly looked behind them. At the door, 2 Major General rank soldiers were already standing behind them. Seeing the 2 new individuals who appeared were actually 2 Major Generals, everyone from Piercing Arrow were stunned. Yu Wei and his 36 heavenly warriors politely shouted in unplanned unison, "Major General, sir." Seeing everyone gaze fixated on them, the 40 or 50-year-old easygoing Major General on the left smiled slightly. "Regiment Commander Yu, getting to know people through battle in the military is considered normal, so this won't be a problem." Of course, saying that made the similar-aged Major General standing beside him show an expression of disagreement. However, he still needed to uphold the validity of his comrade's words, so he didn't speak up to rebut against him. The reason Yang Mingji and Lu Furong arrived late to the party was because they had gone to the headquarters to speak with their camping grounds mainframe, Ling Lan, to know who were the ones finding trouble with them. Thus, when Zhang Chao called out, "Regiment Commander," the 2 of them instantly knew that this senior colonel who brought his team here was definitely Piercing Arrow Mecha Clan's regiment commander, Yu Wei. Hearing them already know who he was, Yu Wei was shocked. He didn't think that in such a short time of 10 days since they had arrived at the base, they actually managed to get hold of detailed information regarding the base and the people inside the base. This meant that their method of collecting data was truly impressive. Although the details of the clans could be found on the mainframe of the base, these details of the clans still required authorization from the highest power. Only the Mecha Clan's commander-in-chief could look through the details. However, Yu Wei knew very well that the commanding officer of the base, Yu Huan, didn't give this authorization to Ling Tian. Even if he had handed it to Ling Tian, it would still need to go through a rigorous procedure to even access it. That procedure was to have half of the regiment commanders in the base to agree with the authorization. Otherwise, Ling Tian wouldn't have the authority to use the base's mainframe and receive the details of all the mecha clans in the base. Thus, having managed to get their hands on his details meant that Ling Tian definitely had means to bypass through the mainframe of the base. No matter what method it might have been, it was enough to show how impressive they were. Yu Wei knew very well that he himself couldn't even completely remember all of the commanders of mecha clans in the base even after he had been in the base for a very long time. What Yu Wei didn't know was that Ling Lan didn't even wish for this to happen. Little Four just happened to take over Base Nebula's mainframe, which Meng Lan also then took over and connected it to their own camping grounds. By connecting to their camping grounds allowed the leaders and department heads of Ling Tian to know about any details regarding any of the other clans. However, whether they would obtain the details depended on Meng Lan and Little Four's moods. If their moods were good, they would tell them. If not, they'll just have to go back to where they came from. What made Yu Wei feel frightened even more was that this unknown mecha clan actually had many strong individuals hidden within it. Yu Wei was a domain realm master. That fact allowed him to feel around 10 or so dangerous auras in the group of majors and colonels. This feeling sent chills down his spine, despite the fact that on the outside they were at the peak stage of Qi Jin or the stage of great perfection. Luckily, Yu Wei was someone who crawled out alive from the battlefield. He had used this feeling to escape from sure death situations one after the other, so how could he neglect that feeling just now? This was why he decisively called out to stop the fight. After hearing that this Major General was not upset at Zhang Chao, Yu Wei was relieved. Before he could know their true depths, Yu Wei didn't want to offend Ling Tian. Thank you for your understanding, Major General, Yu Wei said gratefully. Since everything is sorted, Regiment Commander Yu, we won't be showing you out, the Major General with the cold expression suddenly said. Yu Wei was instantly stunned and immediately said, Major General, I am Piercing Arrow Mecha Clan's Regiment Commander Yu Wei. I came specifically with my 36 leaders for a visit to Ling Tian Mecha Clan. Visit? The Major General with the cold expression quickly raised his head and glared at Yu Wei. Is it the type of visit I understand? Yu Wei smiled slightly but didn't speak. The easygoing Major General saw this and smiled. I can't recall a time when Ling Tian had allied clans coming over for a visit. This really brings tears to my eyes. If that's the case, he suddenly turned his head to the left and said, then, you guys come in as well. After saying that, many people suddenly appeared on their left. It was Lin Yang and the Slaughter Mecha clan. Major General, we came without being invited. Please forgive us, Lin Yang politely smiled as he apologized. No matter. Since everyone wants to visit our Ling Tian Mecha clan, then we will show you around. The easygoing Major General smiled. Visiting today is better than tomorrow, but let's wait for everyone to come. Ling Lan was very clear with her words. Many individuals from many mecha clans were moving towards them at a very fast speed. Instead of greeting them one by one, he would rather resolve everything in one go. Not long after, Yu Wei and Lin Yang saw many other regiment commanders of other clans bringing their teams over to the camping grounds of Ling Tian. The two of them looked towards the easygoing Major General with a slight feeling of dread in their eyes. They didn't expect Ling Tian to be deeply aware of the undercurrents going on in the base. Just where did this Ling Tian clan come from? Just this display of perfect awareness was enough to make them cautious of Ling Tian. Soon afterwards, there were around 20 or so clans present, totaling up to a few thousand people at the door of the camping grounds. Open the door. The easygoing Major General saw everyone was present and gave out an order. Seeing the door slowly opened, the Major General with the cold expression moved to the side and gestured politely. After you. Behind the doors, there weren't the standard groups of soldiers in neat rows and columns standing on duty. It was actually completely empty behind the door with not a soul in sight. This made all of the regiment commanders and leaders who came to visit all look at each other with confusion. They didn't know what message Ling Tian wanted to send them. Were they looking down on them? Or Ling Tian just did not have any teams on duty? Seemingly noticing everyone's questions, the easygoing Major General smiled. Recently, our entire clan is going through with mass amount of training. All of the soldiers are currently in the training grounds, so those who are guarding the door are us team leaders who have nothing better to do. Leaders were actually guarding the door. Every regiment commander had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. They kept having a feeling that they were entering a strange place. If they as regiment commanders were to send their leaders to guard the door, it would clearly to be considered a punishment. It could even be considered a humiliating insult to them, which would definitely cause chaos to erupt within the clan. Why did the leaders from Ling Tian just do it outright, like as if it was natural for them to do so? They didn't even seem to hold any grudges at all. They even felt that they were happy to do the job. Right, if you guys had come a few days later, the door guard would have been me. Perhaps the scene earlier wouldn't have happened if that was the case. The easygoing Major General smiled and added these words. A Major General guarding the door. All of these regiment commanders almost fainted after hearing those words. They suddenly asked themselves whether it was actually a good idea to visit Ling Tian. Zhang Chao, who was following behind Yu Wei, remembered the lieutenant colonel who had defeated him earlier in one hit, and he instantly had a bitter taste in his mouth. It was no wonder that when he called for the door to be opened, that terrifying lieutenant colonel had appeared. Zhang Chao originally thought that as an individual at the peak stage of Qi Jin, he would be able to easily take down a bunch of normal soldiers on duty. He didn't think that Ling Tian was such an oddball of a clan to send a leader to guard the door. This basically was the hardest wall he could have bumped into. As everyone entered the camping grounds, the door slowly closed behind them. Xie Yi originally wanted to stay and continue to guard the door, but Luo Chao stopped him from doing so. She gestured for him to follow them and leave the door guarding to her instead. There would definitely be a fight among powerful individuals soon afterwards. A person like her, who was only at the refinement stage, wouldn't be able to do anything anyways if she followed them, so she might as well take Xie Yi's place and guard the door. Xie Yi agreed with her suggestion and followed with the crowd. After entering Ling Tian's camping grounds and walking for a short while, Yu Wei and Lin Yang didn't see a single soldier moving about. It was as though the entire camping grounds only had them in it. The serene silence made the temperature around them feel oddly cold. Lin Yang didn't see what he wanted to see, so he could only focus his attention on the two major generals leading them at the front. These two people had the highest ranks in Ling Tian, so their positions must be the highest too as well. He just didn't know who was the regiment commander and who was the deputy. Lin Yang looked around and saw an honest-looking young colonel, so he walked over, got beside him and asked softly, "How do we address the major generals and what positions do they hold in Ling Tian?" He didn't expect that the easygoing major general actually heard his words. He turned around and smiled. "If Regiment Commander Lin wants like to know, I can give you the answer personally." Lin Yang's face instantly reddened. The honest-looking young man pretended to not hear those words and smiled as he replied loudly, "The person who looks like he's easygoing is our Ling Tian Team Oi's team leader, Major General Yang Mingji. The other one who looks serious is our Ling Tian Team 02's team leader, Major General Lu Furong." This young man was only a colonel. When he introduced the two major generals, he didn't show much respect with his words. It was as though they were at similar ranks. This surprised and perplexed Lin Yang, Yu Wei, and the other regiment commanders. Could it be that Ling Tian Mecha clan didn't have any respect towards military rank? Wouldn't the clan turn chaotic if this kind of behavior continued? That little honest-looking fellow is our Ling Tian Team 03's leader, Qi Long. Don't be fooled by him. Yang Mingji didn't care about Qi Long's attitude. However, after being influenced by Ling Tian's habits of making fun of their comrades, he definitely wouldn't let Qi Long get off easily, so he spoke out his identity, which surprised everyone again. Everyone there was very aware that in the ranks of mecha teams, especially the first three, were usually highest-ranked individuals in the clan. They didn't think that such an honest-looking and young colonel was actually such a top-tier existence. It was no wonder he was so casual when he introduced the two major generals. However, the problem was that the positions within a clan were usually correspond to military ranks, and there were many senior colonels from Ling Tian walking along with them, so how could a colonel be positioned above that many senior colonels and become one of the top three individuals of the mecha clan? When Lin Yang heard that these two major generals were actually not the regiment commander he had previously thought and were only team leaders of two teams, he was instantly stunned. He couldn't fathom who could reign in two major generals to be team leaders. It seemed that the person's rank wouldn't be lower than the rank of major general. If that person was a major general, Ling Tian would then have three major general-ranked individuals in their clan. Even the highest caliber of titled super mecha clans at first rank 5 stars would only have this many major generals. How could such a newly advanced titled super mecha clan be equipped with such individuals? Lin Yang began to think deeply when he thought about the information they had gathered about Ling Tian before they had arrived. Lin Yang thought that maybe it was just false information sent to them by the military. In reality, Ling Tian Mecha Clan was actually categorized as a top-class titled Super Mecha Clan. Not only did Lin Yang think of it this way, Yu Wei also had the same thought. He thought of the training Major General Yang had spoke of and asked, "Do you mind if we take a look at your clan's training?" A clan's real capabilities wasn't determined by the capabilities of the leaders. Instead, to determine it required one to look at the mecha operators and logistics personnel. Thus, only by going to the training grounds would they be able to determine Ling Tian's depth. All of the regiment commanders were all suddenly excited at the question. They wanted to know just how this mysterious Ling Tian mecha clan trained their men. "Alright. We have 10 training grounds. Each one is different. We'll just walk and look as we go." Yang Mingji was nonchalant about revealing their training regimen. Every one of their training grounds were considered to be hellish, and it was just only some parts of the training regimen were altered based on the individuals. Even so, if there wasn't Department Head Li's medicinal agents and the medical team standing by, these people from other clans would instantly face life-threatening problems if they tried it, making it useless even if they were to secretly learn it. Everyone talked as they walked, so the atmosphere was relatively nice. However, Lin Yang, Yu Wei and the others still couldn't find any relevant information about Ling Tian. Despite half of these leaders being very young, their way of dealing with people were impervious to their haggling, rendering them dry of any chance to get information on them. Finally, they arrived at a training ground, but before they could even walk close to it, they heard strings of ruthless insults entering their ears. Our training instructor today has a bit of hot temper," Yang Mingji said with a helpless expression on his face. After hearing those words, every leader and department head from Ling Tian did the same thing. They all loosened their expressions. They definitely couldn't allow outsiders to know that it was actually the same every day. When it was their turns to be the instructor, they would also become demons from hell and torture their soldiers to the death. Of course, to the outside world, they must continue to uphold a good image. This was to stop their allies from thinking they were all savages. Surprisingly, Yu Wei, Lin Yang and the others didn't care much about the way the instructor was handling the soldiers. If a training instructor wasn't somewhat strict, they wouldn't be able to train tough and obedient soldiers. As regiment commanders, they all understood this idea very clearly. Everyone slowly walked to the training grounds door. They saw a group of beautiful and elegant female soldiers who had weights on their backs and were trying their best to get past different obstacles. They were crawling, rolling, and jumping on walls. When doing so, their movements were agile and quick. Their speed and agility were actually not any worse than mecha operators who from the other clans. Right as these regiment commanders and leaders were surprised that these female soldiers also trained so extremely, they saw a male senior colonel following behind them angrily shouting, "Did you people not eat today? Why are you running this slow? Run F*King faster. One run." However, the female soldiers seemed to have already reached their body's absolute limit. No matter how many times the instructor yelled at them, their speed still didn't increase. This seemingly angered the instructor and a short whip appeared in his hand as he lashed it towards the female soldiers. One unlucky female soldier's shoulder was struck ruthlessly. That female soldier groaned with an agonizing expression on her face. This action made the regiment commanders and leaders visiting Ling Tian have an instant change in expression. Although their training was very strict, it was still at most just insults. They wouldn't actually beat up their soldiers. They didn't think Ling Tian's training was actually so merciless that they would even lay a hand on female soldiers. The female soldier leading the group seemed to feel that they couldn't continue at their current speed, so she increased her speed slightly. The female soldiers following her also increased their speeds, faster than their original limits. Soon after that, they seemed to have depleted all of their energy and few had started to fall behind the group. However, even so, they were still running forwards while ignoring the immense pain and fatigue wrecking their body. They didn't dare to stop in their tracks because they knew the result of stopping in the middle of training. These ladies were clearly slower than before, but the instructor behind them didn't continue to shout or insult them. He also didn't use his short whip to punish them and only followed them slowly, waiting for them to deplete their last amount of energy. Lin Yang felt that the instructor's contradictory behavior was somewhat odd. He looked past the female soldiers and saw that inside the training ground, there were a group of medics opening their medicine box and seemingly preparing syringes. It seemed that despite the instructors in Ling Tian being very merciless, they still had an adequate amount of medical strength to ensure these female soldiers wouldn't be in too much pain afterwards. Finally, the first female soldier fell to the ground. In the next second, a medic appeared beside her. He held a syringe in his hand and injected it into her. As expected, these medics were responsible for emergency treatment. However, the next scene completely distorted their judgment. The female soldier, who was injected, now had a pained and twisted expression on her beautiful face. She was writhing in pain and was trying to bang her head ruthlessly on the ground, in an attempt to force herself to faint to get away from the pain. However, she wasn't given the chance to escape from the pain. The medic, who injected her, held her neck and pushed her down with great force onto the ground. The female soldier, who couldn't get out of the hold, could only dig into the ground with her fingers while she was in pain. She created countless blood trails while clawing the ground with her fingers. Her fingers were forcibly split open because she used too much force, which caused blood to run onto the ground. Major General Yang, that's going too over the top. Finally, someone couldn't bear to watch and spoke up. Training was just training. Why torment people like this? This is just something weaklings need to get past, Yang Mingji replied plainly. Ever since their regiment commander had agreed for the JMCs to join the day training, he knew his regiment commander wanted to create a strong clan without any weaknesses. Although he also felt sympathy for the terrible situation the female soldiers were put under, what could he do? Even a female soldier needed to be able to follow in their footsteps. Otherwise, what waited for them was elimination, but he trusted that these female soldiers didn't want that to happen either. Isn't this just punishment? This is completely inhumane. One of the regiment commanders questioned their method. Many regiment commanders and leaders, who looked down on Ling Tian's actions just now, all began to speak out their opinions and thoughts. Inhumane, you say? Yang Mingji asked as he smiled. Alright, you guys can ask those female soldiers if they're willing to leave Ling Tian. Although the pain from the medicinal agents made them hate it, the good they acquire afterwards made them love it greatly as well. It was a love-hate relationship. Yang Mingji trusted that the female soldiers, who had participated in day training for 1 week, also knew the good that came with it. As long as they had just a little bit of desire to become strong, they wouldn't reject it no matter how much pain the medicinal agent brought with them. Hearing this, Lin Yang shot a glance at his subordinate and his subordinate quickly jumped over everyone. In the next second, he landed next to the female soldier who was running in front of the group. Before he could speak, that female soldier jumped into the air. The female soldiers behind her saw this strange male soldier blocking their way and they instantly shouted, "Move! You bastard!" Seeing him still standing there stunned, the running female soldiers, who were already tired out of their minds, could no longer hold in their anger. They actually attacked simultaneously with the intention to take out this annoying man in front of them. Suddenly, sounds of punches and kicks echoed in the air. Lin Yang's subordinate was after all still a leader with the physical skills at the peak stage of Qi Jin, so despite blocking in a hurry, he still managed to block all of the attacks coming from these angry female soldiers. Group leader, this guy is difficult to take down. The female soldier who started the attack saw the strength of the troublemaking male soldier, so she quickly shouted to the female soldier leading the group. The female soldier leading the group quickly turned around and pounced towards the male soldier. A ruthless whirlwind kick was instantly sent towards the back side of the intruding male's head. Feeling the piercing wind behind his head, Lin Yang's subordinate turned vigilant. He quickly turned around and crossed his arms in front of his face to block the attack from reaching his face. Boom! Lin Yang's subordinate stepped backwards by 1 step to counteract the force behind the kick. That female soldier, however, was sent flying backwards by her opponent's block. She somersaulted in the air, releasing the counter force and landed firmly on the ground. You're not part of our clan. Why are you causing trouble here? The female soldier saw the person's uniform and had a slight hint of confusion in her expression as she coldly questioned him. Second Lieutenant Mei, he is Slaughter Mecha clan's leader. He's here to visit Ling Tian. Seeing the situation turning tense, Han Shuya walked out from the crowd and gave an explanation. Department head. Lady Mei saw that it was her department head, along with the other department heads and mecha team leaders from Ling Tian, so she quickly saluted and said, "Good day, leaders and department heads." After doing all this, Lady Mei turned to Lin Yang's subordinate once again and coldly said, "So, you're here to challenge us?" A leader was actually challenging them JMCs. He was really King shameless. Hearing this, Lin Yang's subordinate's face instantly reddened in embarrassment. He quickly shook his hands and said, "No. I'm not. I just want to ask you, isn't it a bit over the top with the medicinal agent being like a punishment as well?" Punishment? Over the top? Are you an idiot? Lady Mei's gaze was unnerving. This person was completely oblivious about the situation and just jumped out to bring about his own views on fairness. In Lady Mei's eyes, his actions were without a doubt idiotic. Plus, are you qualified to ask about our clan's matters? Lady Mei spat on the ground in front of him. Move aside, don't disturb our training. Although this person was clearly much stronger than her, Lady Mei wasn't the least bit afraid of him. Couldn't that person see all of Ling Tian's leaders there? If he dared to make any moves, he would be instantly taken down. Plus, they were here to visit. In the military, visiting was the same as challenging them to a battle, so Lady Mei would, of course, not treat these people with bad intentions nicely. Seeing this female second lieutenant giving him such a frustrated expression, this leader who worked under Lin Yang, instantly had an annoyed expression on his face. After all, Slaughter Mecha clan was the strongest clan after Proud Wind Mecha clan SP in the base. Their social status was very high. Soldiers from other clans were very polite towards leaders from their mecha clan, so this was the first time he was looked down upon by a soldier, and a female one at that, whom he never even considered as an equal. In that moment, he didn't know whether he should leave or continue to try to explain himself. Seeing the opposition standing still with no intention of moving aside, Lady Mei instantly smiled coldly. Looks like you actually are here to challenge our JMC department. Although we're the lowest ranked team in Ling Tian Mecha clan, we still won't run in the face of a challenge. Speak. How are we going to fight? JMC. You guys are JMCs? Almost everyone gasped in surprise. They had thought that these female soldiers were a group of mecha operators, so they had to accept such brutal training in order to make sure they could upkeep their fighting strength. They didn't think that the truth was the complete opposite of what they had thought. These female soldiers were the JMCs who were only responsible for being the eye candy of their mecha clans. Major General Yang, they're JMCs. You guys really don't have to do this, Yue Wei couldn't help but speak up. On the battlefield, anything could happen. If they have the ability to protect themselves, we wouldn't be worried when going into battle. Yang Mingji smiled. However, not everyone agreed with Yang Mingji's opinion. Some regiment commanders and leaders believed that if the enemy were to get into their base, that meant that they had all died in battle. Then, no matter how strong these JMCs were, it wouldn't be of any use. Yang Mingji knew very well what everyone was thinking, but he wasn't interested in continuing to explain to them. He pointed towards the leader working under Lin Yang, who was still blocking the female soldiers, and asked, Regiment Commander Lin, I'm quite curious about something. Does your leader actually want to challenge our JMC department? Why would we do that? Lin Yang denied it instantly. If a mecha clan's leader were to actually challenge Ling Tian's JMCs, he might be looked down upon by all of the clans in the base when he steps out of Ling Tian's doors. Yao Feng, come back. Lin Yang instantly spoke up and called back his subordinate. Seeing the person who blocked their way finally leave, Lady Mei saluted towards everyone and continued to lead the group to train. They trained until they were all exhausted and fell to the ground. Guan Yaofeng walked beside his regiment commander with resentment. Right as he was about to say something, he heard his regiment commander speak out in a tone of disbelief. Everyone look, that female soldier, the female soldier who was originally screaming in pain due to the medicinal agent at the beginning had quieted down. The medic loosened the hand he put on her neck and whispered something in her ear. After that, they saw that female soldier raising her head with a sharp look in her eyes with no signs of fear. She nodded and showed a radiant smile. Despite her face being covered in dirt and dust from all the struggling from before which caused her beautiful visage to be destroyed, but her smile was still too bright for their eyes. When everyone looked at her smile in surprise, she pushed off the ground with both of her hands and flew up into the air. In the next second, she firmly stood on the ground. Catch up and continue training. Seeing the female soldier recovering her energy almost instantly, the instructor did not hesitate and gave an order. Yes, sir. The female soldier saluted him and then quickly ran towards Lady Mei. Instead of running, she just needed a few hops to arrive beside Lady Mei. This scene made everyone's eyes narrow. Those who were present were all capable, insightful, and experienced experts. They, of course, could tell that this female soldier's capabilities had increased compared to before when she had collapsed. Although the whipping seems to be ruthless, it is still a method to train their physical constitution. Our instructors would always choose the ones who require outside forces to push them to their limits. Yang Mingji half smiled and glanced towards everyone else. When the instructor whipped the female soldiers, the angry and frustrated expression of these people were seen through by Yang Mingji. However, compared to their regiment commander, the others in Ling Tian were already very lenient by many levels. They would only choose ways of punishing that made them feel not guilty at the end of each training session. Plus, these females were the beautiful JMCs and were the treasures of every single man in the clan. As their instructor, they didn't dare to go over the top with the punishments. They even had to be careful about administering the punishment because if they punished them too hard, everyone in the clan would turn into their enemies and slice them up. So, that medicinal agent is an actual recovery agent? But why are the side effects so terrifying? Asked one leader. Although our recovery agents are good, like other agents, it still had its own weaknesses. Since they want to reap the benefits of the agent, then they must endure all the bads of the agent. Don't you think this is fair? Yang Mingji smiled as he asked. Yang Mingji's words made these regiment commanders think deeply for a moment. They once again looked towards the female soldiers, who were training as if their lives were on the line, and seemed to understand why Ling Tian did all this. Right at that moment, the wall beside them suddenly lit up and an elegant virtual girl appeared on it. Emergency. Team 06, Leader Li is currently heavily injured and is on the brink of death. Medical Department Head Lee, please immediately head to Training Grounds '07 for emergency treatment. What? Li Shiyu's expression changed instantly. He didn't even think for a moment as he pushed aside those around him and quickly ran towards Training Grounds '07. Ling Lan, tell the medic team on duty to immediately rush to Training Grounds '07. Then, Li Shiyu's orders were heard from afar. Understood, the elegant virtual girl replied and then vanished in the next second. The wall returned to its original color once again. Sorry, we will be going to Training Ground '07 first. Department Head Han, we'll leave this place to you. Yang Mingji looked at Han Shuya with a serious expression as he spoke. Understood. Han Shuya immediately responded. Yang Mingji was too much of a worrywart. When he went outside to greet the visitors, Big Leader Li was still all good and healthy. How did he manage to get himself in such a bad state in such a short amount of time? Was it because something went wrong with their regiment commander's advancement that led to Li Lanfeng being severely injured? If that was the case, was their regiment commander alright? Yang Mingji knew that soul of Ling Tian that kept everyone together was undoubtedly Ling Lan. If something were to happen to Ling Lan, Ling Tian might just fall apart on its own. Major General Yang, don't worry about us. Please go ahead, Lin Yang replied seriously. Despite being possible competitors in Base Nebula, they were still allies in the same military. They wouldn't ignore the big picture just because of their greed for the throne. After Lin Yang spoke those words, a lot of people from Ling Tian instantly vanished from their sight. Lin Yang, Yue, and the other regiment commanders all were mildly shocked because they couldn't actually see how they left the scene. Department Head Han, if it's possible, please bring us to Training Ground '07 to take a look. Perhaps we may be of help, Lin Yang thought for a moment and asked Han Shuya, who was the only person who stayed behind from Ling Tian. Han Shuya was also worried about the situation in Training Ground '07, so she thought for a moment and said, okay, but I need to remind everyone. Don't make any sudden moves as that place is a bit troublesome. After hearing Han Shuya's words, Lin Yang started to think about the meaning behind them. Was she afraid that they would cause trouble? Or was there a deeper meaning behind her words? When Li Shiyu arrived at Training Ground '07, Yang Mingji, Qi Long and the others had already arrived. At that moment, the secret training room that Ling Lan was using for meditation suddenly opened up. What followed after shocked everyone as Ling Lan carried out bloodied body with her. Li Shiyu walked up and anxiously asked, Boss, how is my brother, how is Leader Li doing? I just made him drink a medicinal agent but his condition is still somewhat bad. That's why I called for you to come here, Ling Lan said as she frowned. She looked at the beauty in her arms with worry in her eyes. She had already helped put his mask back on, but the pale and gray-colored face in her mind couldn't be wiped out. This beauty, who silently stayed by her side and allowed her to tease him, seemed to be sprouting wings and becoming a fairy. She couldn't forget the look Li Lanfeng gave her before fainting. It had the feeling of longing, but more so despair. Boss, what actually happened in there? Li Shiyu quickly examined at Li Lanfeng's body. He discovered that Li Lanfeng's current injuries were similar to Ling Lan's injuries when she was injured from piloting a God-class mecha. None of his muscles were uninjured as all of his muscles had torn. This was the biggest reason why he was drenched in blood. When I advanced, my energy was out of control. It's my fault. Ling Lan wasn't someone who would push the blame to others. Man, why didn't he leave if it was that dangerous? Li Shiyu stomped his foot as he cursed at Li Lanfeng for biting off more than he can chew. Maybe it's because he misunderstood my orders. All in all, it's my fault. Ling Lan turned around and shouted towards the medics who had already arrived, stretcher. Yes, sir. A stretcher was placed beside them. Ling Lan gently laid down Li Lanfeng on the stretcher and not long after, blood began to soak through the stretcher. Take him to my sterile treatment room for surgery immediately. Li Shiyu saw this and knew he couldn't operate on him here, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to take him to his treatment room. We'll do it. Qi Long, Xie Yi, Luo Lang and Lu Furong held up each pole end of the stretcher and then looked each other in the eyes. In the next second, the four of them softly pushed up with the tips of their toes and took off with the stretcher into midair. In order to use the shortest time to get to the medical department, they chose to go by a straight line. However, this route required them to get over countless buildings and obstacles. Hey, look up there. At that moment, Han Shuya and the people from the other clans had just arrived. They just so happened to see the four of them holding the stretcher, flying over them and then instantly landing on the roof of a building. At the same time, they also saw the blood-soaked stretcher with blood drops that continued to drip off from it. "I'll take you there." Seeing Li Shiyu was preparing to follow them, Ling Lan held his back and disappeared in the next second. Everyone watched as the four of them took off with the stretcher and vanished. Lin Yang then walked up to Yang Mingji and asked in concern, "How's the situation of that leader?" "With Department Head Li there, he'll be fine." Yang Mingji stopped his gaze towards the four of them and responded plainly. What actually happened? Lin Yang had a confused expression on his face. How could he be so severely injured? Just from looking at the blood-soaked stretcher, he knew that this leader Li was probably on the brink of death. "Oh, nothing much. It's very normal for these types of injuries to happen when we train with our regiment commander." A team leader from Lingtian turned towards Li Yingjie, who was on the side with a worried expression on his face. He smiled and said, "Isn't that right, little leader Li?" He was looking at him because little leader Li also had a similar tragic experience. No one thought big leader Li would follow in little leader Li's footsteps. Could it be those who had the surname of Li had a weird attraction towards their regiment commander's punishments? That was probably why all the tragedies and troubles fell on their head. This leader unconsciously rubbed his chin as he felt his guess was quite logical. Li Yingjie awoke from his daze after hearing those words and he looked at that leader in dismay. Ever since he almost died at the hands of boss during training, these veterans leaders would always tease him about it. He didn't expect that the annoying Li Lanfeng would also go through the same thing. On the bright side, he would not be only one teased by them anymore. Yeah, in the past it was our Team 10's team leader, Leader Li Yingjie, who went through the same thing. The one who was injured just now is also called Leader Li. That's why we all refer to that one as Little Leader Li. Yang Mingji pointed towards Li Yingjie and explained to Lin Yang and the others. It was as though injuries like these were run-of-the-mill things and wasn't worth mentioning. Hearing those words, Lin Yang, Yu Wei, and the other regiment commanders instantly felt their heart tighten. What sort of existence was Ling Tian? Just how brutal was their regiment commander? It was fine that soldiers were trained strictly, but even leaders who were high-ranking officers might also lose their lives. Don't you think this type of training is inhumane? Lin Yang hesitated for a moment and then finally spoke out his concern. Would the enemy question what is inhumane and what is not on the battlefield? Yang Mingji rebutted with another question. Although the training here is brutal, it at the very least still leaves you with your life intact. However, on the battlefield, one mistake would cost you your life. Yang Mingji looked up towards the virtual sky created by the base. His eyes showed a hint of agony. That's a cost that we cannot afford. Yang Mingji's words moved everyone at the scene. Everyone had flashbacks of war scenes before their eyes. Many of their brother-in-arms were forever sleeping on the battlefield, and for them, how many of them could actually safely return to their homes after they retire from the battlefield? Yang Mingji organized his thoughts and turned around towards Lin Yang and the other. I originally wanted to show you around our training grounds as a host should do. However now, something happened, so it is not so convenient for us anymore. Thus, let us get into the main topic for today. We have a total of 21 battle teams. Other than Big Leader Li, who is injured, along with the 4 leaders who took him to the medical department, the other 16 leaders are all here. You can choose to challenge anyone in either a single battle or group battle. Ling Lan's speed was obviously much faster than Qi Long's group of 4, as she and Li Shiyu almost instantly arrived at the medical department. Li Shiyu was prepared to enter the treatment room immediately after he arrived. He then suddenly thought of something and he turned around to ask, "Regiment Commander, you advanced successfully?" Ling Lan nodded. "It is a success." Li Shiyu's mouth moved as if he wanted to ask something else, but in the end, he didn't ask. Instead, he chose to immediately enter the treatment room and prepare for the surgery. Ling Lan knew what Li Shiyu wanted to ask, but Ling Lan was also extremely surprised as to why Li Lanfeng would be so severely injured. She couldn't find the reason, so she could only put the blame on herself for ordering Li Lanfeng to protect her. At that moment, Qi Long and the others arrived. Seeing boss standing in front of the treatment room, they were all surprised. However, in the next second, they were all happy because it meant that their boss had succeeded in advancing since she came out of the room. Right as the medics from the medical department prepared everything, they placed Li Lanfeng, who was on the stretcher, onto a cart, then pushed him into the treatment room. Leave him to Li Shiyu. You guys go to Leader Yang. Ling Lan put her hands behind her back with an expressionless look on her face. The bottomless darkness in her eyes had a short flash of icy chill. One last thing, notify all leaders. From tomorrow onwards, I don't want to hear one word of anyone suspecting the strength of our clan in this base. Yes, Regiment Commander. Qi Long and the other 3 leaders felt their bodies tightening. Finally, their regiment commander decided to reveal Ling Tian's terrifying power. Li Shiyu changed into an attire customly made for surgery and entered the sterile treatment room. He walked over to the surgery table and saw Li Lanfeng laying there silently with his eyes closed. If it was for the fact that his chest still moved up and down, just from the bloody scene around him, Li Shiyu would suspect that his elder brother might have already left this world. Department head, we cannot stop the bleeding from Leader Li's wounds. What should we do now? Seeing Li Shiyu coming in, the medical assistants shouted out anxiously. Li Shiyu looked at one area of Li Lanfeng's wounds and then looked all over his body. His expression changed slightly and then he said, I will be responsible for the surgery now. In order to avoid affecting the surgery, you must all leave the treatment room. Yes, sir. The assistants were not surprised by Li Shiyu's orders. It was because for the recent past surgeries, only the 2 now department heads, Luo Chao and Han Shuya, could follow his speed. Not only were the assistants not of any help, they could even create more problems with their slow speed. Now that the 2 department heads were no longer here, it could only be their department head Li doing it all by himself. Not long after, the assistants left the treatment room. Li Shiyu slowly put on surgical gloves and said calmly, I know you're awake. You can't fool a military doctor like me. After Li Shiyu said those words, Li Lanfeng's eyes slowly opened. Why would you expose me like that? I just want to know why you did this. Is it fun making everyone worried? Li Shiyu asked angrily. When he saw Li Lanfeng being carried out by boss while drenched in blood in training ground 07, his heart almost stopped beating. He actually thought the elder cousin brother he admired had left his world. In reality, Li Lanfeng's own self-healing capabilities were not completely destroyed unlike boss's, and when compared to boss's injuries, the severeness of his injuries paled in comparison. Additionally, boss made him drink 1 vial of the 2nd-generation Manhwa agent, so as long as he had even 1 breath left, he would be able to come back from the gates of hell. Li Lanfeng's seemingly brutal wounds had healed long ago. It was just that Li Lanfeng was intentionally tearing them open continuously. This was what caused his blood to continue to come out of his body. Everything that happened because Li Lanfeng wanted it to. Li Shiyu didn't expect that his terrors and worries were all for nothing. All of this was just a show his elder cousin brother put on. This made Li Shiyu feel like he's been played with, which lead him to be angry with Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng's expression was unchanging throughout the rant. He shut his lips as if to show he didn't want to explain to Li Shiyu. Elder brother, what actually happened in that room? Seeing Li Lanfeng behave like this, Li Shiyu angrily pulled Li Lanfeng upright, which caused the mask to fall off his face. The reason it fell off so easily was because when Ling Lan put Li Lanfeng's mask on for him, she only softly put it on and thus, the curtains dropped, revealing Li Lanfeng's otherworldly beauty. The mask, Li Shiyu saw the mask on the floor and thought of something. Ling Lan said something about it being her fault. Li Shiyu's expression immediately changed. Did Regiment Commander do something to you? No, our boss isn't like that. Li Shiyu felt that his mind was messed up. He already has Luo Chao. That's not possible. Impossible. Not only Luo Chao, but also Han Shuya, right? Li Lanfeng's words seemed to be directed at Li Shiyu, but more so it was to remind himself. Yeah. Boss already has 2 fiancés, even if, he should be finding Luo Chao and Han Shuya, said Li Shiyu as he looked at Li Lanfeng with an uncertain expression. There wasn't any way to avoid this. His elder cousin brother's beauty was too abnormal. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Shiyu himself had gotten used to Li Lanfeng's beauty at a young age, he might also have bad thoughts when faced with such a beauty. However, Li Shiyu quickly put his thoughts behind him. Boss Ling Lan's willpower was the strongest out of everyone he had met. Plus, Boss already known about his elder cousin brother's looks, so if she was interested in it, she would have done something long ago. Why would she suddenly make a move on his elder cousin brother today? Could it actually be because when she advanced to the Imperial realm, she accidentally wounded his elder cousin brother? After remembering Ling Lan's cold-as-ice attitude that looked at everyone in the same way without caring about beauty between men and women, Li Shiyu believed his second guess was the correct one. It had to be said that, in Li Shiyu's mind, Ling Lan's image was grand. His mind went off on a weird tangent in the beginning, but after calming down, he quickly returned to the right path. Yeah, he already has 2 fiancées, how could he become enamored by me? Li Lanfeng thought to himself. A slight bit of downheartedness showed in his eyes and a self-mocking smile appeared on his face. Brother, it's only the 2 of us here now. Tell me. Are these wounds caused by boss accidentally when he advanced? Li Shiyu asked in a serious tone. It seems you've become smarter. Li Lanfeng sat up and looked at Li Shiyu with a half-smile. I was always this smart, okay? Li Shiyu said while clenching his teeth. Ever since he knew Li Lanfeng was his elder brother Li Mulan, his kind elder brother completely vanished. You still didn't tell me why you are pretending to be in so much pain. What are you planning? Li Shiyu knew that it was impossible for him to win in a conversation with his elder brother. In reality, in Ling Tian, other than boss, he hasn't lost to anyone else other than his elder brother in debating. Thus, he wasn't looking to debate with his elder brother whether he was smart or not. What plans do I have? Li Mulan looked out of the room and suddenly asked a weird question, is he worried about me? Li Shiyu nodded. Yes. Boss says it's his fault that you got injured. He should be outside waiting for the surgery to be done. What are you waiting for then? Hurry up and bandage me, Li Mulan replied calmly. If you just stopped intentionally opening your wounds, you won't need to be bandaged at all. Li Shiyu was speechless. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and bandage me. Li Mulan was firm in his decision. Just why are you doing this? Brother, if you don't give me a reason, I am not going to help you. I'll even tell boss the truth. Li Shiyu wanted to know what Li Mulan was up to. Shiyu, sometimes, I'm glad you chose to be a military doctor. If not, based on your personality, you wouldn't be able to stand your ground in the Li family where everyone mauls each other for the throne. Li Mulan gave a cold smile. He stood up and tidied Li Shiyu's hair. Do you still not know what my motive is? Li Shiyu frowned. He was a smart person too, so after thinking through what Li Mulan actions, he found an answer to his actions. You want to become boss's most important person. You're not that stupid, I guess. Li Mulan knocked Li Shiyu's forehead with knuckle and said, with Ling Lan on the helm, Ling Tian Mecha clan will grow into an actual division in the future, and he will be the general. With that in mind, the Li family has always wanted military power. However, we are restricted by opposing factions in the military. Additionally, Li Yingjie, whom was the hope for the Li family to break through those restrictions, came here instead of fighting for the throne in the 4th division. In the end, all 3 inheritors of the Li family fell into the same hole. Li Mulan frowned. This means that we have to follow Ling Lan all the way to the end. If he fails, the Li family will never be able to obtain military power. However, if he succeeds, the Li family will be to achieve the wish they always wanted. Li Shiyu was enlightened. Boss has too many capable people under him. We are not the most outstanding among them. That's right. You're better off because Ling Lan needs your medical skills. However, your identity as a military doctor prevents you from entering the core of the military. Li Yingjie and I are team leaders, so we can use our merits to climb to a higher position, but there are too many competitors. We are not outstanding compared to Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi. We might even be weaker than them. Plus, there are also many old and experienced soldiers like Lu Furong and Yang Mingji competing with us. Our position in the Lingtian Mecha clan is awkward. Li Mulan smiled gently. Since our honor is tied to Ling Lan, I will use any means to become the most important person to him. I won't give this position to anyone else. So, you want boss to owe you a favor and then compensate you accordingly? Li Shiyu finally understood what Li Mulan was planning to do, and his expression changed drastically. Is it good to get things through scheming? He thought of Ling Lan's decisiveness and ruthlessness and shivered in fright. This isn't a good plan. Once boss realizes that you schemed against him, he will kill you. He won't allow anyone to fool him. Stupid little brother. I just have to make sure that he doesn't know. Li Mulan smiled. Or, are you going to betray me and the Li family? Li Mulan's smile got brighter. His face was still beautiful and his aura was still gentle, but Li Shiyu felt a chill in his heart. But, boss, Li Shiyu still wanted to persuade Li Mulan. Shiyu, don't forget that you're from the Li family, Li Mulan said indifferently. You can disapprove my plans but you can't mess with it. I don't want to cut my ties with you. Li Shiyu shuddered. He looked at Li Mulan and the smile on his face was gone. I understand. Li Shiyu grabbed the bandages from the counter and walked towards Li Mulan. Will I be able to get closer to you after experiencing your pain and injury? Li Mulan lowered his eyes to hide the confusion in them. Li Shiyu kneeled on the ground and finished bandaging up Li Mulan. After he tied the last knot, he asked the question he had been wanting to ask, we won't harm boss, right? Li Mulan smiled. He patted Li Shiyu's head and said lightly, my stupid little brother, we are on the same boat as Ling Lan now. Harming him is the same as harming us. What I'm doing is good for everyone. Brother, remember what you said today. If I find out that you did something that endangers boss, I will tell boss even if it meant the end of our brotherhood. Li Shiyu finally made a decision. He couldn't betray his beliefs. Li Mulan's face turned dark. After a few seconds of silence, he smiled coldly. I'm really glad you didn't inherit the vicious and heartless characteristics of the Li family, so let me take all the burden. As long as you meant what you said, I will always be a member of the Li family. Li Shiyu looked up and stared at Li Lanfeng intently. The Li family raised and groomed him from a young age. Most importantly, his family was in their hands. If he had a choice, he didn't want to be enemies with his family. However, everyone had their own morals and beliefs. Li Shiyu had his own beliefs too, no matter how laughable it might seem to some people. Don't worry. I meant what I said. Li Mulan closed his eyes as he didn't want to continue this topic anymore. The door of the treatment room opened wide, revealing Li Shiyu and Li Lanfeng walking out of the room. They saw Ling Lan sitting at the seat beside the room waiting for them with closed eyes. You're done. Ling Lan opened her eyes when she heard noises. Shiyu is a good doctor. Li Lanfeng pulled his uniform which was unbuttoned. He smiled. I'm fine. I managed to experience the treatment you received before. Ling Lan looked at the bandages below Li Lanfeng's neck. It went all the way down to his ankles. It seemed like he was hurt seriously, so Li Shiyu had no choice but to stop the blood using this method. What's the condition? Ling Lan turned and looked at Li Shiyu. Compared to Li Lanfeng, she believed in Li Shiyu more. Li Lanfeng turned to look at Li Shiyu too. Li Shiyu detected the threat in Li Lanfeng's eyes. He gave a bitter smile and said, he is fine. However, he just needs to rest for a period of time. If not, the wound might reopen again. Ling Lan nodded. She agreed that he looked fine. That's good. Lanfeng, let's go and take a look at how the other leaders are doing. As the regiment commander of the Mecha clan, she needed to show her face. If not, outsiders might say that Ling Tian was an arrogant Mecha clan where their regiment commander was too proud to even show his face. Sure. Li Lanfeng smiled bitterly. He heaved a sigh of relief when Ling Lan didn't ask him about his weird behavior. However, he felt bitter too. Maybe, he hoped that Ling Lan was a little more curious about him. Ling Lan nodded at Li Shiyu before leaving with Li Lanfeng. The two of them walked out slowly, but they didn't rush to the training ground as the fight wouldn't end so soon. Even if the people from Ling Tian were able to defeat their opponents instantly, they wouldn't want to be too showy. Besides the logisticians and soldiers on duty, everyone else had gone to the training ground, which caused the camping grounds to seem exceptionally quiet. The two people walked under the sunny sky. Ling Lan walked at the front while Li Lanfeng followed behind her silently. Li Lanfeng finally plucked up his courage and rushed forward to grab Ling Lan's left hand. Ling Lan stopped and tilted her body to the side. She was surprised by Li Lanfeng's actions. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "What are you thinking? Aren't you the one who is thinking about something?" Li Lanfeng smiled. Ling Lan could imagine how beautiful his smile was under the mask. "Oh. How are you so sure?" Ling Lan asked him back in reply. "Because of my injuries," Li Lanfeng immediately said his answer. "I just don't understand why you didn't go out." Since Li Lanfeng started the conversation, Ling Lan continued with it. She had already sent him to the door to prevent this from happening. I thought that I would be able to handle it, and I wanted to understand the secrets of the Imperial realm. I overestimated myself. Li Lanfeng looked up at Ling Lan and said earnestly, "This is not your fault. It's mine." Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. She clenched Li Lanfeng's right hand tightly with her left hand. Li Lanfeng felt an excruciating pain electrocuting his entire body. However, he maintained the smile on his face. "You," Ling Lan released her hand. She knew that Li Lanfeng was lying. He just didn't want her to feel guilty. No matter what the reason was, she was the one who injured him. "On the bright side, I look exactly like you after the battle on planet Haijiao." Li Lanfeng smiled brightly. He seemed happy with his appearance now. "I believe that other people. Is this considered as couple wear?" This question suddenly popped in Li Lanfeng's mind. He blushed. In the next second, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He knew that once he realized his true intentions, he wouldn't be able to control himself. If he was unable to stop this feeling from growing even further, he would fall into the depth of hell one day. If this happened one day, would he be able to continue staying beside Ling Lan then? Ling Lan didn't notice that Li Lanfeng was shivering as she was looking up at the sky. To prevent her from feeling guilty, this person thought of stupid excuses for her to feel better. As expected of an advisor. "Forget it, since you don't want to say, I won't ask." Ling Lan suppressed her curiosity. She was willing to accept her friend's secrets because she had secrets herself too. Since she was unable to reveal her secret herself, how could she force her friend to do what she couldn't? Li Lanfeng's expression turned complex when he heard her words. Unsurprisingly, he was unable to fool Ling Lan. Luckily, Ling Lan forgave him and didn't probe further. He chose to believe him, but he still felt ashamed about his schemes. He couldn't let this arrogant and domineering person know what he was thinking. He just wanted to look at him and stay beside him forever. Even if he would get married in the end, he would still be satisfied, maybe. Li Lanfeng pushed these thoughts into the back of his mind. He would have to endure this emotion all by himself. "I'm sorry." Li Lanfeng's voice was shivering as he said, "Thank you. Thank you for your forgiveness. I really can't let go of your kindness. I want all of it." Traumatic must have happened to Li Lanfeng. Unfortunately, he didn't want to tell her anything, so she couldn't help him even if she wanted to. Forget it, since he was unwilling to say, she would just take more notice of him. As long as she was concentrating on him, she would be able to detect traces of what had happened to him. Ling Lan ultimately made this decision in the end. Unconsciously, she gave more attention to Li Lanfeng, more than anyone in Lingtian. Li Lanfeng knew Ling Lan had put down this issue when he saw the frown disappearing from her face. They continued walking towards Training Ground 07. Li Lanfeng, who was currently walking a step behind Ling Lan, looked at the back of Ling Lan with complicated feelings. He understood Ling Lan well, so he knew what Ling Lan would do if he didn't say anything. Why did he still scheme against her when he had already made the decision to stay beside her quietly? As expected, he was a selfish person. He always did things that benefit him the most. "Ling Lan, please don't give me any chances. If not, I won't be able to control myself and I'll pull you down to hell together with me." Li Lanfeng would only show his weakness when there was no one looking at him. Li Lanfeng wished that this journey would continue forever so that he could forget about the present and continue his dreamlike fantasy, but sadly, Training Ground 07 was not too far away. Li Lanfeng closed his eyes dejectedly when he saw the training ground coming into his view. When he opened them again, his gaze was sharp and his smile was gentle. The advisor of Ling Tian, Li Lanfeng, was back. They seemed to be done. Li Lanfeng listened carefully and smiled. "Yes." Ling Lan placed her hands behind her back and smiled slightly. Her team leaders performed well. They subdued their opponents so quickly that they had nothing to say. Unfortunately, the team leader of Team 06 is not here. If not, we can witness how strong he is. Their opponents were beaten so badly that they were unable to control their emotions. Hence, they started finding ways to regain their dignity. The expressions of everyone in Lingtian changed. Li Lanfeng was badly injured. He would be fine with Li Shiyu around, but they were still worried about him. I didn't expect to be so popular. Even when I'm not around, there are people talking about me. Li Lanfeng smiled and walked in when he saw the support in Ling Lan's gaze. These people didn't expect Li Lanfeng to appear right when they talked about him. They basically just saw a mummified masked person entering the training ground. Big leader Li, everything is fine here. Please come. Yen 3 laughed to ease the atmosphere and welcomed him warmly. The reason why Yen 3 was able to integrate into Ling Tian so quickly was because of Li Lanfeng's help. Li Lanfeng would always remind him what to do whenever he felt confused in Ling Tian, so he was very grateful to him. I knew Li Lanfeng wouldn't die. Zhao Jun felt relieved when he saw Li Lanfeng appearing safe and sound in front of him. Everyone went forward to check up on Li Lanfeng's condition, but they didn't see Ling Lan, who was standing at the entrance. After entering the Imperial realm, Ling Lan was able to easily control her breathing and presence. She was currently hiding her presence, which made herself invisible to everyone in the training ground. Li Lanfeng knew since Ling Lan didn't appear in front of the crowd, she must have her own motives for doing so. Thus, he didn't expose her. After greeting everyone from Ling Tian, Li Lanfeng walked towards Yue Wei and his people. He smiled and said, I'm here. What's the matter? The person who said that he wanted to see Li Lanfeng had no choice but to grit his teeth and reply, we've already seen how strong the other team leaders are. You're the only one who didn't show us anything due to your injuries. What a pity that is. Well, since you're here now, may I have a battle with you? Li Lanfeng sized up the man in front of him and suddenly smiled. You're not my match. The man's expression darkened when he heard those condescending words. The 36 heavenly warriors of piercing arrow appeared furious too. This person was just too arrogant. Although, their military rank was not as high as Li Lanfeng, but all of them were team leaders. In mecha clans, they should be receiving as much respect as any other team leader of any rank. Regiment Commander Yu, please. Li Lanfeng turned his head and looked at Yue Wei. All the leaders from Piercing Arrow got furious. An insignificant leader actually dared to challenge their regiment commander. Was he arrogant or stupid? Leader Li, you're too weak to challenge our regiment commander. Let me play with you instead. The first-rank heavenly warrior, Jiang Yong, glared at Li Lanfeng and stepped out. Li Lanfeng looked at him seriously and slowly shook his head. You're a little too weak. Arrogant. Jiang Yong raised his fist and launched it towards Li Lanfeng in an instant. He wanted to teach this arrogant young man a lesson he would remember forever. Although the leaders from Ling Tian were all more powerful than them, they still needed to fight for many rounds before they defeated them. Jiang Yong didn't believe that this heavily injured leader Li would be as strong as the other team leaders. Surprisingly, Li Lanfeng didn't evade the attack. He just waved his right hand casually in response to the incoming fist. A loud sound echoed through the training ground. A figure shot out and slammed into the crowd from Piercing Arrow. Yue Wei's expression changed when he saw a body flying towards him. He acted immediately and a ball of energy quickly caught the body in mid-air, but suddenly, his face turned pale. He needed to take a step back before he could withstand the impact. The person who was shot out was Jiang Wei. After he regained his senses, he looked at Li Lanfeng with fear in his eyes. Li Lanfeng was just standing casually in front of him with one hand behind his back. He couldn't believe that he didn't manage to handle a single attack by his opponent. Li Lanfeng looked towards Yue Wei. Regiment Commander Yu, please. The people from Ling Tian smiled as they anticipated Yue Wei's next move. Even Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were smiling. Until now, high-profile officers like them didn't have the chance to act yet. Hence, when they saw Li Lanfeng calling out for Regiment Commander Yu, they instantly understood what their regiment commander was intending by her words. It seemed like they were still too kind when they fought with them. They now knew that they needed to crush the spirits of these intruders so that they would never be questioned about their strength ever again. Yue Wei couldn't reject the challenge in front of so many people. He knew that this normal-looking leader Li must be a domain realm master, as only domain realm masters were able to defeat a half-step domain realm master that easily. Ling Tian is truly filled with powerful people. Leader Li, after you. Yue Wei was serious. He wasn't the only one who was serious, as Lin Yang was turning serious too. He looked towards Lu Furong, Yang Mingji, Qi Long, and the other leaders in Ling Tian. He wondered if they had reached the domain realm too. After all, Leader Li was just the leader of Team 06. That's right, Lin Yang was a domain realm master. From the attack just now, he could feel his domain concept embedded in his attack, so he must be a domain realm master. Move back. Lin Yang said to his soldiers behind him. Why? Why, Regiment Commander? His soldiers were puzzled. This is a domain realm battle. Anyone who hasn't reached the domain realm will get injured if they come too close to the fight, Lin Yang said seriously. Domain realm battle. Everyone exclaimed out loud. Although the regiment commanders of first-rank mecha clans were all domain realm masters, they wouldn't have any domain realm masters as subordinates. Even if it did happen, it was rare. Even though it was rare, everyone still obediently believed in Lin Yang's warning and moved back. After all, Lin Yang's mecha clan, Slaughter Mecha Clan, was the second most powerful mecha clan after Proud Wind, so his words definitely had merit to them. Plus, he was also a domain realm master. Hence, he should know more than them. Why aren't they moving? After they moved back, they noticed that the people from Lingtian were still in their original positions. They didn't seem to care about the danger of a domain realm battle. Lin Yang frowned when he saw them not moving away. He himself didn't move because he was confident he would remain safe with his strength. So, why weren't the other party moving? Some other regiment commanders also stood in their original positions. This was the pride of domain realm masters. While everyone was retreating away from the upcoming fight, Li Lanfeng and Yu Wei stood on the ground quietly. No one acted. So warm. 1 minute had passed. One of the team leaders suddenly felt that the air around them got warmer. The temperature of the camping ground was controlled by the mainframe, so it would always be maintained at a comfortable temperature for everyone. They shouldn't feel warm. Look at Regiment Commander Yu. One of the team leaders shouted. Everyone looked at Yu Wei. They saw steam coming up from the ground around Yu Wei. Is this Yu Wei's heat domain concept? Lin Yang's gaze turned sharp. Yu Wei's domain element wasn't fire, but his domain concept was as hot as fire, making it more frightening than fire. His domain concept was formless. He could integrate himself into the air perfectly with his domain concept and hide himself amidst the air. His opponent wouldn't be able to easily detect him in that state.